Chapter 1436. For a fraction of a second, I watched as Tara's face began to crack apart. Each part of her split and shattered, breaking into a million tiny fragments. The explosion radiated outward. And even King Diorite seemed to welcome the end with outstretched arms. That was all I saw. As a moment later, a powerful force slammed me into the floor and I lost consciousness. Again, I was only out briefly. The drill was moving now, sending us up, and force on our bottoms was extreme. Everyone else was strapped in. Except for me, who had been standing at the door up until launch. I had ended up hitting my head again. But thanks to my constitution, I didn't seem to be able to be knocked out for more than a few blissful moments before I was back to full lucidity. The image of Tara being destroyed played through my mind over and over again. I had nothing else I could do but watch it as our drill shuddered and bounced while drilling its way up a volcanic shaft at likely blistering speeds. Master, I am really sorry. Elysia's voice whispered in my head. I felt a surge of anger at first, but it quickly dissipated into helplessness. It wasn't Elysia's fault. She had only done what she thought was right. Tara had only done what she thought was right too. That cost Tara her life. It was her life exchanged for mine. It wasn't just her life. I remembered what they said. The explosion would have hurt Gaia too, if it was just me. Igniting my soul world, then the explosion might not have been as strong. However, it was Gaia using a fraction of her energy. It became a double-edged blade. The explosion might have been better, but Gaia would also have been hurt. As for Tara, she was nothing but the middle man used to accomplish this feat. Boom! There was a big thud, and I was airborne for a moment before slamming into the side. I really should have strapped myself in. I ended up being bounced around for a bit more until the drill finally settled. We had reached the surface. I didn't even bother to see where we had come landside. Instead, I brought all of the dwarves into my soul world and then used to return to bring myself back to a familiar castle. It was still under construction, but I considered this my home more than the mansion. When it was finished, it'd be the place I ruled from. Except that rule was down a person. Master! Elysia gave me a warning. What? There is something wrong with Sapphire. I was going to spend a few minutes grieving before revealing to the girls I was back. After such a long journey there, it all felt far too abrupt. However, it appeared I wasn't allowed any breaks at all. I entered my soul world, and my eyes immediately went to Sapphire. She had suddenly collapsed to the ground, her face red and her body weak. What's going on? I demanded. When the drill started, she started looking sick. I thought she just wasn't handling the forces. But as soon as she was in your soul world, she just collapsed. Sapphire was on the ground, her face pale and her body completely weak. Was this some kind of cruel curse sent by Twilight? Was this some backlash from trying to merge with the other Sapphire I couldn't guess? And at that moment, my emotions were a roller coaster that had trouble thinking clearly. Everyone was looking down at Sapphire anxiously, even Gabbro. He appeared to have become somewhat concerned about his new apprentice over the last few days, and now genuinely looked frightened. I immediately began using every spell I knew, whether it was a curse, a poison, physical damage, or a spirit. I tried to heal all of it. In the end, she calmed down a bit. But I knew I had only postponed things. It was hard to say exactly how I knew. But some aspect of my white mage made it certain in my mind. Sapphire was dying. Chapter 1437. Looking down at the sick Sapphire, a reluctance in me began to rise up. This wouldn't do. I wouldn't allow myself to lose someone else. I immediately grabbed her and picked her up, causing those watching us make noises of surprise. I didn't wait for permission, though, as I left my soul world with her. Appearing back within the boss room. "Everyone, to me now!" I gave with slave communication. "Master, he's back!" "What's wrong?" voices flooded into my mind as I reconnected with all of the girls. One by one, they started to appear in front of me. I wasn't quite sure how they arrived so quickly, but each girl had her ways. Celeste's speed couldn't be matched, and she moved like the air. Xiao seemed to dance through the shadows, rising in a way that reluctantly made me think of Twilight. Alea simply appeared from nowhere, using some kind of teleportation circle. Miki was probably the slowest, but she arrived from the safe room after only a minute or two. Xiao wore her typical dark robes, but Miki had also started wearing black dresses, which made her pale skin even more pronounced until she looked nearly white. Her once pale white hair had black streaks in it down, and it gave her a goth-like appearance. Since being Lady Death, she had drastically changed. Meanwhile, Alea wore a fine dress fit for a queen, and Celeste wore a simple fairy dress. They hadn't changed much at all. Once all of the girls were in front of me, I looked across them. The appearance of Celeste, Miki, and Xiao hit me the hardest. Other than Lydia, who still had yet to return, all of the other girls were here. These were the 5 that had been part of my party. We had fought innumerable enemies together and ventured into the darkest part of dungeons. We had experienced life and death together. Yet, I knew that even if Lydia appeared in the next second, our group would never be able to form again. Terra was gone. Was it possible to replace her? Carmen also had high defense. So from the idea of having a tank, another could be found. However, that wasn't what mattered. Terra was Terra. And she was a vital part of our formation and our lives. In an instant, she had disappeared, giving her life for Gaia. She had given her life for me. Had I been strong enough, she wouldn't have needed to sacrifice herself to ignite that bomb. Even after all the growth I had achieved, I still wasn't strong enough. Just thinking about it was enough that I almost broke down. My body shook. And Sapphire, still resting in my arms, felt as heavy as a mountain. However, Sapphire had a small dwarf body. She wasn't particularly large. She wasn't like Terra, whose heavy golem body was at ends with her small stature. The image of her appeared in my mind again. The last scene of her own a few hours before as her body broke apart. I had already tried to resurrect her and failed. Her soul didn't come to my call. "Master, what's wrong?" It was Miki who seemed to notice the sadness in me first. But the other girls were quick to follow. As soon as she asked that question, my legs didn't feel like working anymore. I fell to my knees. The girls all let out cries, and Celeste carefully floated Sapphire out of my arms as I fell to the ground. Miki grabbed me from one side, while Xiao grabbed me from the other. "Why does Master feel despair?" Xiao asked, her eyes fearful. "He's lost something," Miki responded, uncertainly. "I've seen that look too many times. It's the look of someone who has lost a loved one. Master?" "Where is Terra?" It was Celeste who asked this. Leave it to her to be the most observant. Celeste quickly dug into the heart of the matter. As soon as the name was said, I felt a tightening in my chest. She's gone. I barely managed to get out. Chapter 1438. It took a bit for me to get back up. Alea had created a chair for me and I sat down in it, trying to regain my strength. At least I hadn't broken down crying. There would be time for that later. At the moment, there were more important things. However, the girls had already noticed that things were wrong and were quizzing me frantically with tears in their eyes. So I had to explain everything first. I gave the simplest version of the story that I could. I explained what happened once I reached the deep. I had explained a rough version of Twilight, freeing Terra and Garnet, and then igniting the core of a dungeon to try to destroy her avatar and delay her ascent. The girls asked questions when applicable. It was Alaya who had the most pointed and clear questions, and perhaps only her who truly understood the potential terror and threat that Twilight posed to the rest of us. When I finished explaining how Terra had sacrificed herself using Gaia, and that this had only happened a short few hours ago, the group had become quiet. After a few moments, I grew impatient and asked, "Where are the others?" "Shin is out on patrol," Elia reported dutifully. As for Astria, she went to investigate a matter in the wilderness. This is something we should discuss. "Not right now," I responded shortly, not meaning to cut her off, but also not willing to handle another issue right now. No one else has returned. The girls all looked at each other and then shook their heads. Over a month had passed since I had been back. Assuredly, the girls would have heard that I was alive and returned by now. Miki had been kidnapped, and in a way so had Terra and Sapphire. Xiao was in a situation where she couldn't have received news one way or another. However, Raisa, Celicia, Lydia, and Carmen all should have been able to come back. At least I knew where Carmen was, but the rest were a mystery to me. "I am still confused," Celeste declared, causing Xiao and Miki to groan. I wasn't in the mood to try to explain things more clearly to Celeste, but I didn't want to cut her off either. "What is it? Why are you saying Terra is dead?" she asked. Miki shot her a look. "Celeste, I blinked. Because I watched her die. How can that be? Celeste asked. Isn't Tara nearby? Nearby, I blinked. What are you saying? I've already tried to resurrect her, but it failed. Her soul was burned away in the explosion. I saw it happen. What about you, slave bond? Celeste asked. Celeste, it's not the time. Xiao tried to intervene. I looked at her incredulously. My slave bond is. Wait, what, it's intact? I had been so distraught over her death. I hadn't even been paying attention. I had lost consciousness just as Tara died. So I had assumed I missed the announcement of our slave bond being broken. However, in my distraught state, I hadn't even noticed it was still attached. It was like when a person was holding their keys while asking everyone where their keys were. I suddenly felt foolish. How could you know? Miki asked in disbelief. I smell her. But I can't see her. Celeste frowned, looking around. I wonder where she is. She started sniffing around, even sniffing Miki as she passed, causing her to take a step back. I began to follow my slave bond too. And the both of us didn't take more than a half-dozen steps before we stopped at the same time in front of a certain person lying on a small cot conjured by Elia. It was Sapphire. Wake her up. I barely managed to get out. Chapter 1439. It was Miki who put her hand on Sapphire's head and began to work her magic. Her spirit tails flickered in and out of existence. She wasn't doing anything particularly strenuous. There might have been a time where she would have had to summon all 9 tails to do something like this. But she was far more spiritually attuned now since being Lady Death. After a few moments of prodding, Sapphire's eyes fluttered open. Where am I, master? Her eyes seemed to land on me. I immediately crouched down next to her bed. Taran, no. I am Sapphire. She reached down and grabbed her body. I am Sapphire. Right, I let out a breath, feeling just a bit uneasy. Yes, you are. I thought she was Garnet, Celeste declared. I am Sapphire now, she responded defiantly. I see? Tara really is dead. Sapphire looked away. I am sorry, master. I tried to tell you. Tara started acting weird right before we left. Weird, She suddenly cornered me in a room, and then she looked away. What? I frowned. She kissed me. Tara finally had her sexual awakening. Celeste asked excitedly. Only to get swatted on the back of the head by Miki. I was just saying. Stop talking and listen. Miki chastised. She kissed you, I frowned. Not every girl I was with went both ways. Lydia would happily lay with any woman as long as Master was involved. And Celeste had opened her sexually. Miki was hesitant. And only Lydia could get her to play with girls. Alea and Astraea were both bisexual, while Shin was gay, with me being the one exception. Celicia only loved her sister and me and had a sadistic relationship with Carmen. who was disgusted by it even while participating in it. Xiao would do anything I asked, but only had an interest in me. As far as I knew, Tara was straight, not liking being with other girls but tolerating it. So, why would she suddenly kiss Sapphire? While I was considering this, Miki still had her hand on Sapphire and was concentrating. After a brief moment, she pulled away and nodded to herself. Master? I know what is wrong with Sapphire. There is something wrong with me. I feel really weak and tired, now that you mention it. Sapphire frowned. Did I pass out? You did. You nearly died, I explained before turning to Miki. What's wrong? She's carrying too, Miki announced. I am pregnant. Sapphire's drowsy appearance ended in a second. Everyone turned to me. What I didn't touch her. It's not my baby. That's not what I mean, Miki replied with a straight face. But a mischievous look in her eyes suggested she had intentionally worded things badly to create such a misunderstanding. Perhaps the Miki I remembered before Lady Death was still around after all. I'd normally be happy. But at this moment I was done having my emotions played with and just wanted the truth. What did you mean then? I demanded. She has the same illness I had, although where I grew gradually, hers is sudden. As we all looked at her blankly, she continued, she has too much soul power for her body. She's dying from excessive soul energy. How can that be? Sapphire asked. Is it because I tried to merge all of my soul fragments back together? Number. Miki shook her head. It's because your body has two souls. 2 souls. Tara's soul is inside you. What? I nearly jumped up. I can only guess, but I believe Tara used that kiss to abandon her body. She attached it to Sapphire before you left. How I saw her moving. Speaking. She's a golem. You saw a golem moving. Speaking. She was controlling it remotely. That clever. My vision blurred. And I realized my eyes teared up as I thought about her. I had a lot of things I wanted to say. I was angry, overjoyed, ecstatic, worried. Tara had pulled one over on Twilight and me. She did to herself what King Diorite did to me. He had pulled my soul out of my body, and then had me control it remotely. I could still function. But my lore was only being read at a distance. She did the same thing, hiding in Sapphire while she sacrificed her body. Then, her body is just stuck to Sapphire. We can cut it out, and I can resurrect her. That will be impossible, Miki said. Her body was destroyed. What her body has been destroyed before. Yes, but not in this way. She's not a human anymore. She has no human body. She instead had a connection to the golem body. That connection was destroyed when that golem died. You could say the lore of the golem's physical body was obliterated in the explosion. That's why she's seemingly fallen into a slumber. So, what can we do? I'd need a new buddy. An unoccupied body to move her into, Miki explained. How do we find that master? Sapphire spoke up. We build it. Build it? You have the collective strength of the deep dwarves and the finest metals of the deep dwarf empire. We can rebuild her. We have the capability. We can make her better than she was. Stronger. Faster. The 6 million gold golem. What? I coughed. Never mind. Let's go talk to your uncle then. Ah, master. Building a nobody will take time, Miki spoke up. She's dying now. They both are. Oh, in my excitement, I had nearly forgotten. Just the last few hours I had been through so many emotions that my mind had turned dumb. I took a deep breath and focused. We had to protect Sapphire's body for both of them. What do we do? Miki looked away. There is a solution. But only Master can do it. What solution to sustain Terra's soul? Master must inject life energy into Sapphire's body. You must touch your soul to hers. And your soul will reinforce her soul and strengthen her body. As long as this is done regularly, then she will be fine. I closed my eyes. I understand. This is for Terra and Sapphire. I reached down and grabbed Sapphire, picking her up. Huh? What's going on? Sapphire asked. Sapphire. I am going to need to have sex with you. What now? Immediately. Don't worry, I will be gentle. Now, now, now. I know I always tease you, but I am just a little girl. I am not emotionally red. I stopped her talking by putting a finger on her lips. I am sorry, but you heard Miki. This is for your life and hers. I won't treat this casually. I am going to fill you full of my life. Ah. Ah? With her mouth open, her face turning red, Sapphire had lost all ability to formulate sentences. I carefully brought her back into my bedroom behind the boss room and closed the door. Alea leaned over to Miki. You know, there are like 100 ways you could have extended her life. That potion you used to take, your spiritualist job. Even Deke has some skills that would work. Miki looked up innocently, a fang tooth showing as she gave a grin. Why would I ruin Master's fun sufficit to say the mischievous fox girl was back to her old tricks? Chapter 1440. It wasn't like I hadn't once brought my soul closer to Sapphire's in the past. I knew that I could do it to some extent without going so far physically. However, such an act decreased the gap between souls. It brought us close together, and I wasn't going to take Terra or Sapphire's life on chance. The feeling of losing Terra had nearly caused me to break. Now that I knew she was safe, I would do anything to protect her. Anything included exactly what I was going to do now. Wait. This. Sapphire protested as I put her on the bed. I stopped just as quickly as I had started, taking a step back. Do you not want to do this? Sapphire's eyes widened in surprise. Why, you stopped. My mouth twitched. What kind of guy do you think I am? I am going to do anything you don't want me to do. Really, but you don't always ask the girls. I've heard you'll just push them down and have your way with them. I frowned, tapping my head. They're my slaves. I am a slave master. With a slave empath, I know how the girls are feeling at any given moment. I don't usually need to ask to know how they're feeling and whether they have a problem with me. I've never touched anyone who didn't want it. Thursday? Then. My feelings are. I don't know your feelings. I gave an awkward smile. You forget. You don't just have your soul. But Tara's soul as well. She's bonded as my slave just as much as you. But your feelings are crossed, are right. So if you want me to know what you want, you'll have to tell me yourself. You don't know how I feel. I shook my head. I don't. Shouldn't it be obvious? She asked. I've been in love with you since Twilight Dungeon. Really? You treated the people made in that dungeon like real people? It didn't matter to you whether they were part of this lore or another one. At first, I told myself you were just being kind. However, I saw you fight, love, and even risk your life for even just a fragment of lore. When the mermaid princess died and I saw how upset you are, I knew. I had been so wrapped up in my issues at that time. I hadn't even noticed. I did remember that when I took Carmen to bed shortly after, she had started teasing me about joining. Had she been looking at me that long? I am sorry I didn't notice. She shook her head. Don't be. At the time, I wasn't sure if I even wanted you to know my true feelings. I am now, though. If you are certain now, why do you hesitate? I asked. She blushed. It's just. In the past, I had never had a childhood. That's why I always acted so promiscuous. I drank, flirted, and joked around because part of me never really believed I was the real me. Does that make sense, sort of? It wasn't like I knew exactly what she meant, but essentially, when you didn't have a childhood, you didn't cherish purity or innocence. When you weren't even sure who you were, it was easy to act more recklessly. Now that she had a family she remembered, and a life and responsibilities, she didn't feel as reckless as before. Since she had no experience with any of them, she wasn't sure how to act. Then, how about we do it how you want? Okay. She said, and then reached down and slowly pulled off her clothing. When she had taken everything off, I looked her down from head to toe. The first time I had seen her, I had thought she was a young girl. Although her body was small like Tara's, I no longer would say she was a lowly or too young. She had been through to belittle her life like that. She was a woman, and I would treat her as a woman. I had thought as much. But as she slowly turned around and lifted her but in the air, I raised my eyebrow. Doggy, I asked in disbelief. She looked back, her expression slightly embarrassed. Is this no good, ah? It's just. Wouldn't you rather face me and kiss? I heard it feels better this way. She responded, her cheeks turning pink. Besides, Master is a little big and I don't want to be crushed. See crushed. I broke into a cough. I would never. I had forgotten I was 6'6", and with these muscles was probably pretty heavy too. I wouldn't be surprised if I weighed myself. I would weigh more than I did before I came to this world. Meanwhile, Sapphire was a dwarf with a small, petite body. I had never really run into this issue before. Since I had gotten my size upgrade, I had only spent a small time with the girls. Elysia was as tall as me. Celeste and Astria could be any size they chose. Shin and Elia were quite tall, and even Mickey had some height on her. Tara was the shortest and smallest, but she was a golem. A boulder wouldn't be able to crush her. This also forgets the fact I had been with the other girls before the change, and they were familiar with and trusted me in that respect. Sapphire was the first girl I had encountered who was intimidated by my size. I was a bit speechless. It's okay. We can do it this way first. Her voice broke me out of my daze. She reached back and her small hands pulled her butt cheeks apart, giving me a full view of her backside. If her voice snapped me back to reality, then it was the sights that made me become Ceres. Just the sight of her was too tempting. I reached out and grabbed her cheeks, squeezing them in my hand. On. She moaned as I savored the feel of her butt. Be gentle. I grabbed my erect cock and teased her pussy with it, rubbing it up and down and getting my tip wet with her juices. Her body shook slightly, eager for more stimulation. I began to rub my dick from side to side against her, allowing her juices to flow and for my dick to become fully lubricated. I was preparing properly, resisting just pushing it in while getting her properly flowing. For that Sapphire's desires flowed freely. She was growing more aroused by the moment. I used my fingers, dipping them inside her and making sure she's properly prepared for entry. My fingers move in and out slickly, feeling the tightness of her hole. She was a dwarf in many ways. I decided to spend a bit more time warming her up before I tried to go for penetration. So I lean around her. And while one hand continues to slide in and out of her, the other grabs at her small chest. Her breasts seemed to have grown a bit as she absorbed more of the lore from her previous life. When I had first met her, she had been completely flat, chested just like Tara. However, I suspected after she was in the dungeon. Her breasts had grown to an cup. I hadn't noticed much at the time, but they had gotten bigger. Now, they were about the size of Miki's breasts, barely and handful. However, where Miki's breasts were pointy and pert. Sapphire's breasts were more rounded like small sandbags with little nipples on the ends. I diced and touched them now. Taking advantage of Sapphire's position to tease her relentlessly. On MP Master. Touching like this. I can't. My mind's going crazy? She moaned and gasped. I am coming. Her back arched and her butt shook as she orgasmed. Her little yells having been swallowed up by the pillows she was grasping. She looked over at me tearfully. Please? I need you inside me. Just stick it in. I only needed to throw my legs over until I was directly on top of her. Because of our size difference, my hands could still grasp her breasts even as my D climbed up behind her. Her small body looked like it was being dominated by mine to the point I wasn't sure if Doggy was any better than Missionary. However, this was how she wanted it, so I grabbed my dick and pushed it up against her entrance. I slowly slid myself into her. As I did so, I lifted my hand, healing her. She reached back and grabbed my hand. "Why, you don't need to heal me." "Huh, really? It's okay." Since I missed so much of my childhood, at least, I can remember the feeling of my first time. Okay. I began to move my hips, slowly moving in and out of her. I took my time, listening for any cries of pain or discomfort. "Harder!" she cried out. I turned my head for a second and then nodded. If that was what she wanted, I'd oblige. I grabbed her hips and pushed into her, taking her deeply as she wanted. On. Yes. With her groaning and encouragement, I started to pick up the pace, slamming my cock into her over and over again, my speeding increasing. She groaned as I picked up the pace, slamming over and over again into her. If I pushed into her without holding on to her body, I'd surely knock her right out of the bed. "Rougher!" she demanded. This was the little girl who was worried that I'd squash her. Wasn't she far too reckless with her body? I grabbed a handful of her hair and pulled her back as I fuck her. She let out moans of pleasure as I began to act roughly with her, thrusting into her body like I was a hammer and she was the anvil. That would be a proper metaphor for the feel. We had melded metal together before, and even here we were like one unit. As I began to imagine such a feeling, I could sense our souls starting to come together. My dick slammed forward with loud thwack noises, pounding her, molding her to my shape. In response, she moaned and cried, but she never wanted to stop for a moment. Our lovemaking was extremely vigorous, and I felt myself sweating as much as I did when we were in front of a forge. Her body and my body moved as one, harder and faster. I shaped her body, and she shaped mine. After some time, I felt out Soul's touch, and I poured my life into her. "See, coming!" the pair of us shouted in unison during that moment. We had merged almost like we were one. Our souls were getting closer and closer, but then at some point, I felt like I had struck something, and my soul was shoved away with a snap. At that moment, my body collapsed next to Sapphire. For just a few moments, I had felt like we were the same person. I could feel what she felt, and she could feel what I felt. But it was gone in the next moment. Master!" Her panting voice came from next to me. Now! You need to go a second round." "For Tara?" she boldly declared. My eyes widened, and then I let out a laugh. "Is that so?" She looked away. "You need to please both of us." "Then I guess I can't quit now." I jumped back on her. Going from the front this time, it turned out that there was nothing to worry about. Sapphire was still Sapphire, after all. Chapter 1441. So, basically, we're a bit stuck. We don't have the original schematics for Terra. From what we've been told, Terra was able to build herself with the help of her parents. However, they're dead, and Terra is still in hibernation. You can't make her body, I asked. We can make the body. I can easily create her an indestructible body made of the finest materials this world has ever known. We just can't make it move. This is technology above our understanding. I am sorry. Gabbro lowered his head as an apology. Well, that answers one question. The other question. Why are all of you in my boss room? I demanded. I had left my bedroom this morning only to find the entire deep dwarf colony had seemingly made themselves comfortable in my boss room. Ah. That. Gabbro looked away innocently. We appreciate that you've offered us a place in Chum, Lapis spoke up. However, we are dwarves, and not just dwarves, but deep dwarves. Most of us have never been on the surface before. We were born underground, and we will die underground. The surface? Gabbro shook his head. Nothing above you, head. I feel like I'll float away. And don't think we don't have things to talk about later. Lapis suddenly threw out her finger to where Sapphire had been trying to sneak out of my room after staying the night. Mom! She cried out. It's not what it looks like. I mean, Master needed me. Humph. Men always need a woman. They're scum. If women just gave them up for a man's needs, there would be no propriety in this world. Moom! Sapphire looked to me and Gabbro for support. Gabbro pretended he didn't even see her, and I could only shrug helplessly. Don't mom me. We'll have this talk later, she huffed before looking back at me. As I was saying, my lord, we're used to being underground. Is there no way you can create an underground area for us to rebuild? Her treatment between me and her daughter was different. She could declare mens come and then call me my lord in the same breath. It was kind of impressive. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that the person most certified to create an underground area for you is Terra, who is also, indisposed at the moment. Geek. Gabbro made a noise as we both looked in his direction. I am really trying here. I let out a small sigh. I've been planning a trip to Gispain for a while now. Their ability to create magical artifacts is unparalleled. They make the best inventory rings, airships, and yes, even golems. Once we go there, we'll find a professional who can help us. Terra had said her parents came from Shiziskar, but I honestly believed they must have at least learned in Gispain. Ah, of course! Gispain used to trade with us back in our glory days. I wonder what wonderful inventions they have these days. Gabbro was eager to change the subject and get attention off of himself. Well, I'll need... Master, it's an emergency. Meet me at the city gate. This message came from Shin. Shin was someone who took everything seriously. If she was calling me, then there was a problem. Chapter 1442. We'll have to discuss this later. About a place. Lapis didn't let up. I can probably use the dungeon. If you don't mind my miasma, you can live on one of the dungeon levels, I guess. I quickly came up with a solution that would satisfy them. All while bringing up my dungeon master job and moving one of the levels to be a bit out of the way of the normal path. I decided to base the level off the lore I had gleaned from King Diorite. That lore had blown up when I ignited it to slow twilight, but I had already tried to absorb it, as did Sapphire. We both had copied some of the lore into ourselves, and I was able to incorporate that into my dungeon. It was at least enough to give them a place that was similar to the deep. Not at all. Lapis smiled. We are resistant to miasma, especially after being in Twilight's grasp for so long. She was the only dwarf that didn't stumble over saying Twilight. They had always just called her the Shadow of the Darkness. I had explained to them who she was, but it took some time getting used to the new naming. Very well. Just head this way. Knowing I was needed somewhere else, I just quickly set it up and then set them out to head there. They'd need to do all the heavy lifting on their own. Hopefully, it didn't take them too long to set themselves up. I wanted them to start making weapons and armor. I didn't know why, but I felt pressure like we were in danger. I knew that Twilight was coming, but that could be years before she surfaced, and we had no clue how she'd appear when she did. No, this was a different sense of danger. I left my dungeon and then headed quickly to the city gate. I found Shin waiting there, and she was holding up a haggard group of men. I quickly could tell that they were wolfkin, but they looked extremely badly beaten up. It looked like they had been in a fight for their lives. That's when I realized I recognized them. The wolf pack, this was the adventuring team that I had traveled with when I went out to find Miki. They were in much worse shape now. I immediately activated a group heal, and the pained looks on their faces seemed to relax a bit. Lord Deke? Thank the gods you are here, the leader declared. Why have you come to Cham? I asked, getting an uneasy feeling. We were sent here on behalf of Lord Duran, he explained. Our mission was to leave the summit under utmost secrecy, but we were discovered and only managed to escape with our lives. Escape? Summit? What are you talking about? I frowned. I am sorry. We fled only just ahead of the army. And with our wounds, we weren't able to arrive there quicker. He spoke weakly, shaking his head. Settle down. Just explain what you mean. The summit, the gathering in Dayashin. King Roth has decided to gather his army. They're already marching. The Dayashin are going to war, I blinked. Where? Here. He looked up at me. Dayashin is invading the wilderness and conquering Cham. Chapter 1443. Although the leader of the wolf pack said that the entire country of Dayashin was attacking, it took a moment for me to process this information. There. Going to war with a berries? Not a berries, just you. The wolf leader explained. Since you are a new lord and the majority of the wilderness is still untamed, he plans to only attack you and those who ally with you. He likely believes that Aberys won't act to survive their self-interests. They're too busy dealing with the after effects of the Ost Republic skirmishes. I shook my head in disbelief, but immediately sent out a message. Elia, Celeste, Shao. I need you all to go report to my allies. We're under attack from Diashin. Elia, go to Prince Edward and tell him about the impending attack and ask for aid. Celeste, you must go to Deeksville and see if we can't get any assistance there. Shao, consult the southwestern lords under us and gather men. Tear. I stopped as I realized I ran out of girls to depend on. Tara was gone. So was Lydia, Raisa, Carmen, and Celicia. Sapphire was more suited for blacksmithing, and her time was best used under Gabbro, while Siti was merely a blue mage. Not only was our country being attacked, but half of the people that I trusted still hadn't returned to me. Shin? Mobilize the army. I turned to Shin and ordered. I have already put in the orders, but there hasn't been nearly enough time. The Animalkin have been fighting amongst each other for generations. They possessed many traits far more powerful than a standard human. Although half of our army are volunteer Animalkin and former slaves, they still only have a few months of training. Even with the full support of Aberys, this battle will be brutal. We're going to need to depend on more than just that. The Osterians. I spoke up. They will fight for you for now, Shin agreed. But you won't be able to depend on their prowess completely. At the moment, they have yet to form a deep trust in your leadership, based on your encounters with King Roth. If he proves to be a more powerful side, they may change their loyalty. The strongest have the right to be the leader. That is what they have always believed. So, I could lose the Osterians if things went south. This was bad. I needed to know exactly how far they had made it and how much time I had. Do you know how many days behind you they are? I asked their leader. He looked away. I don't. They can move far faster than you'd expect, though. What of the Wolfkin will they fight with us? He looked away. Sending me as warning already pushed things. I do not know the consequences he'll face for doing so. He may respect you. But I can't say if that respect would reach the point where he'd withhold an attack if ordered. As for switching sides, I believe that to be impossible. He was reluctant to say that much, but I wasn't surprised. He was in my territory now. And he was admitting to me that his people were my enemy. On my word, you will be allowed to leave here peacefully, I stated. Which caused him to relax just a bit. A portal opened at that moment, and someone walked out. I was surprised to see Alea appear so quickly. You've already spoken to your son, I asked cautiously. I have not, Alea declared, but before I could ask more, she continued. I had meant to tell you about this earlier. But you came home in such a state. I felt that I needed to report this before I left. Report what? The dungeon on the west side of the wilderness, the one subservient to you. Fair. They sent out a distress call 2 days ago begging for help. What, Matty? We sent Astria to resolve the issue. But she hasn't returned. I had hoped she was just a bit delayed and would arrive last night, but now there is no denying it. There is trouble. What trouble? Based on what you've just explained, I am afraid the Daishan army has already reached the wilderness. Chapter 1444. Master! Are you sure this is okay? Mickey asked worriedly. I need to check on the dungeon and find out what happened, I answered. Besides, I can escape quicker and easier on my own. It could be a trap. It won't be. These words came from Ilaya, and when everyone glanced her way, she continued. I don't know all that much about Dayashin. However, I do know that King Roth is a lion. Although it isn't a good idea to make assumptions based on their kinship, Lion Kundu have a fair sense of pride. Setting traps is something he considers beneath him. Either way, if he did have a trap. That is all the more reason I don't want to bring everyone. It will just be Elysia and me. Don't worry. I have slave communication. You can also come through my soul world if needed. In other words, it's better if everyone didn't come with me. The girls finally acquiesced, and I opened up a portal. I opened it directly into the boss room of Matty's dungeon. I reckoned that it was probably the safest place I could go. No one else could open portals into dungeons as I could, and I didn't believe this King Roth knew all too much about me. I also wanted to touch base with Mati as quickly as possible. So, it seemed like I should cut out any middleman and go right there. I stepped through the portal and closed it behind me. Immediately, I could tell that something was wrong. The place looked like it had seen combat recently. There was a lot of damage to the walls and floor. A column had been destroyed, and there was rubble strewn across the room, as there had recently been a fight to the death. The miasma was also extremely weak. I took a step, and that's when my foot crunched. I looked down to find fragmented pieces of glass. I frowned. Crouching down and lifting a piece of broken glass. When I realized what I was holding on to, I couldn't help but let out a gasp. It was dungeon lore. It was a piece of Matty's dungeon lore. Looking up at the ceiling, I could see a chunk ripped out. Someone had seemingly torn it directly out of the wall and destroyed it. It was reminiscent of when I had come to this place. Except I had given the lore back to him. I reached down and grabbed more of the pieces, but they felt strangely lifeless. Like the story they once belonged to no longer meant anything. Perhaps I could put the pieces back together. To do that, I'd need to absorb the lore, though. I reckoned it'd be the only way I could figure out what happened here. Just as I was about to change my jobs so that I could absorb, I heard the sound of someone moving. I threw the pieces into my soul world, and then followed the noise behind a pillar. That's where I saw Matty. He was sitting with his knees up, his face buried in his lap. He was rocking back and forth and seemed completely despondent. "Matty? What happened here?" I asked. "They killed her. They killed them all. They took everything." I realized he was mumbling quietly to himself as he rocked. I kneeled and grabbed him, growing more anxious by the second. "Matty, what happened?" He finally looked up, his eyes hollow, his face wet with tears. "They took everything! They took Mom!" Mom. I frowned for a second until I realized what he was talking about. He had considered the maid mob in this dungeon is a mob. I didn't know much about Matty's dungeon except that he had lost his family, and in some way, he had made the dungeon his new home and the people in it his family. When it came to dungeons, he was unaggressive as could be. He did simply quiz challenges, and in general, his traps were non-lethal unless you were unlucky or stupid. "Who did this?" I asked. "They did. They..." "Show me." Chapter 1445. A dungeon was a magnet for lore. It didn't just suck in lore that happened to be floating by, but it also took the lore that was being actively created inside it at any given time. In that way, it was like an imager, capable of recording anything that was happening and then being able to replay it. Matthew didn't immediately replay the scene for me, but after some coercing, he finally lifted his hand. And a scene began to appear in the room. I watched as the door to the boss room burst open. Matty was sitting there on his throne like a miniature king, and his maid was also there, standing protectively in front of him. The man who stepped out had a large beard and a lion's mane of hair. He appeared only about middle-aged and seemed to be shockingly fit. I had been told that King Roth was nearing death. But this man appeared to be at the peak of his vitality. "This better be the final floor," he growled in a low voice. "Your puzzles aren't amusing?" What do you want?" Matty demanded, trying to look confident despite the fact he was shaking. "I'll have you know that I am part of the Dungeon Master Council. If they know that a high-level dungeon is bullying a weaker dungeon, they won't be pleased. King Roth is a dungeon master!" I cried out in surprise. "Humph. Why would I ever care about some measly council of dungeons?" He snorted. "Besides, it's not your connection to the council that interests me." "WH, what does that mean? I can feel you have a faint connection with an entity to the east. Would that, by chance, be a certain lord of Chomach? How could that be I am a dungeon? What relationship would I have with some kind of lord?" Matthew tried to lie. "It's well known all countries have made agreements and negotiations with dungeons. The dungeons are allowed to remain on our territory, and we may call upon them for strength when the time is needed," he responded, sounding almost bored. "I am no exception to this rule. Well, I don't care about any of that." Matty shot back. "I just want to live here in peace." "Peace?" He raised an eyebrow. "Hey. For something to live, something else must die. That is the nature of our existence. Your dungeon feeds on this world like a disease whereas seeping away at life. For what you had a pitiable story and a pitiable existence. You pretend you want to change your story, to turn a sad story into a happy one. But that's just a lie you tell yourselves. What are you talking about? Matty frowned. Unless someone else intervenes and forces you into a corner, you are happy to continue to be a burden on this world for all time. Dungeons don't want an ending. You had an ending. You just weren't satisfied with the result. So, you act like children, trying to keep the lore going at all cost, consuming the world for your selfish desires. What you seek is immortality, and to achieve it you'll sacrifice little by little. The lore gets distorted. A character here. A plot point there. Eventually, nothing makes sense, and the story you claim to have cared for so much is meaningless. All because you couldn't accept your end. Matty truly did look confused, shaking his head. I don't understand. Just who are you? King Roth smiled. I am the end. Chapter 1446. Mom. Matty called out as King Roth pulled a sword and attacked. He moved nearly as fast as King Dire Right. And seeing him fight like that gave me an uneasy feeling that reminded me of my unfortunate time in the deep. This wasn't the same situation, though. I had the backup of all of my girls and my dungeon. Even if I fought King Diorite under my current conditions, who would win and who would lose wouldn't be so obvious. The maid tried to fight King Roth, but his movements were like a blur. The real Matty, the one still hiding in his corner, shut his eyes and covered his ears as if he was trying to deny what was about to happen. The maid split into three, and the three maids attacked from all sides. King Roth only focused on the one in front of him. It looked like she was about to score a hit on him. But suddenly two forms appeared as if from nowhere and met her two other forms. They were thrown away with ease. And King Roth managed to get his hand around the throat of the one he aimed for. She appeared to be the real one. I checked out the two new people who had appeared. They were beautiful, buxom women with wild tan hair, not unlike King Roth. They had cattails and cat ears, and it took me a moment to realize that if King Ross was a lion, then these were lionesses. These were special catkin variants. They reminded me a bit of Lydia. They seemed to have that same wild air about them. And they moved in a rather sensual way, their tails swaying back and forth with each step. No, please, I surrender, Matty begged. Humph. This single woman is all you bring to the table. She can break into three. I suppose that is respectable, but at the end of it, she's still only one person. Find another dozen women, and maybe I'll give you a bit more respect, kid. King Roth spoke dismissively while holding the struggling maid in the air. I don't want another dozen women, Matty cried out. I just want Mom. Too bad. His hand twisted. And there was a resounding crack. At that moment, the image went out. Matty was shaking, seeming to be fully affected by post-traumatic stress. Matty, there is more to show me. I didn't put it as a question. He jerked, looking like he wanted to melt into the wall. I sighed, and then carefully leaned over and patted his head. Matthew, please. I know it hurts, but I need to see everything if I am going to help. He still didn't respond, but after a few moments, the image was restored. The maid was on the ground, her body slowly being enveloped by the orb that was now in King Roth's hand. Please. Stop! Please, don't. Mother. Matty was on the floor, crying. One hand stretched out in the most pitiful state possible. You believe you can recreate her from this lore? King Roth asked. Please? It seemed to be all Matty could say. Humph. How boring. He turned and dropped the lore. As it fell to the ground, a form whooshed into the room. Dark tendrils shot out and caught the orb. A moment later, a figure appeared in the center of the room between Roth and Matty. It was a woman I was very familiar with. Astria. I was shocked to hear the name come from King Roth's lips. It's been a long time. Astria looked downright furious. Yes, it has. Harem Hero. Chapter 1447. Where had I heard about the Harem Hero before right? That would have been in Carr's dungeon. Carr seemed mildly obsessed with the Harem Hero, and had even tried to instill me with some of his ideals. In the end, Carr's blessing had made it so I couldn't remember the slave bonds of the girls. In many ways, that had changed my life significantly. It helped me finally decide it was worth having them by my side. Had he held me back? I might have released all of my slave bonds, and there was no saying where anyone would be at that point. Please! You can call me Artemis, King Roth grinned. We're old friends, right? Don't smile at me like that. Your smile makes my skin crawl. Astria shot back. Don't be like that. I've heard Chom has been restored. And you have fallen for a new master. I am sorry I didn't visit and break up that dungeon you created. By the time I heard what happened, the churches of Vauberys had already dealt with it. Morlai Zastria asked. When I cursed Chom, the people fled to Diashin first. You closed your borders to them. Roth shrugged nonchalantly. My people are a superstitious lot. They weren't willing to risk them bringing ghosts. However, don't try to make it seem like I am the bad guy. After all, it was you who murdered Carr and destroyed Chom. She looked away. Carr was poisoned. By creating the dungeon, I was able to pull the poison away from him. It would have rotted his soul and he would have died right there. It's too bad you weren't able to maintain your sanity. You ended up destroying everything anyway. I found myself extremely intrigued by this conversation. Although I had gained Carr's blessing and seen the lore, it had always felt somewhat scattered and incomplete. There had always been holes in that story, pieces that didn't fit. Who had killed Carr? Just what was happening behind the scenes? How did the Harem King fit into all of this? His presence was enough that even my blessing had aspects of a harem. so he had to have some relevance to the plot. Fairies weren't particularly mindful. And the story from Astria's point of view was a bit scattered. Unevolved fairies weren't particularly bright. And a fairy queen like Astria was naive to the point of being a child when she first met Car. I didn't know if it was because of Celeste's slave bond, her half-human upbringing, her evolutions, or her constant interactions with the other girls, but she wasn't quite as foolish as the other fairies. As for Astria, after being resurrected from Car's sacrifice, she also had grown more intelligent. That said, even after she had enhanced her mind, she had never really spoken much about Car or her life with him. Whether she had reevaluated the events and came to other conclusions about what had happened, I had never heard her side of things. Thus, this was the first time I was hearing this story from another point of view. King Artemis Roth, the harem hero, who was idolized by Lord Car. Just what was his connection to Chom, and more importantly, why was he attacking me now? Chapter 14, 48. What do you want, harem hero? Astria asked darkly. I want what is owed to me, King Roth smirked. Car and I had an agreement, and he went behind my back and betrayed me. Promise, King Roth shrugged. I was also one of his biggest financiers of Waters of Life. Then, one day, he said he had no more to sell. How was that fair to me, you? You were who he sold Waters of Life to. Astria's eyes narrowed. I was one of them. However, he cut me off, and when I pressed him for it, he gave me another offer. Those house fairies he sold me were extremely helpful. The fairy dust extracted from them helped me secure the throne. You bought my colony? Astrea gasped. Hee. You should have seen it coming. I did visit your colony once. I always wondered why you never told him it was me who visited you. He had concluded it must be bandits. I don't understand. She shook her head, taking a step back. Whatever he was saying, it seemed to trigger some past trauma within Astria. She was remembering things that weren't pleasant. Her confident demeanor seemed to be collapsing, and she started looking frightened and confused. Meanwhile, the grin on Roth's face grew, and it felt to me like a cat who was playing with a mouse. She was in danger. But his words were keeping her so off balance, she couldn't see that fact. The room was slowly being surrounded by lioness kin. Car used to look up to me so much. He never would have thought it was me who had aims toward his wealth. Well, he had lied to me in the end. He had convinced me if I used those fairies, I could make my fairy spring. He didn't tell me at the time about you. He didn't tell me I needed a fairy queen. All I could do was grind those fairies to dust for a temporary boost in power, but my dreams were stolen from me. You killed my fairies. If Car had told the truth, I wouldn't have had to use them that way. Roth frowned, his teeth grinding in irritation. He tried to keep the truth away from me. The truth, don't act like you don't know. Fairies are immortal. You don't age. The waters of life you create, revitalize is not just their health and mana, but their very soul. It's the main ingredient for soul. Restoring elixirs. One could say it's the only ingredient that matters. A person who drinks concentrated waters of life would effectively be immortal. Astria gasped, her eyes growing intense as she came to the realization. I had my suspicions about this fact, but this was the first time it had been confirmed to me. The water of life was exactly that. They were the spring of youth. The recipe for immortality. Most people just never realize this. A person who controlled a spring controlled the secret to eternal life. They could produce elixirs that would allow them to extend their life indefinitely, rejuvenating their soul and growing it so that it may continue through the ages. For fairies, already immortal beings, this reality never occurred to them. However, it had occurred to Carr. Once he realized someone had found out about your spring, he took you away and then burned the spring to the ground. He was just a step before me. I lost a lot of men when he set that forest on fire. So you can probably understand why I had to kill him. What you... Astria's expression darkened. You are the one who poisoned him. I was going to claim you. You would have joined my harem and become my crowning jewel. However, when I found out he got you pregnant, I decided it was better to kill him. I left his little confession for you. Of course, I cut out the parts about me, but I hope you enjoyed your little present. Roth gave a sharp grin, looking every bit at the predator. I didn't even know what to say. The fall of Chom had been caused by him, and not even the dungeon lore knew it. Chapter 1449. Why have you told me all of this? Astria asked. He. The message isn't for you. His eyes turned to me, and I couldn't help but jump. He looked right at me, but a second later he turned to Astria again. I won't become your slave. I won't make your fairy spring. I had thought I had lost the ability to get a fairy spring of my own. I had tried many times. I knew that once you descended into madness, you would no longer be able to create one. For a time, I had regretted acting so jealously. I was younger back then. I used to think every man's woman belonged to me. He let out a chuckle as if he just remembered something. I had played with a lot of Carr's so-called servant harem, although he had never known they weren't faithful to him. You will never touch me? I don't care to touch you. He made a face. You are used goods. You are barely even a fairy anymore. Then why are you here? Still acting dumb. He raised an eyebrow. Why build a fairy spring when there is already a perfectly good one? There is no fairy spring. Fool! Astria tried to lie. We both know that is a lie. No, your new lord found out how to build one, and he even attached it to his dungeon. It must be your daughter. He sounded slightly like he was speaking to himself. Yes. She would have made the new fountain for her master. I will possess her, and it. You won't touch my daughter, Astria shouted. I am done with this. I am not the little naive fairy you once visited in the woods. I will bring you head for my master." Her dark wings spread out, and a miasmic force exploded from her. Astria was as terrifying as always. Although she had grown weaker since I had been away, she had given her strength to protect Celeste. This had allowed Celeste to evolve, but Astria was still weak. Astria exploded out her dark magic racing toward King Roth. She had a clawed hand outstretched, as if she was planning to grab his throat. King Roth didn't move at all. He remained in place, calmly watching her attacks. Just before she reached him, a whip flew out and struck Astria like lightning. A person appeared in front of her, and she used some kind of spell that reflected the attack on Astria. Not expecting her attack to rebound, Astria was struck and ended up flying back. Standing right in front of King Roth was a rather beautiful lioness. She had a mane of wild hair and a black stripe through it. She had a dangerous aura to her movements, which the other lionesses seemed to defer to. "Is that all you have, the lioness?" asked mockingly. "You don't even have the right to lick Master's boot. I won't let you." Astria tried to scream, but the woman merely flicked her fingers. A dozen lionesses jumped onto Astria. She shrunk, trying to dodge them. Several spells were sent out by even more women. This was the harem he was fighting with. Not all of them were lionesses. Many of the magicians were other animalkin. However, simply by the expressions on their faces, it was clear there was a hierarchy and the lionesses were on top. When a lioness looked in the direction of one of the others, she quickly lowered her head. The fighting only went a few moments before Astria was restrained to the ground. The dungeon lore was dropped, rolling over to Roth. He caught it with his foot. "You won't get away with this." "When Master returns—" "Oh, he's out." King Roth raised his foot. "In that case, I'll wait." He slammed his foot down, breaking the orb underneath. The illusion of Mati let out a scream as his lore shattered into a dozen pieces. Chapter 1450. "I am not an evil man." Roth spoke, causing Astria to snort disdainfully. "You could have surprised me." Slap! The lioness leader walked up to her and slapped her across the face as she was still restrained by three others, including mages who seemed to have some kind of spell that prevented her from shape-shifting. "You are before my master? You will only speak when allowed?" she roared. Astria licked the side of her mouth where some blood trickled, a hateful glare on her face. "My master will make you eat those words. Who knows, maybe when he's done with you, you'll be kneeling at our feet for scraps?" Rage painted the lioness's face, and she raised the back of her hand to slap Astria again. "Enough!" A single word from Roth, and she turned and stepped back, lowering her head submissively, almost like she was afraid of Roth. "Master!" She breathed out in a voice that sounded slightly reverent. "Apologies!" Roth walked up to Astria, grabbing her chin, lifting her face, and causing me to tense. I already know how my story will go. It's one of the advantages of being a hero. When the mantle of a hero attaches itself to you, you take on its karma. In a way, It's like you get a cheat toward how the rest of your life will go. A sob story, Astria made a disgusted face. Hey, every hero has one. A maid hero is always fated to believe her master died and kill herself. A princess hero is fated to see her entire family die, flee her nation as the only survivor, and then build an army to take vengeance, only to become the very thing she despised in the process. These stories play out slightly differently every time, but the same basic thematic elements are always there. And what of you? Harem hero Astria asked. The harem hero is always fated to form a group of women he loves, only to find a way to long outlive them. Then, he must watch painfully as they grow old and die one at a time until he has nothing left. Although, in some versions, a more powerful enemy will come and defeat him, taking away his women. I made either fate impossible for me. I defeated my lore and created a new destiny. Do you want to hear how humor me? I leave my harem. Expendable. When a woman gets too old to please me, I have her removed. I bring in newer, more beautiful women, women who keep my harem powerful. Expendable. How could you even consider yourself a harem hero? That method worked for a time. I continued to drink the waters of life and watched as my women outgrew me. However, if I had my own spring, I'd have more of it. I could start giving it to my women as well. I hope you understand the situation Car put me in back then. He leaned closer. I could have built an immortal harem. My women wouldn't have had to die. He's the reason my women had to be replaced. His words caused the harem girls standing around to throw dirty and hateful looks at Astria, as if they blamed her personally. Astria suddenly spat at Roth's face. The women holding her responded by twisting her arms, causing her to let out a cry of pain as her face hit the floor. The lead lioness looked ready to bash her skull in, raising her sword menacingly until Roth raised a hand. She immediately dropped her sword and hastily ripped off a piece of her dress and handed it to him. Roth calmly stood up, pulling the cloth from her and wiping his face as she looked at him adoringly. My master is a better harem master than you ever will be. He will kill you, Astria snarled. Your master won't be the one who kills me, Roth shrugged. 40 years ago, as the country was still being ravaged by the demon lord, I had gone to a soothsayer and had her read my future. By then, I was, well, known as the harem hero, and I wanted to know how to sidestep my fate. The soothsayer revealed to me how I would die. She said that a king would rise, a hero of heroes would appear in the east, and that we would battle. I would fall to the claws of a tiger, a true harem king. Such a thing is impossible, though. As I wiped out the entire tiger convariant, Chapter 1451, The Tiger Kun. Did you ever wonder why they were so rare? He shrugged. I couldn't have some kind of competitor rising in my wake. So I made sure to kill all of them. Are you sure about that? Astria asked, her expression somewhat dark. Yes. You must be speaking of the tigress, Lydia. Was it Astria's expression fell at his words? Someone must have gone to a great effort to sneak her out, having her listed as a catkin and even selling her as a sex slave. To subject your own family to such a life just to keep them alive, she was able to slip through my fingers. Thankfully, your foolish Deke had her properly registered in the slave guild, and I was able to learn of her. Then, he even broke the bond with her, so I could deal with her properly. "What did you do?" Astria cried out, trying to lunge out at Roth, only for the lead lioness to get in her way and kick her in the stomach, causing her to collapse, coughing up more blood. "She was dealt with," he responded shortly. "It didn't really matter, even if she was alive. The prophecy was for a male tiger cun, not a tigress. She wouldn't have been able to change a thing." "Thursday, then." Wyastria croaked. "I am done answer questions. Playtime is over. Isn't that right?" Deekson. He looked right at me once again. "Right." I spoke back coldly. I was shaking with fury. Watching as Astria was beaten, I was compelled to continue to listen only because he was revealing much that I didn't know. I had begun to wonder if he knew I was there, given how much he revealed. He seemed to like to gloat even more than Demon Lord Aberys. Perhaps that was a theme for villains. "The reasons I've told your little fairy all of this is because no matter what happens, you won't be able to change it. What has already happened, and what will happen is already decided." King Roth crossed his arms and stood as if everything was in his control. "I will offer you a chance. Give me the fairy spring and your head, and I will make sure your harem is well taken care of." "Are you kidding me?" I couldn't help but snort. He shrugged. "Sweet yourself. I already knew you refused my offer. You see, I know you. You are just like Carr. A harem master wannabe who lacks the strength to take what he wants. In the end, you'll lose everything. I know the ending to my story, and this isn't it. If I am successful, then my story will never end." "We'll see about that." "I wouldn't want you doing something foolish like destroying the fairy spring. Therefore, I'll give you the illusion of a chance at victory. 1 week. A magic rune will trigger the moment you get this message. And then you will have 1 week before I march on Chom and take everything by force. You can surrender early, or you can watch it all taken from you. You call yourself a harem master when you throw women away. Master will beat you." Astria tried to speak, but the lead woman slapped her again. "You'd call him any better. I seem to recall a certain foxskin recently stumbling through my lands full of despair. His tigress is dead. As for you?" He turned to me and grinned. "Ladies, rip off her wings. Number new. New." Her pleas were ignored as the lioness is descended on Astria. For the first time, she had a look of terror on her face. "A harem master that can't even protect his harem." King Roth didn't even look back as Astria screamed. "Pathetic." The image disappeared with a flash. Chapter 1452. Aha! My fist slammed into a nearby wall. Master! Alicia's voice tried to calm me down. I am fine. I responded through gritted teeth. Where are they now? They left. Shortly after they finished. His eyes fell on something before darting away. I hadn't noticed them before. They were spindly black things, shriveled, broken, and left in the rubbish that was once this dungeon. They were a pair of bloody wings, Astria's fairy wings. I walked over and put them into my soul world, and then walked over to Matty. It's time to go. Go Matty didn't look up. There is nowhere to go. I am a master with no dungeon. I cannot continue to exist. He left me to pass you his message. Now, just let me die. I am not leaving you here, I responded. I can still take care of you. My dungeon will sustain you. They took everything from me. They took her. We'll bring her back. My hand tightened. We'll bring them all back. How a person is more than just their body. We're a story. That story is always changing. Some things are forgotten or neglected. Others lead us into the future and how we affect the world. I believe in a floor exists that we can bring her back. Please, let me try. My voice didn't hold any arrogance or dominance. I pleaded with him genuinely. I had once treated Matthew as an annoyance, a harmless fly that irritated me. Now, he might be the only one who knew how I was feeling at that particular moment. As he looked up at me, I reached out my hand. After a brief moment of hesitation, he took my hand. I immediately put him into my soul world. Absorb. Matty's maze of mysteries was already destroyed. It was desiccating and breaking away. The dungeon master. Without being able to become part of a new dungeon, would naturally fall apart and die. However, because he was already my tamed monster, I could just bring him to my dungeon and he could become a boss there. However, before I left, I was going to take everything that remained. Matty's lore may have been shattered and the stored miasma scattered. But after my time in the deep, I had grown accustomed to lore absorption and manipulation. I could absorb the lore, and it was possible I could reassemble some of it. It'd be the equivalent of assembly the pieces of a novel shoved into a paper shredder, but there was a possibility. Thus, the little pieces of shattered dungeon lore melted and were absorbed by me. Everything else that remained in the dungeon also began to melt away. The desiccation process that might have taken a week was sped up quicker and quicker. I left the dungeon. Appearing on the outside. There, I absorbed the last pieces of it. There wasn't much left to work with, but I did have Matty. Matty possessed the memories of his mother, and the so-called maid boss would have been based on those memories. There was still hope I could bring her back. As for Lydia, I had already tried to resurrect her and failed. Either she was still alive and he was lying, or she was killed in a manner where even her soul was destroyed. As for Astria, she would need to hold out. I would save her, though. I had to. Chapter 1453. So, we have 1 week to prepare for a battle. I finished. We were once again in the planning room of my mansion, where I met with everyone and explained the situation. I didn't just have the girls present, but the mayor, Ruby, and the guild leader, Lapis, and I even brought General Nova in. I didn't like him. But Nova had a closer connection to the Austerians than Alicia did, and he was also once a top general. When it came to war, he knew what he was talking about. When it came to the foxskin, not that they had a say in this meeting, it was Miki who would speak for them. How presumptuous! I saw we march out now and destroy him. General Nova snarled. Master! My mother! I made a face and then pulled her wings out of the soul world and handed them to Celeste. She took them in her hands and looked over them. The other girls Windstor looked away at the sight of the once beautiful black wings, now wrinkled and torn. A fairy's body is created by magic. We're ultimately mana beings. Our wings represent our connection to the mana of the world. Much like a foxskin's spirit tail shows her connection to the spiritual world. Ripping off the wings shouldn't kill her, but she will be weakened by this. I am afraid the harm is more mental. Celeste explained in one of her more serious moments. My king, give me permission to ride out and... Nova began again. We're not just going to attack them. Lapis suddenly interrupted him. The dwarves haven't even gotten out Smithyup yet. We need time to get out blacksmith production going. Dwarves! The Austerian made a face. What good are dwarves in a fight? What good is an Austerian without a weapon Lapis shot back? Enough! I barked, causing them to stop. We can't be reckless here. We need to do what we did with Demon Lord Aberrus. We need to regather the army to repel our enemies. I just regret that there aren't two of me anymore. Things won't be able to move the same way as before, Ruby sighed. For example, the Adventuring Guild won't be able to help. What? I glanced up at her, causing her to blush. It's not that I don't want to. However, before, when you were dealing with demon lords and monsters, we could justify our participation. Now, this is considered politics. We can do small requests and errands, but anything we do would be reported to the main headquarters so they'd know. We also won't lift arms for any country. All right? I gritted my teeth. That's one group we no longer have. You can count the Tybalts and the church out too, Alea declared. What are you saying is Aberrus abandoning us again? Alea sighed. The Tybalts were ordered on a mission to the southeast. There have been issues going on Seaside. Something about the Nightfall Isles being under attack. It was Eliana who demanded their help. I was just about to curse Prince Edward, but when I heard Eliana's name, it faltered. Eliana! Right. How is she? In the absence of the Austerian race? She's been doing everything she can to keep the Ost Republic stable. She is all but their de facto ruler at this point. She needs the Aberrus force is to maintain stability, and keep it from falling to bandits as the West did. As for the church, they have a similar position to the Adventuring Guild. Demon Lords are a special case. They helped with the Ost Republic. That's because they were opposed to the Ost Republic Church. Dacian's church doesn't specifically go against their teachings. Those freaking butt lovers! I slammed my fist, causing the girls to all look behind them in confusion. Your butts are fine. Chapter 1454. In that case, what do we have? I asked, trying to keep my spirits up. The Osterians will fight, Nova declared proudly. I have 2,000 able-bodied Osterians. My eyes couldn't help but dart to Shin. She had already warned me that the Osterians could be a double-edged sword. They only fought for who they determined was powerful. If they believed that Roth was a stronger leader, they might abandon me altogether. That wasn't to say that Osterians were disloyal. They would follow someone who showed time and time again to be strong, but there simply was no history between me and them. Until very shortly, I had been their enemies. They had upended their entire country for me, and they now expected me to do something equally as impressive. Defeating Nova and the Demon Lord was a start. I had also pulled the illusory sword, although technically I defeated a dungeon, and the sword I held was nothing like it. Plus, no one had seen me come out of it, so there was room for doubt. In the end, it didn't win their hearts as much as one would have hoped. Our local force is only number 1,500 at the moment, Shin added. They are more capable than they once were. I would no longer call them a ragtag militia, but a functioning army. That said, we're versus an experienced army of Animalkin. I finished. Can you manufacture more Malocrum weapons, Shawaford? If we may call their deaths final, then we can wear them out. It'll be like with Calypso's army. Since we can be resurrected and they can't be, we'll simply outnumber them. Soul, reaping is the last thing we want to introduce, Miki interrupted. Once you've chosen perma-killing, then you've only opened up a field for mass killing. Their side will use such weapons and nefarious moves as well. The Dacian king may be a lot of things, but he has his sense of pride. He gave us a week, and in exchange he expects us to fight fair. If we don't fight fair, and he'll have the moral high ground. It will demoralize our troops and drive his troops into a frenzy. Remember when Lydia entered her beast mode, imagine that across an entire army. At the mention of Lydia, several eyes peeked my way. If it came to knowing if Lydia was alive or dead, I still didn't have the answer. I shook my head. I didn't want to think about that right now. Once this battle was over, I would beat the answer out of him. To think that he openly bragged about wiping out an entire variant of the catkin, and no one called him on it. He truly did have the power in Dacian. What about Deaksville and the Southwest Territories loyal to me? I asked. I've brought back 500, Celeste declared proudly, but when she saw no one else was acting very excited. She put on a pouty face. So, after everything, We have 4,000 trained soldiers. That's truly not bad for a single territory this young. Ilya spoke up. Abaris altogether could only gather 10,000 soldiers to when they planned outright war with the Ost Republic. It'd be nice if Edward could give me some of them. It's not so easy. He had already just gathered and sent them home. Furthermore, it's already known that King Roth only has his eyes set on the wilderness. Most don't even consider it part of Aburis yet. Those in the east would feel no desire to risk troops to protect a fledgling lord. No matter how high he's ranked, your rapid ranking has made it less likely for them to want to help. Some might see it as a quick way to lose the competition. I am sorry, Deke, but this is politics. Until you've fought and bled protecting each other in battle, the rest of Abaris won't acknowledge you. Tybalt is the only major family that truly supports you right now, and you knew what it cost to get that. What about the king himself? Doesn't he have any people? I asked helplessly. Force is officially under the crown, only number 1000. And don't forget that Prince Edward has yet to take the crown. He's delayed taking it for a while now, and it's cost him. He doesn't have control of the King's Legion. All Edward himself has is 200 guards. He's less defended than you are. It turned out that as far as Aboris went, I was in a better position than most of it. It was no wonder I wasn't getting very much help. We had always functioned outside Abaris, and now we're practically bigger than them. What about Daishin? Then I asked the dreaded question. How much do they have, according to the little bit of experience I had with them? During a meet, the king would be able to take 1,000 able-bodied men per tribe. There are 12 tribes, so their forces will equal 12,000. At minimum, it wasn't enough. Chapter 1455. There is one place. After a long bout of silence, Sapphire, who had remained rather quiet in the back, spoke up. It's a place you might be able to find more troops. Everyone looked in her direction. What place? I asked. You defeated Demon Lord Abaris, right? Sapphire asked. I sighed, immediately knowing what she was saying. You mean Alarith. It had been several months since I had dealt with Alarith. The demon Lord Abaris had taken all of his demon knights and marched south, leaving the city mostly abandoned. Lord Rain hadn't been among those identified after the battle. So my general assumption had been that Lord Rain had remained behind. It wasn't clear if Lord Rain was an enemy working with the Demon Lord, a pawn of the Demon Lord, or even a puppet with no autonomy of his own. The city had become eerily quiet in the last 2 months, and even Prince Edward didn't know what was going on up there. The traveling guild had been shut down when Demon Lord Abaris made his move, and even after their defeat. The city remained cut off. That could mean that the place was ripe for conquering. If I could ride into Alarith and bring order to it, I might be able to raise a small army from whatever was left. Abaris under Lord Rain had been building forces. Most of them had been polluted by the Demon Knight token. But my experience was to the point that even if I found the demonic knights, I could fix their karma and restore them to normal. So, it's time to take care of Lord Rain, Shin spoke out loud. The first time I had tried to deal with Alarith, I had found myself over my head, and it had almost cost me. Yet, at this point, I had mostly ignored them because they weren't even a threat. Now, it felt like it was a good time to finally visit Alarith and finish what I started. I wonder what they've been up to these few months, Celeste pondered. Don't we have spies in Alarith that can report what is going on? Xiao asked. We do. Oh. That's right. There were those people who were fight managing for Carmen. Miki nodded. What were their names, Drake? Master, you did remember you had a group of servants working out of Alarith, right? I forgot. The girls couldn't help but collapse. Thankfully, Alea spoke up, trying to recover the situation. They went silent shortly before a Berries made his move. Alea shrugged. Their life insurance crystals haven't shattered, so they're still alive. I just assumed they were in a prison somewhere. Shouldn't you have said something if 3 of our people were in jail? Miki cried out. Well, it's not like any of you were asking after them, Alea responded snobbishly. Still, we should care for our own. Right. We need to seriously stop abandoning people, Miki declared, causing the group to be silent for a moment. So? We're agreed on Alarith, I offered. Ignored, I feel bad for the male characters in Master's lore. Chapter 1456. B-Boss. How are things to make things simple? I returned to my place in Alarith. As soon as I stepped out of the bedroom, I had allocated 4 portaling. Drake and his men were sitting there playing cards. They jumped up as soon as I walked in. I didn't bring the girls to follow me for much the same reason as before, when I went to Mattie's dungeon. They could come on their own if I called, and if there was a trap, I'd rather we all not be captured at once. W? We're doing good, sir. Have you been getting my reports? He asked. He was making reports. I kept my mouth shut instead of revealing my ignorance. It was probably better to just focus on the important things. I ignored his mention of reports and decided to just ask him anyway. How are funds holding out? Funds are doing well, sir. The shipment of steel we stole we've slowly been selling off, and have managed to keep the coffers level. Other than that, we profited substantially off the gladiator fights. We bet on you. And once word came of your survival, there was quite the payout. My solemn expression couldn't help but slip slightly. They had been selling stolen goods back to the enemy and had been placing bets on my life. This is ultimately how Drake had survived the last few months. I probably shouldn't give them much lip. I had given them no guidance. They were already a streetwise bunch used to surviving by themselves. So it seemed they had done a pretty decent job considering. You've done well. I managed to force out some praise. What is the leadership like in the city since I left? Quiet. He responded thoughtfully. There was a large number of knights growing in the city, and it was causing a great deal of unrest. Taxes were also becoming obscenely unreasonable. There was about to be an uprising any day. Then the knights all left. Lord Rain issued a formal apology, sent out a massive tax refund, and then lowered the taxes considerably. The people were appeased, and the city has been quiet ever since. We've been able to live like lords, thanks to our winnings, and one of the other men kicked him. Ah! I mean, comfortably. Just normal. Boss knows we work hard. Right, hearing Drake's account of the rise and fall of Demon Lord Aboris was perhaps the most terrifying part. He had snuck his way into Alerith, put up a puppet lord, controlled the city for nearly 20 years, built a massive army of demonic knights, and then attempted to cause a civil war in Aboris, invading another lord's territory. And nothing. No one here knew about it at all. The commoners were completely in the dark about the war. The nature of the demonic knights, or even the reason for taxes. That was the difference between the lords and the common folk. I wondered if my people in Cham were equally as clueless. To them, was I just some busybody who occasionally left and came back with more people? No, they had to know more. Lord Aberys publicly announced his intentions in Cham, and I had personally freed many slaves. I had a personal connection to my people. I wasn't some aloof lord sending out policies the normal riffraff didn't understand. There was one problem with Drake's account, though. He didn't help me understand the true situation in Alerith. I called Lord Rain a puppet, but I had no clue. I had only met him a few times, and he hadn't left nearly as much of an impression as his master. Was he freed now? Or was he some kind of thrall? It was still possible he worked with the Imperial Cloud Metho too. That had been my original guess. Perhaps the best course of action would be to overthrow him without the commoners ever knowing. Simply wipe him out. Declare myself the Lord, throw them a tax rebate, and then start recruiting for my battles. It felt slightly cruel, but it seemed like how things were done here. Chapter 1457. I reported my findings to the girls and decided to leave the three to keep doing what they were doing. Simply holding a place in Alerith was a benefit to me. My residence in the capital was only collecting dust. After all, I should find some people to station there as well. As for his so-called reports, I found out how he was sending them and corrected them so that the reports would reach me. Before Lord Aberys left to try to kill me, he had created an information blackout in this city. He shut down the Travel Guild by claiming there was a need for renovations. And he also made sure no messages left or came to the city. Such a blackout would have been extremely suspicious in my world. But I had to consider it had only been a few months since then. Any given message sent would normally take months for a response, especially for commoners who couldn't afford expensive surfaces like the Blue Mages. The blackout had managed to hold, and the few people who knew something was up only had started to grumble about it. It could be another 3 months before they started having issues. This was the far west, nearly on the border of the wilderness. After all, everything this far from the capital occurred slowly, at least when I wasn't involved. I finished with my spy network, which admittedly was subpar. After all, they hadn't found anything out that a commoner wouldn't know. It was probably better to call them house-sitters. When I was done with Drake and his gang, I left and headed for the mansion. I brought up my map to check the place. I had once been in the mansion, so I had the area once mapped out. Nothing. I sighed. As I become skilled, I found I could read more out of the map skill than I used to. In the past, the map would always just update arbitrarily. For example, I could use an old map, and it would update the map. But it wouldn't be until I went to the area personally that the changes that had occurred over time would be reflected in the map. It was pretty simple to tell if a part of my map was accurate or not. I just had to send a portal. A portal could only connect if the area was recognizable. If it had changed too much, then the portal would no longer work. This was one of the great advantages of owning a property in a city. As long as it wasn't knocked down, you could maintain a familiar signature to connect with. However, I no longer needed to test out a place in such a manner. I could tell instinctively which areas of the map were valid and which areas were dates. The dated areas were still useful, but you could arrive there only to find it no longer the same. For example, if I went to a mountain and then home, and then someone came along and blew up that mountain, I wouldn't want to portal into the middle of a now empty sky. It was that kind of mechanic. That said, despite the fact I had been in the mansion fairly recently, it was out of date. I don't believe this is because Lord Aberys started redirecting shortly after I left. There must have been some kind of spell that scrambled the local mana to keep the place from being mapped out in this manner. Perhaps he had realized after I escaped in twilight that I was too much of a risk and used this spell accordingly. That meant that the only way I could enter the castle was the front door. The last time I had entered the castle without warning, I had ended up nearly losing my life. My soul had been split in two, and I had to face numerous trials, some of which I was still coping with today. It had given me a great deal of trauma, and my girls had probably suffered the most. However, I wasn't the same man I was back then, and my girls weren't the same. I took a breath. It was time to face Lord Rain a final time. Chapter 1458. I am Earl Deek Deek, son of Chalm. I announced at the entrance, asking for audience with the Lord of Valerith. I made sure to show my credentials. The guards looked at it and nodded. They didn't act suspiciously as the guards might have. It seemed like all of those under Demon Lord Aborys might have been purged. Master, don't worry. If there are problems, we'll fight through them. Elysia reassured me. Together. Always. I smiled. The guards didn't waste too much time before letting us in the room. I kept Map on standby and Sense, life running just to make sure there weren't any abnormalities I was about to run into. I could detect hostile entities. I noticed that these guys weren't necessarily shown as allies, but merely neutral to me. That was fine for the moment, as the last time I was there, They read all enemies. I considered that an improvement. We have met a servant who slowly lead us to a receiving room, however, unlike mine, which was set up for comfort. This one had the look of a throne room. Even though Lord Rain lived in a mansion and carried out his duties without a castle or palace, he still seemed to go for the throne at the end of the hallway look. I let out a sigh and let the servant open the double doors and announce me before I entered. It wasn't as impressive as the capital's palace throne room, but it would be rather questionable if it was. At the end of a long carpet, a chair sat, and a man was sitting in that chair. He looked nearly identical to the man I had seen months prior. He was clean, prim, proper, and had the presence of a lord. He had a crown on his head which seemed to make him more important. The first time we met, he was a rank higher than me. But now I was a rank higher than him. That changed the dynamics of our meeting completely. Count Rain, Earl Deekson. He responded as the doors shut behind me. You are still alive after all. I am harder to kill than I look, I responded. Is that so? He raised an eyebrow. I wonder if you are the man you claim to be. I seem to recall there being two of you once. I am me. But I wonder if you are you. I seem to recall that you were the puppet of a demon lord once. Lord Rain made a bitter face. That was a long time in the past. You defeated him. And I am no longer influenced by his karmic control. So, it had been some kind of control like that. It made a lot of sense. The demon Lord Aberes, who stayed in Aberes, was the kind of man who liked to play with dungeons. Using karmic control suited him extremely well. I just wish I knew his connection to the Twilight Princess more. Were they really lovers? How did she tie to Twilight from the deep I had destroyed every last remaining piece of the Demon Lord's lore? He was too dangerous, even in pieces. So, I'd have to find those answers another way. In that case, let's start over. Start over. Lord Rain's expression changed. I have a different proposal. What, die? He reached into his pockets and pulled something from them. I only had a moment to realize what they were. Guns. Where did he get guns? Elysia appeared as he pulled the trigger, and bullets started flying at me, striking her instead. It took me a second to realize where I had seen those guns before. They were the custom ones I had made for Bernice. Lord Rain had captured Bernice and taken her guns, feeling a sudden surge of anger and betrayal. Perhaps amplified by my helplessness when it had come to Astria and Lydia, I let out a roar. I exploded forth, and with the wave of my sword, the bullets were swept aside. Lord Rain leaped out of his chair as it exploded into two. But I honed in on him. Fueled with anger, I raised my sword to chop him down. But at that moment he slipped. His foot caught on the carpet. As he fell, I lunged down with my weapon. Wait! Master! Something is wrong! Elysia cried out, her blade disappearing from my hand suddenly. My balance was completely thrown off as I was giving the killing blow. And instead I braced myself with my hands, which ended up landing on Lord Rain's chest. As this happened, the crown on his head fell off, and his body suddenly morphed. The area under my hands grew somewhat softer. On. A girl's voice cried as my hands gripped onto soft things that felt somewhat familiar. Bernice, is that you I squeezed? P, pervert! I was slapped in return. Chapter 1459. The crown is a magical artifact which makes you appear as that specific person. The illusion is supposed to be perfect. Bernice spoke quietly. She was sitting on the throne with her head down, a complicated expression on her face as I tried to get to the bottom of what was going on. Are you saying Lord Rain is an illusion? I am saying that anyone who wears the crown will appear as Lord Rain? That meant that the man I saw back then was someone else wearing this crown. I contemplated out loud. It was probably Demon Lord Aberrus, or one of his goons. It was no wonder when I handed him that anti-eye illusion artifact. He acted so affronted. He probably thought I knew his true identity. That would explain why he ultimately sent the knights to assassinate me. The real question I want to know is, how did Bernice end up wearing it? Elysia asked. It's not that strange. It was only a couple of weeks after Demon Lord Aberrus left Alarith that the bond I had to you was cut. I took the opportunity to return to my home city. The rumor was that Lord Rain gave an order that he wasn't to be disturbed. He retreated to his chambers, and no one heard a thing from him for 2 weeks. Everyone who came was denied. So, it was something so simple. I grew curious, so I used my position to stay as a guest in his mansion. I then snuck into his quarters one night and found the crown. Realizing what this all meant, I put on his crown and came out of seclusion. I realized I could do more good pretending to be Lord Rain than I could as Viscount Castile. What? You are a Viscount? Bernard blinked. I am a noble. You didn't know. Why didn't you tell me? It should have been obvious, H. How is that obvious? Her eyebrow twitched. First off, I have a last name. Second off, I was known as the demon slaying hero. I opened my mouth and then closed it again. It was true that only nobles had last names. When you became a noble, you were able to select your last name and sigil, and that would represent your house. This was how situations arrived like the Aberrus family. The former King Edward named himself Aberrus after his defeated foe. Or perhaps he named the kingdom Aberrus, and then named himself after the kingdom. Either way, it gave me a headache sometimes. There was also Shin Gregor, who was a princess of the Gregor family. Even though my real last name was Williams, the prince had selected Deekson without consulting me, so that was my family name. I had never considered that Bernard, at least when she first introduced herself, had a last name. Furthermore, while you didn't need to be a hero to be a noble, most heroes eventually earned noble status. It was also advantageous for a low-level noble to get a hero job. As Otto Tybalt had tried to do when I first came to this world. I wouldn't have been surprised if you were a knight. But how did you make it to Viscount? I asked. You've never shown interest in my story before. she grumbled. I guess there is a time for everything. Humor me. I had promised myself that I would make an effort to know more about the girls and not take so much for granted. In a way, this was my first chance to spend more time learning about the girls and their past. Chapter 1460. I grew up on the streets of Alareth. Bernice started. I thought you came from the Imperial Cloud Metho. My parents were refugees. We lived on the north side of the continent, alongside the corrupted lands of the demons. Our city was ransacked by demons, and we barely managed to escape. They tried to conscript my father to fight in the military. It wasn't that my father was a coward. It was just that the Imperial Cloud Meadow has very little in upward mobility. No matter how well my father fought, he would never be anything more than a commoner in the army. He wanted better for us, Bernice explained. So, you came down to O'Berry's. It was a few years after Demon Lord O'Berry's had been defeated, and with the forming of a new country, that brought new opportunities. Not only was it safer fighting down here, but Dad would have a chance of becoming a knight. That had always been his dream. So we gave everything and traveled south, eventually ending up in Alareth. A lot of refugees were moving back then. The Demon Lord was far more aggressive with gaining territory and spreading his corruption. When you wanted to get rid of demons, you fled as south as you could go. That meant Aberys. My family ended up in a city filled with refugees. There was nowhere to live. This was even before the taxation for owning property was ridiculous. It seemed to be a pattern that living in cities was extremely difficult in Aberys. The capital only accepted knights and higher. For Alareth, you could get a place if you had the money. But becoming a knight would have been the only way to get property in a city without the money of some successful merchant or dungeon diver. Perhaps that was why Chom was growing so quickly. Few places offered intercity housing for nearly free. Did your father succeed? She gave a short nod. They started a program for raising and selecting knights, and my father was accepted into it. Afterward, his behavior started to change. The Demon Knight tokens! My father was one of the first test subjects. She lowered her eyes. I only found out about it since becoming Lord Rain. One of the first things I did was look into the program. I am sorry. My father disappeared and left, and my mother grew and infirmed. When I had only myself to depend on, that's when I changed my identity. A girl alone on the streets only had a few opportunities available to her. So, I called myself Bernard and started to act like a man. To earn money, I participated in underground fighting, dungeon diving, and dangerous adventuring missions. I still wasn't able to save my mother from dying. That's so sad. Elysia said, the words running through my mind. Eventually, as if by chance, a demon appeared in the streets of Alareth. There had been rumors about it for months. Soldiers suddenly turning into feral demons and attacking people on the streets. It was the final phase of Lord Rain's token research. I happened to be at the right place at the right time to encounter a demon attack. A whole horde of soldiers turned at the same time. We fought, and I survived after a difficult battle. That's when I was called the demon, slaying hero. I believe that one of the demons I had killed was none other than my father. Chapter 1461. How did you know that it was your father? He had my father's sword, physically. He no longer resembled my father, though. It didn't matter, though. At that point, I had been getting popular fighting as a gladiator in the Colosseum. When the public saw me kill the last demons and remain the last standing, I was named the demon, slaying hero. Funny how the guards who fought valiantly and gave their lives beside me are all but forgotten, while simply by luck, I became a hero for surviving. Is that how you were given a noble position? I asked. If Lordraine gave you a knight token? Why wasn't it a demonic knight token? Pure luck. She snorted. The public was pressuring him to make me a knight. He declared that I had to win the next competition. He didn't expect King Aberys to suddenly show up with his daughter and son. The king was giving them a tour. They watched as I won the competition. And then the king himself brought out a token and I took it from him. I didn't understand Lord Rain's glower as he watched the king hand it to me until, well, very recently. And Viscount? The king told me that since I was a demon slayer, then I should live up to my title. He put me in charge of the demon slaying committee in town. It was our job to look out for more demons. I was to predict when they would command defeat them. Over a year, we had a few dozen more demon appearances. But I quickly wiped them out. That's when I was promoted to Viscount and taken off the demon slayer team. I realize now it was because I was getting too close to the truth. I was only promoted as a means of distracting me. Really? I even remember that conversation. He had asked me if I wanted to continue battling demons my entire life. I told him I just wanted to reach Viscount, and then I'd look for a wife, get enough money for some land, and I'd leave. The next day, I was Viscount, and a new gladiator championship appeared, which included a cash prize and a female slave. A wife, is that a problem? She demanded darkly. Actually, now that I think about it, I recalled something else between my conversation with Lord Rain. He had asked me if I'd like big breasts. I had instinctively thought he was talking about me, and I immediately declared I didn't. That's probably why the slave he picked was a flat-chested dwarf? Dwarf? You mean Garnet? She nodded. I think the reason he snagged Garnet was to deal with me. That's why. Partially. I felt responsible for her in Twilight Dungeon. It was a complicated web. I had to wonder if the time King Oberys brought his kids was also when Eliana freed Rhaesa from Lord Rain. Did that mean Rhaesa had been Demon Lord Aborys' slave? As for Garnet, she had been taken by Lord Rain? I had assumed he wanted to put a deep dwarf into twilight, to get someone to make his precious Sylph Thrill weapon. But had he known she was a deep dwarf already, or did he realize it only after kidnapping her? The way the championship had suddenly changed, ending with me, Bernice, Carmen, and Garnet being tossed into the Twilight Dungeon, perhaps it had been a sudden decision. Hoping to deal with all of his problems at once, Bernice was a demon, slayer who was tracking his identity. Carmen was a paladin who had also suddenly shown up, and then there was me, Lord Rain. Or should I say Demon Lord Aboris's actions made a lot more sense with this context. I patted my hands. Either way. What is done. But, why did you shoot at me? You should be dead. You could have been a double. Bernice responded defiantly, giving me a pouty look. Besides, you deserved it. If I recalled the greetings from the other girls, whether it was Astria trying to kill me, Celeste's supersonic love, or Miki's death aura, being shot at was actually rather gentle. I decided to leave it even between us. Chapter 1462. Why have you come here anyway? Are you looking to finish what you started finally? Bernice demanded. I cleared my throat awkwardly. The reason I am here is that we're under attack from Dia Shin. Me. King Roth has taken an interest in invading me for various reasons. I've come here to strong-arm whoever is on the throne to see if I could raise some soldiers. I decided to keep my reasoning vague. I didn't remember if Bernice knew about the spring, but since she was no longer my slave, I didn't want to bring up such private things. Strong-arm, she frowned. I am an earl now. And even Count Rain would have to bow to me, let alone a viscount. I declared. I am not asking. Alarith will become part of my territory, and the lord in charge of it will be under my banner. You are still going to bully me? Prince Edward calls it politics, I responded, making a face. If it makes you feel better. We can call this an alliance. I am happy leaving you in charge of Alarith. However, we'll bring down the travel restrictions. And you'll be officially appointed as the Lord of Alarith under me. After that, you'll function as one of my territories. Paying taxes to Chom and more pertinent to the moment, help me recruit soldiers to defend the West. Yeah. About that tax part. Bernice looked away. What is it? We're broke. It's not my fault. You were the one who took out the new dungeon that was helping finance this city. Then, the demon Lord Aberes was busy financing his army that got wiped out. The people were being taxed into starvation. So I refunded the taxes across the board. However, I left the travel restrictions in place. So we still don't have any food and all trade has stopped. Bernice was pushing her fingers together. In short, the treasure room is empty. I wanted to groan. It was expensive building a civilization. Even Chom still hadn't reached a point where it was producing profits. Chom had been a constant money suck since I had founded the place. The only reason it was still standing was that I happened to have made money faster than I lost it. Plus, when I was gone for a while, the dungeon sort of took over and reduced costs temporarily to zero. Once it had started up again, so was the need for money. A palace didn't just build itself, after all. Still, having to support both Chom and Alarith financially was even going to drag on my income potential. The only city that was self-sufficient was Deeksville. Elysia, you are a princess. How do you afford such things, Hummy? I may be a princess, but I never ran anything. I spend my time exploring and fighting in dungeons, she responded defensively. If you want someone who knows how to manage money, you should speak to Eliana. I sighed, deciding to put this issue behind me for the moment. It'd have to wait until after Daishin. Wasn't a good way to raise money through war, once the blacksmiths were set up. We should be able to start selling weapons and armor and making a lot of money. At least, that's what I thought. All right. Let's do this. Bernice blinked. Do what? Make a budget. Chapter 1463. I want to die. I muttered 6 hours later. Merchant has increased to level 25. My head thudded against the desk. We had gathered all of the notes, bonds, letters, and promissory that had been collected in the treasurer's office and then started to go through them to try to figure out the budget. I had thought we'd just add up a few pages of numbers and then be done. But it turned out running a kingdom was harder than I thought. Who runs our treasurer out of Chom? I asked, using slave communication. That would be the mayor, Alea responded. Oh, can you send him to Ularith for me? Tell him I need him to work on some budgeting? I spoke to him. He says he fell trying to paint his roof and broke his eyebrows and needs some time to rest. Rats! My mind was such a mush. That excuse sounded reasonable enough. It wasn't until I ended my conversation with Alaya, regretfully, I started to think there was something off about his words. That's right. His house was made of stone. He didn't need to paint it. Ah. Whatever. It wasn't his job anyway. When I said I needed to build an army to protect Chom, I didn't think it'd mean I'd need to spend days calculating budgets so that I could hire an army. I had thought it would be like before, with people heroically volunteering before we rode out to do battle. Except, when that had happened, it had been a demon lord who was attacking, and I was depending on many separate factions to help. When it came to building the forces on my own, I had never thought too much about it. Time had caused my enthusiasm to wane. Bernice had already taped out, and Elysia appeared to be asleep. She was a sword and didn't need to sleep. But that was just how boring this all was. Bernice was leaning back in a chair, trying to balance a pen on her upper lip. I know. I slapped my hands. We promised knighthood. Bernice flayed wildly before fixing herself and sitting up. What is that? You wanted to become a noble? You desired it so much you were willing to do all kinds of distasteful things to reach your goal. That makes me sound like a deplorable. I am sure there are tons of others who also want to go somewhere in life. What if we replace wages with the promise of a night token? The promise of a future stipend, the ability to buy land in the capital, and a better future. I suppose that could work, Bernice spoke thoughtfully. However, how many night tokens do you have? 16, I explained. 2 as a viscount, 8 as a count, and 12 as an earl. I've given 6 tokens away. I had given some tokens away after the battle with the Demon King, mostly to solidify my place with the knights, barons, and viscounts that ruled Southwest Aberys and had helped in the fight against the Demon Lord Aberys. I also hadn't gathered the 12 I was supposed to get as an earl yet, but that wasn't important. Such debts could be honored when there was more time. That was also assuming I wasn't promoted to Marquis or Duke soon. Well, technically, I enslaved the princess, so I no longer needed to be her a duke to marry her. At some point, I'd need to discuss that with Prince Edward. I was lucky King Edward was gone, or he'd try to kill me again. That just might be enough. Bernice responded thoughtfully. Chapter 1464. I didn't have time to train soldiers to become skilled fighters. That meant that we had to hire those that were already skilled at fighting and had significant levels in some kind of battle-orientated job. A level 50 farmer couldn't become a competent swordsman in only a week. Even if I enslaved them and used every trick, I knew to multiply their experience and power level. It would be difficult to manage with a handful of people, let alone an army of them. The most obvious answer would be the adventurer. These were talented people used to fighting bandits, monsters, and anything else that made it to the surface from a dungeon. There were also dungeon divers, and there was a fair amount of overlap between dungeon divers and adventurers, especially since there wasn't a dungeon diver guild. I couldn't hire adventurers to fight in a war for me. That was strictly against the rules. Even if I tried to hire them outside of the bounds of the guild, they could potentially lose their jobs. There were only 2 ways to get around that. One was to get them to join the army, and the other was to hire them separately as mercenaries. The mercenary option held the problem of being expensive. Furthermore, they would have to break up their party to join a mercenary group. Breaking up a party penalized you a rank letter. So even if they reformed after, it'd be a costly event. This meant that recruiting them into the army was the best choice. But while it would be nice to recruit adventurers into the army, very few were willing to take on that kind of commitment. The temptation of a night token was great, but adventurers were free spirits. They didn't like the rigidness of militaries and the due or die nature of war, or they would have chosen to be mercenaries. Thus, there was little chance to recruit them over. That left only one other group of skilled fighters that might be open to the temptation of being a given the night job. It shouldn't be forgotten that the Night Token wasn't just a noble title and access to perks associated with being a noble, but it was also a powerful third-class job. Most of these people had only ever reached a 2-end class proficiency, So even if they only cared about their strength, having the night job would allow them to increase their strength over normal commoners. Trading a few years of life could be considered a small trade, such a benefit. I understand all of that, I muttered. But why are we here? The crowds burst into cheers as one man slugged another. He fell back, hitting the edge and catching on the ropes before stepping forward and flying at his opponent. He started hitting his opponent rapidly, pushing him across the stage. It seemed like was overturning the entire match. One last punch, and the man who should have won collapsed to the ground. The other man raised his bloody palms, causing the crowds to burst into cheers. This is what gladiators do on the off-season, Bernice explained. Welcome to the world of underground fighting. Chapter 1465. My time is short. I looked over the crowds of bloodthirsty, cheering people. Let's put up a notice of recruitment and then get out of here. As I turned to walk away, a voice spoke over the intercom. And next up, we have the bastard brute versus the cat girl of doom. Two people walked out onto the stage. One of them was a large, brutish man with muscles, repelling muscles, who wasn't wearing a shirt. In the other was a woman who had her entire body hidden behind tight black leather. Her black hair was tied up in a ponytail, and her face was covered with a mask that was also shaped like a cat. She had two cat ears poking out of her head, though, and a long black tail behind, meaning she was genuinely a cat girl. Here! Here! Little pussy. The man spoke in a gruff voice, causing some of the audience to laugh. For some reason, seeing the cat girl brought a strange feeling of familiarity. I found myself unable to look away. A bell rang, and the man immediately lunged forward. He was surprisingly fast for his size, and it looked like he had wanted to use that to his advantage to quickly crush the cat girl. However, she was even faster, and her body nearly blurred as she dodged his attack. That was from my perspective, so from a commoner's perspective, it likely appeared as she had teleported. The man had thrown his attack down, creating a large boom, but the girl had disappeared. Even he looked shocked and confused. He didn't even have time to recover as he was struck from behind. He slammed into the post, and then spun around with a roar, throwing out a punch. The cat girl flipped back, avoiding his strike. This only seemed to make him angrier, and he attacked again. However, her extremely swift movements allowed her to dodge and attack, then dodge and attack again. As she moved, her actions grew increasingly familiar to me. She was a speed combat fighter. I could see that class without God and Devil Eye. The only other woman I had seen with such a class was Lydia. However, there was something else about the way she moved. It was far too familiar. "Stop dodging me," the man bellowed. "Why don't you fight me like a man?" That call caused him to receive several boos and a bout of mocking laughter. This fight that had seemed like it had fall in one direction was quickly falling in the opposite direction. He had powerful attacks, but unless he could lock down an opponent, they were useless. They used all of his strength, and he was growing exhausted. X slash! The woman glowed and activated a skill. She made slicing gestures with her arms. And it was at this point I had lost all doubt. That had been one of Lydia's skills. It was an advanced swordsman skill. It was unlikely a cat girl as young as she would already be a level 10 advanced swordsman. That could only mean that this likely was Lydia. She wasn't dead, but she was fighting here in an underground arena. Lydia. I shouted out. However, as her opponent fell, the crowd stood up and started cheering. My call was lost in the screams and shouts. She turned around and left the stage without another word, disappearing from my sight. Chapter 1466. Where are you going to? Buff guards stood in front of me. I need to speak with Lydia. When I noticed the two looking at each other in confusion. The cat girl of doom. Well, lookers can't come back here and harass the contestants, he declared. I just need to talk to her for a second. I tried to push through. The man threw out his fist and punched me in the gut. I didn't flinch or move. The guy's eyes grew wide. Why, you going to cause trouble? The other asked, grabbing his weapon at his side. I opened my mouth, just about ready to cause this trouble when I was grabbed and pulled away. Bernice stepped in front of me. Sorry, fellows. My friend here just had a bit too much to drink. He fell in love and now he's being stupid. You know how it is. The men blinked, but then slowly gave accepting nods. Well, see that he doesn't cause any more trouble, or he'll be kicked out. Bernice nodded back to them while pushing me against the chest and away from the area that Lydia went. I took several steps back, but it was mostly so I didn't embarrass her. I remembered that Bernice could be a bit uptight when it came to her abilities. What are you doing? I asked. We're the lords of this city, and this is an underground fight. Did you not understand the word underground? This is all done under the nobility's eye. We're the nobility? Shy! She snapped, looking in both directions before shooting me a glare. Do you want to cause an incident unlike the gladiator ship, which has an official guild? These underground clubs technically break the laws of avarice. If they suspected the palace was getting involved, they'd immediately scatter. If that happens, you are going to get no one joining your cause. Do you understand me? So, that's why you are not taxing this place. Financially, we'd be in a better place if... Bah. Let's not talk about the financial situation right now. What's important is being able to get along in the underworld. I was going to tell you before you went barreling off, but things are done a very certain way down here. First rule: you don't start problems you can't finish. I am pretty sure I could take care of those guys. And most of the others down here if I had to, I declared, looking around at some of the matches going on in other corners of the club. Everything down here is about cred. If you just start cracking heads, you are going to be banned, and your reputation will plummet. I shook my head. This is ridiculous. I can just tell them who I man. No, she responded sternly. You can't just reveal yourself as a lord, and you can't just demand people join your army. They won't respond to a flyer they follow who they respect. And they've only ever heard of you as that guy who lets slaves fight for him. What about you then? I asked. Didn't they respect the demon, slaying hero I got out? She sighed. I became a knight already. Too many people here might recognize my face. If I were to attempt to compete, I'd be kicked out in an instant. Compete? Who is competing? I just want to speak to that girl. You are the one who will have to compete, she declared, tapping my chest. If you want to get to her or these crowds of skilled fighters, you are going to have to earn the street cred necessary in the ring. Chapter 1467. Seriously, Manos scrambling. I had glanced at my map to see if I couldn't just portal behind the enemies. But what I found resembled the palace, where my map couldn't create a clear picture of the area. The underground has plenty of resources, a lot of money coming down here. And yet Alareth is poor. Ja! This was all set up under Demon Lord Aboris's control. None of this is my fault. I let out a sigh as I looked down at the parchment to sign up. It cost a couple of coins to register as a fight contestant. These matches were scheduled on the fly, so I could sign up for tonight and be fighting tonight. Will I be able to go against the cat girl of doom? I asked the guy behind the counter. The cat girl of doom? He raised an eyebrow. She's a regular here. If you want to fight against her, you'll need to be in the top tier. You'll need to fight quite a few smaller fish before you are ready to take on the cat. What is with you and that girl? Bernice asked, her voice almost sounding jealous. Do you just chase after any pussy you see? I am going to pretend you are referring to the fact she's a cat? What else would I be referring to? She asked, cocking her head. Ah, nothing. I gave a fake cough. Rather, I think that she is Lydia. She put on a dubious look. You know, since you came from Chom, I didn't expect I'd need to say this, but not all cat girls look alike. I know that. She's got black fur. Yeah. And Lord Rain isn't supposed to have breasts. A lot of things can be changed. Both of us seemed to look down at her chest at the same time. I looked away before she could hit me with a glare. When I looked back, she was glowering, her hands over her chest. I think Lydia is here in disguise. Once she sees me, she'll realize I am still alive and come home immediately. Didn't you tell me earlier that King Roth said he killed her? I haven't been able to resurrect her, but I know she's okay. Master, I know that you've been through a lot, but you can't get everything back. A flash of terror just as she was being destroyed ran through my mind. It turned out that Terra's soul was safe inside Sapphire, but she was still basically in a coma. Until I could bring Terra back. I had lost her. Before that happened, I had been racked with so much pain and fear. I couldn't even allow myself to humor the possibility that Lydia was gone. This black cat was her. They had similar fighting styles, similar jobs, and even similar body types, although this one had her body completely covered. All right, I forgot for a moment that the slave bond was cut. Her expression turned somewhat sad as she looked at me from the side. Your slaves, they matter to you. You care about her. Huh, I do, I responded, turning to look up at the stage. You'll see. As soon as she sees me, she'll come running into my arms. That? About that. I turned to her just as she lifted something in her hands, a guilty expression on her face. You are going to need to wear a mask. I let out a sigh. Of course, I am. Chapter 1468. All right, by my calculations, you'll need to win 20 matches to earn enough cred to challenge the Catgirl of Doom. If you defeat her, you'll have enough to make your announcement and recruit people. What is cred seriously? Is it a currency? I asked, fidgeting with the mask on my face. I've already explained. Cred is the amount of popularity you have. And stop playing with that. If people learn you are a lord before earning the cred, then you'll immediately lose the ability to earn cred. If I reveal I am a lord after earning the cred, then won't I lose the cred anyway? In fact, won't they be angry because I lied to them? I asked, dropping my hands. That's not how cred works, she responded indignantly. It won't matter once you have the cred. They'll come to respect you for acting on their level. Do you understand? I don't, I admitted. This whole thing sounded arbitrary to me. Either I should have their respect or not. Whether I can knock a few heads or not shouldn't even come into it, let alone be the most important contributing factor. Look, I spent years in the underworld. You are just going to have to trust me that this is how it all works. If you want to see that Catgirl up close and have a chance to meet with her, this is the way. Still, 20 fights. I only have less than a week now. If you can handle 4 fights a night, then you can have them all done in 5 days. They recommend you don't sign up for more than 2. Even more than 1 is considered extremely cocky. Most will only compete every other night, so they have 1 to rest. You'll be fighting back to back. This kind of stuff is exhausting for most, but since it's you... She bit her lip awkwardly. I am a white mage. I can heal all my wounds and continue. I understand. It would be 5 nights for me to earn my cred and find Lydia, and 2 nights to recruit whomever else would fight. Of course, I still had the days to manage everything else. This seemed to be the best I could do. All right, I agreed. In that case, let's begin. I was eager to get this out of the way. Was I a bit overconfident in my abilities after all? I was agreeing that I could defeat 20 matches in a row from skilled fighters and gladiators. Some of these people were undoubtedly adventurers or mercenaries too. I didn't think I was overestimating my abilities, though. Most of these people were likely in the 2N tier of their jobs, while I was in the 3rd to 4th tier in ability. There were only a handful of people, kings and dungeon masters, who might have the ability to give me significant trouble. If I presumed that Carmen and Bernice, two of the victors from the gladiatorial match from a few months ago, were near the top of contestants at the time in ability, then the current me should be able to hand that level at least. Our next match, it's Rex, the Hex versus a newcomer who just signed up, Decon the Dragon. Seriously, that's the name. You said just come up with something. Isn't that your name in another world? Bernice demanded. It's fine, I coughed. I just wasn't used to hearing my real name. It was weird having that name to hide my identity. It was fine, though. Maybe Lydia would recognize it, and this would all be over quickly. One could only hope. Chapter 1469. After signing up, I was let into a back area where I could prepare. This area was regrettably not the same as those in the higher tier fights, as Bernice had already said. I was going to need to work my way there by winning fights in rapid succession. As I left the back room, Bernice followed me. Stepping to the side, a referee was standing just outside the ropes who seemed to be doing the announcing. As I reached him, he put his hand upon my chest. This is your first time, so I am going to warn you. We don't pull punches. If you die, you lose your life deposit so we can resurrect you. Also, you won't be able to compete again for a month. Do you understand? There are no weapons, right? I asked, wondering how often people died with punches. Just because you can't use anything sharp doesn't mean you can't enhance your attacks with skills. He gave me a look like I was a newbie. Look at your opponent. I looked over at him and then had to look twice. Unlike the other fights I had paid attention to, this guy was wearing a full set of armor. The thing I noticed most was that he had gauntlets over his hands. Gauntlet? Wait! Are things like gloves and brass knuckles allowed? I asked. He rolled his eyes. Of course. As long as it's not sharp and it doesn't propel from your body, it's allowed. You don't know what you are walking in. I guess that's why the bet is against you 1-2. 1-2, I asked, as an idea struck me. Any chance you can bet on yourself, hee. We believe in encouraging the underdogs to try their hardest. You can bet for yourself, but I must warn you that 20% of the bet is taken immediately. The winner splits it with the house 50-50. So, even if you bet on yourself, your earnings won't be that great. As for betting against yourself, that is strictly prohibited for obvious reasons. I think I understood what he meant. A 5 gold bet would immediately have 20% taken, so it'd be a 4 gold bet. If I won, I'd get back 12 gold for every 5 gold I bet. However, that was only if I was an underdog with good odds. Once it got to the point where I was likely to win, I would no longer be making money. For the moment, I was still effectively the underdog. So I might be able to fix some of Alarith's money problems right there just by making some bets. I took out a bag of coins and tossed it to Bernice. Ah! She made a noise as she suddenly grabbed at it. Put it on me! I declared. "Hey, that's a lad." He chuckled. "Get on in." I stepped up over the rope and onto the stage. The man in full arms stood across from me. I held up my hands. I wasn't a pugilist like Shao, but who knew? Maybe I'd become one by the end of this, as if I needed more jobs. "Begin!" the referee cried out as the man charged toward me. Chapter 1470. A fist slammed into my face. There was a time I seemed to recall really hating pain. I would do just about anything to avoid it. Sometime after, my soul was cut in two, and then I was forced to feel the pain of soul refinement. My outlook on pain had started to change. I had allowed him to hit me because I wanted to get a feel for his level. Even with his gauntleted fist on, I had the mentality that any pain would be temporary. I could always just heal myself. To these contestants, they would have to go to a priest to heal themselves, and most priest spells took time. It ranged anywhere from an hour to a few days, but the kind of instantaneous fixes I could do were a third-tier white magician. To reach that level, you would have to first become a basic magician and then work toward intermediate magician. Only then, dedicating your life to healing, would you finally be able to unlock the white mage job and learn such healing spells? When it came to a priest, healing was one of the first spells you learned. And you could become a priest simply by joining a church and taking the vows. Truly. I had jumped my place when I came to this world, and even if I hadn't understood it at the time. White mage was truly an overpowered starting job. When it came to contestants, these were commoners and others that were part of the underworld. Gladiators were often supported and sponsored by the wealthy. But these guys had no one. Even being able to afford a priest would be a costly maneuver. That meant that every strike you faced was meaningful. As the fist struck my face, the crowds immediately reacted with hisses. To them, such a direct strike would be something that might even handicap an contestant permanently. That was it. I let out such cocky words before I had even stopped to think about it. The man named Rex the Hex took several steps back, looking down at his gauntlet in shock. I wasn't sure if I should play it like I was hurt, thus pretending I was weak to lure my enemies in, or if I should come out as overbearing. If it came to earning cred, which would be better? That's when I noticed that the gauntlet in his hand had something hidden in it. Had he not been staring at his hand in obvious confusion, I wouldn't have noticed. I reached out and grabbed his hands like an adult would grab a child trying to hide something. He let out a cry. But he was too slow and too weak for my movements. I turned his hand over to reveal that within his gauntlet was a little blade. When he punched, the blade must have come out and stabbed into the person, doing extra hidden damage. However, the reason he was caught off guard was that he had punched me, and the blade had not punctured my skin. It was only made of iron. After all, it had cut me slightly, but I had Reganon, and the very small amount of damage it did heal before anyone could see it. "Is this allowed?" I asked, holding a Prex's gauntleted hand, revealing the trick. He was still attached to his glove, though, and was trying to force the glove away from me, but absolutely couldn't manage. The cheering all seemed to cease as people stared dumbfounded. Ah! Disqualified. The referee finally recollected himself. I let him go, and the man turned and fled in embarrassment, being booed the entire time. Wait. Was that a victory? I asked as I left the ring past the referee. Since the match was disqualified, the bets will be returned. However, you'll still be given a win. I felt like crying. Next time, I'd just punch them and collect my money. Chapter 1471. I've been meaning to ask, what ultimately gets more cred? Should I struggle with the fights? Only barely surviving each time? Or should I defeat them overwhelmingly? I asked Bernice after the first fight was over. Usually, I would recommend that you not try to put on a show. There is a risk you could lose a fight that way, and you never want to take that chance, Bernice declared. Furthermore, as people start to realize you are holding back, some will come to resent that you acted so deceitful, especially those who lost money betting against you. I see. So I should probably just end the fight swiftly. On the other hand, if you act too overbearing, many will begin to eagerly want to see you put in your place. No one will be able to make money betting for you, so you'll unanimously be bet against. Every victory would only be a slap in the face to those who lost money. Furthermore, you'll lead to contestants acting more desperately to defeat you, wanting to earn the cred for bringing you down. Universally. You might end up being hated. What are you saying then? I think if you want to get through this, you are going to need to not act weak, but not defeat them quickly either. Look, you are the one who asked. All right, all right. I held up my hands. Oh, we have someone coming back for seconds, the voice announcer shouted. Decon the Dragon is returning for another fight. I guess we'll get to see him seriously perform this time. He'll go against Faradex Kong. What is with these names? I muttered to myself as I returned onto the stage. The man across from me was rather slim and small compared to me. I had the feeling he was the type who focused on speed. Ah. What's my going rate? I asked the referee. 1 to 1.2. 2 to 1. Is that a bit excessive? I was 1-2-2 before, but it had seemingly flipped. That meant for every 2 coins bet, you'd only win 1. Of course, they still took away 20%, so really it was for every 5 coins, someone would win 2. He shrugged. The way you handled the last guy, plus this one is smaller and unarmed. I let out a sigh as I stepped over the ropes. I had truly lost out on my chance to make a profit. I still had her bid, though. Hopefully, if I acted less overbearing in the future, I might have a few more opportunities to make a better profit. When the man saw me, he gave a polite bow. Good evening. I apologize, but I will destroy you now. Hey, go! The man threw down something that erupted, creating a cloud of smoke. I saw a glimmer above me to realize he had jumped up and was coming down with a kick. I just barely managed to catch his leg, and since he was still falling through, I carried it, slamming him into the floor with a boom. I immediately let go. Oops, sorry. He didn't get back up. In a single attack, the match was decided. The crowd was silent. Chapter 1472. You are defeating the opponent so quickly that no one can even react, Bernice chastised. That's the exact opposite of what I told you to do. Sorry, I didn't mean to. He just caught me off guard and I reacted in kind. I was starting to remember that I wasn't a gladiator. I wasn't a competitor. And I wasn't a fighter. I wasn't even a warrior or a soldier. I was a dungeon diver. It was do or die. Even a soldier could be resurrected. But when you were in that dungeon, it was your life, Orty here is. There was no such thing as throwing a punch. And there was no such attack that aimed to do anything less but incapacitate or kill your opponent. Even when I was taming monsters, the attacks I was using on them were near lethal. Of course, once they submitted, I could always heal them, but that didn't mean I slouched at all. It looked like I was going to have to learn how to ease up. I had practiced these kinds of skills in the past, but all it took was being stuck in a life and death situation, and I started developing those bad habits once again. I began to realize that this was a pretty good means of practice. Of course. My winnings continued to shrink as I blew through the bottom ring of the underworld. But by the time I beat the fifth and final guy, sometime early in the morning and just before the sunrise, I was able to last 5 moves before pummeling him into the ground. As I collected my winnings, a combination of the bets I made and my victories, a man dressed in some fancy-looking suit came out and stopped me at the exit. "You will be coming back tomorrow," he asked. "Is that all right? He. What stamina young ones have these days." "I look forward to it. We use metals to order our people. We have iron, copper, steel, silver, gold, and diamond matches. You'll be fighting in the copper matches tomorrow. I have a mind to move you straight to silver, but rules are rules." I gave a nod. "I look forward to it." He gave a cold smile and then turned away. It wasn't until I got outside that Bernice grabbed my arm and pulled me close to her. "This isn't good." "Huh, what? You've gotten the notice of the underworld's kingpin. So it's usually not a good thing. If he's noticing you, then there is probably something he wants, and it's only going to create trouble. You do realize that I am an earl." "Right. We control this city." "You don't realize just how much trouble he can cause for you. Chom doesn't have an underworld." "But this city exists on layers, and the foundation of those layers is the criminal underbelly. He probably has half the guards in this city on his payroll, and just about every successful merchant owes him a favor or two." "That sounds really troublesome." I frowned. "However, it doesn't sound like there is much I can do about it." "For the time being, we'll just have to continue as we are." It was just one more problem I'd have to hold in the back of my mind. Chapter 1473. The next day went about smoothly. I did my best to prepare the army. there was actually very little I could do. Everyone already had their jobs and was going about it. It seemed like working on my combat ability was the best thing I could do. I didn't want to put myself in a dungeon where some random event could happen and I end up stuck there for a month. So my best bet was to continue to use the underground fighting to help develop my combat ability. Rather than working on pure strength, I started trying to unequip jobs and make use of the skills without having access to the lore. Although few books in Aberystwyth understood the lore as deeply as I did, I had come to have a confident understanding of just how the job system worked. Jobs were essentially redundant lore that attached themselves to the souls of people who were moving down a certain path. As they grew more experienced, they grew closer to the lore, deriving more benefits as they level. These benefits came in the form of status increases, skills, and bonuses. Once reaching enough understanding, these fragments of lore could in turn attract new fragments of lore, which is often what I understood as second-tier lore and on. Equipped lore was lore that you pushed closest to your soul, allowing you to read it directly. While unequipped lore was nearby and accessible, but too distant for you to read it. It was sort of like the difference between having the memory in RAM and having the memory in the hard drive. You could store a lot of memory in hard drives, but any memory you wanted readily available required the use of the RAM. In that respect, tuned and third jobs were like getting an extra RAM slot. That exhausted all I knew about computers. I had a cousin who was somewhat skilled with them and tried to show me how to build them, however, that felt like an eternity ago. Anyway, that analogy failed, because by repeating skills endlessly, I could make them a part of my lore permanently. And then I could use the skills even when the job wasn't equipped. This was ultimately my goal over the next week. Since I had to fight people back to back who were inferior to me, I chose to handicap myself in this manner. Trying out and practicing different methods of fighting. I wouldn't say my levels went up particularly quickly during this period, but I did feel my comprehension did. I had read about a condition called experience exhaustion. It was a point a lot of dungeon divers and adventurers, the type who tended to level rapidly, would experience where the higher they leveled, the smaller their experience would become. Of course, when your experience increased, the obvious option was to fight more difficult enemies. But you eventually reached a point where the enemies outstripped your ability to defeat them. Thus, fighting the top enemies you could handle, you earned piddling experience and your leveling stalled. I had mostly avoided that by having experience multipliers that overwhelmed such an ability. Adding my body and soul upgrades, I had managed to level steadily without issue. However, at some point, my leveling might stall. And that came when my levels exceeded my comprehension. No matter how powerful someone was, if they didn't understand how to use that strength, they could only fight weaker enemies that didn't help them gain any experience. Of course, I even had a cheat here too. Advanced learning allowed me to accelerate my comprehension, so even after a few days, I had a much better handle on my levels. I felt like I wouldn't bottleneck in the near future. Not only did I defeat the enemies one after another, but my rank steadily rose as well. I was on my third day, having reached the silver rank, when my next opponent surprised me. Deacon the Dragon versus Queen Lioness. Chapter 1474. A woman walked onto the stage who moved with a predator and sensual grace. As soon as I saw her, I started to get a bad feeling. Queen Lioness, is it? I asked. It is, she responded. You have defeated all of your opponents before this match with ease, but I fear this match will be your first defeat. Her voice immediately caused my mood to sour. Although she was wearing a mask, it didn't cover her face up much at all. She let her lion tail and ears out completely. Her wild unkempt hair, her light brown skin, and her yellow eyes were extremely familiar to me. Upon hearing her voice, there was no longer any doubt. This was the lioness who was working under King Roth. I didn't know why she was in Ullrith in an underground fighting ring. But it was unmistakably the woman who had tortured and injured Astria. Although I knew Astria was still alive, the bond I had with her gave me nothing else. Rather, he was storing her somewhere I couldn't reach. I guessed that he had put her in his dungeon. I could normally portal in and out of dungeons, but there were exceptions. If the dungeon master specifically wanted to prevent me from portaling, I had found that it was perfectly possible. But the blessings on my body were only as powerful as the dungeons that formed them. And if another dungeon happened to be stronger, it wasn't impossible to block, interfere with, or overwhelm them. When it came to Astria, I couldn't even locate her so that I could make a portal. She wasn't on my map, no matter how far I scrolled out. I could only feel that she was somewhere vaguely in the west. I knew that once King Roth was defeated, I'd be able to find her. Which was the only reason I had waited to go after her. Celeste had said that ripping off fairy wings was more symbolic than it was dangerous. But that didn't mean I wanted to let her suffer like that. Do you know me? The lioness suddenly asked. That look in your eyes seems to suggest you don't like me very much. Did my man happen to offend you at some point? You mean King Roth, since she could already tell by my behavior. I decided to leave all questions on the table. Oh, so you do know me. I've never met you before, though. What is that name again, Deacon? The Dragon Deacon. She gasped. You wouldn't by chance be that little Lord Deekson? Would you? She had startled me again. She wasn't just cruel and strong, but she was also very smart. With just the name and a look, she had quickly identified me. Although just looking at her made me feel a bit of anger and the desire for vengeance, I just managed to stop myself. Taking a deep breath, I am not here to fight you. I have other plans. Oh, she cocked an eyebrow. I could say the same. I seek to bring down this called Catgirl of Doom. They say she is undefeated. I plan to correct this. Her why I narrowed my eyes. Powerful women deserve to be in my lord's harem. I am naturally recruiting, although I won't allow anyone in the harem that is more powerful than me. Once I put her in her proper place, she'll become another one of his women. Chapter 1475. As expected of a harem hero like King Roth, he lets his women do his dirty work. I responded disdainfully. She blinked, and then let out a light chuckle. I thought you were a so-called harem master as well. My lord has heard many rumors about you, yet here you show your ignorance. Fight. The referee cut into our conversation. We'll see about that, I roared, attacking her. I didn't feel the pressure from her that I felt when I had fought King Diorite, so she probably wasn't that strong. That said, the first exchange she blocked directly. I was surprised. I had expected her to use her speed as Lydia did. But she met my attack right on. Worse, we broke even. The two of us jumping back, neither losing any ground. She lifted her fist, opening up and licking her knuckles like a cat. Her eyes seemed to hold a frightening level of excitement. Not bad, of course. You are not at a level where you can fight Lord Roth, but perhaps your harem will be good enough to be worth training. I readjusted my jobs. As I moved up the ranks, I had been finding it more and more difficult to focus on increasing my skills. However, with this single exchange, I knew that this was not the time to be holding back. Arcing slash? I began with an attack, using my arm as the attack. Since I was used to wielding a sword, I found that substituting the sword with my palm seemed to work better than trying to turn my attacks into punches. I wasn't a pugilist by any standard, and it took this point to realize why most swords users tended to attack as if they already had a sword equipped. The exception to that seemed to be the woman before me, who had no problem with fighting and likely did have pugilist abilities. My strike met her fist, and this time she was forced back slightly more than I was. There were multiple ways to win a fight. The first way was knockout, but you could also knock them out of the ring. That was more difficult than said because the ropes helped keep them in. But that would probably be the easiest way to deal with her. I began to attack over and over. I knew that she had speed. I had seen the speed she had used in the dungeon, however. She seemed intent on meeting every attack head, and this caused her to be forced back again and again. She was at the edge, so I aimed to bring her in the air and up over the ropes. I used a quick attack, bringing my speed to the limit. With an uppercut and a kick, she went flying over the rope. Just as I felt relief that I had been able to defeat her easy enough, she did a strange flip, and her body moved to the side instead of back, causing her to land one of the posts with ease. Her body had several bruises and cuts from the attacks, but she didn't seem defeated at all. Her eyes were bright with excitement. She licked the back of her hand and then looked at me with a toothy grin. That was quite something. I see you won't hesitate to hit a woman. She grinned as blood leaked from her lip. I learned a long time ago that women can be just as strong as men. Holding back is only disrespecting both of us. She wiped her lip. Good. then I will no longer hold back either. Chapter 1476. She glowed, and her body came at me with incredible speed. I directly met her attack again, but with the added momentum of her speed. I was the one thrown back this time. I had hoped that this sudden explosive speed was merely a skill like my own explosive movement, but I was being too hopeful. She began to launch attack after attack, throwing me back. However, where I was aiming to methodically knock her out of the ring, she seemed to be fine throwing me around any which direction, playing with her prey rather than trying to win. Although she was injuring me, it still wasn't at a level where I felt hopeless. She hadn't healed from the damage I had done earlier. Meanwhile, my Regan had me quickly recovering from attacks. I could also always cast a heal and recover damage I had received, as much as I hated to admit it. This became a battle of attrition. I'd need to slowly build up damage until she fell. Our battle was at a silver level, so it was one of the more interesting battles going on. Silver battles were more common. But the fighting occurring within was closer to what one would see in a diamond or gold battle. There were usually only 2 to 3 diamond and gold battles a night, so such a display quickly grew a crowd. People cheered as they watched a tall woman toss a man twice her size around the ring. This is exactly what I meant when I said women were just as strong as men. Physical size seemingly meant very little in this world. A bunny rabbit could kill a Goliath given the right stats. Master, I think we should rely on that, Elysia offered as I hit the ground again. I was having trouble getting another hit on her. If I couldn't at least build up damage, then I'd be the one who eventually wore out, on that note. How long would a fight like that go on? There was one other plan I had to increase my power in a fight. You certain you can pull it off? I asked her. Yes, Master. I've been practicing with shaping myself a lot lately. I should be able to manage. All right, do it. I rolled back to my feet and then lifted my hands. The blessing on the back of my hand glowed, and then that glow grew, covering my hands. When they finished forming, I was wearing metal gloves. This was Elysia's new weapon form, gauntlets. Although Elysia had become several other items since she had become a sword, those were usually tools. There was a difference between the stress a tool would have to face and the stress a weapon would have to face. Ultimately, she was most powerful as her sword form. If she changed forms too radically from that, she would lose a great deal of her strength. The drill could be cut in half with a powerful enough sword strike. That's why we had held off on the gloves. Her body integrity would assuredly be reduced in this form. She had to practice a bit and get comfortable with this form. Still, I wouldn't use this form if the opponent had cutting weapons or anything like that. It would ultimately be too difficult to keep her safe. However, with her form so close against my own hands, I believed we could pull it off. Oh, what's this? The lioness smirked. It's time to end this. Chapter 1477. Fighting with Elysia wasn't just a matter of having an extra hard punch, but as a sentient weapon she could somehow add her stats to mine. I could punch with not just my strength, but the strength within Elysia, too. I wondered a bit if she was still leveling, or if her status was trapped at the current level. I couldn't see jobs with her anymore, let alone levels to those jobs. As far as her helping me fight, we still had a long way to go before we were completely at ease with each other. So it was hard to say if she was getting stronger or if we were just getting better at fighting together. Either way, the lioness met my attack once again, likely eager to see what else I was bringing. So I made sure not to disappoint her. Even with her adding her speed to her strength, the results of our attack were one-sided. The lioness was thrown back, slamming into the ropes. Had she been airborne, she would have been knocked out of the ring. She let out a hiss and then attacked again, her body blurring as she attacked at full speed. However, I was able to combine Alicia's battle sense, her speed, and her understanding with my own, and together we caught her, causing her to fly off again. She slammed into a pole and then coughed out a bit of blood. She looked up at me while on all fours, a smile on her face. He. So, you were holding out on me, she said. Good. Good. Why don't you stay down for good? I leaped up and then slammed down with my fists in an overhead cutting motion. Good. She repeated with a screech, lifting her palms to block. As she blocked my strike, her body began to morph. She took on a more feline appearance, her fingers turning to claws, her legs growing more muscular and bent, and her face growing whiskers. This was something I had to recognize from Lydia. This was her beast mode, a point in which she allowed her animalistic side to take over, giving her an extreme boost in strength and ability. Deke! Alicia warned as the lioness did a flip. While her hands held my gauntlets, her feet went up and kicked me in the face. I pulled back, but she managed to flip in the air while still on me. This time, her hand came down and she struck my face. This blinded me for a moment, as she kicked me, sending me flying out. I just missed the ropes, falling off the platform and landing on the ground. As soon as I hit the ground, I stood up, but it was too late. Disqualified. The winner is Deacon, the referee declared. I blinked in confusion as the crowd started to boo. Disqualified? The girl asked innocently. Oh. Do you mean these? She lifted her hands innocently, revealing her long nails. At that moment, I could feel a stinging on my face. Reaching up, I felt blood. She had scratched me across the face in that last attack. My mask had thankfully remained on, though, just barely continuing to mask my identity. They're a sharp instrument, the referee declared, causing even more booing. The woman herself seemed more amused than angry. She jumped onto a post looking down at me, her eyes containing that predator's gaze. I'll give you this win. But we both know how the outcome of this match would have gone without such rules. She licked her claw innocently. Chapter 1478. Nothing is certain, I replied, ignoring the stinging in my face. She jumped down from the post, landing next to me. The referee checked to make sure we weren't going to keep fighting. And then he declared the win. Those that had bet on me were quite thankful, while those that had gone with her were very frustrated. She walked up to me, and I was a bit confused about what she wanted now that the fight was over. "You are young and ignorant," she spoke up. "It's kind of cute. Don't let your master hear that. Master." She made a disgusted face. "He is not my master. I am no slave. I choose to be in his harem. We all do. It sounds like you bully and force the other girls," I responded. "You wouldn't understand," she hissed. "Women just need to be given the opportunity. Ultimately, they all realize what is right for them, as I have done." That just sounds like slavery. You would know slavery. "I don't do anything that a woman doesn't want." "Then you are a fool." "Women don't know what they want," she responded dismissively. "You seem to know what you want, don't you? I do." "What do you want? Immortality?" she smirked, showing her fangs. At this point, her feline body had reverted to her normal form. It didn't make her come off as any less the predator. "You know much?" She cocked her head thoughtfully. "It's true that my lord desires to make us all immortal. I do not care about such a life, though. I would gladly give my life to my lord this moment if necessary. I want to give my everything for my lord, and to become his everything. I want to be the best, the leader of his pride, the best woman in his life." "Will he give the same for you?" I asked. "What do you know of it?" A flash of anger appeared on her face, but it was immediately replaced with another grin. "A proper woman accepts the love her lord gives her in whatever form he chooses." "That sounds like an excuse." She lifted her head innocently. "You know, I've started to slowly work on that fairy of yours. She's quite resistant. But they all eventually see my lord's greatness." "What did you say?" I perked up, anger flashing on my face. "Oh." Once I pulled off her wings, she became so timid. In time, she'll happily be meat for my lord to consume. I reached out and grabbed her collar, pushing her against the ring. "You dare touch her." There was a whistle, and a referee who was starting the next match glared down at me. "No fighting!" I realized I was nearly choking her. However, she wasn't scared. If anything, she just seemed more amused. I let go, taking a step back. The referee lifted a finger. That was one warning. If I got another, I'd be out. My... "Did I touch a soft spot?" she asked, a grin on her face. I had let her get under my skin, which is exactly what she had wanted. I quickly calmed down. "I care about all of them," I responded. "I love all of them. And that is why you are fated to lose all of them." Chapter 1479. "Oh, that is right. You've reminded me why I came down here. I wish to give you a little lesson," the lioness suddenly announced. "A lesson?" I asked, trying my best to keep my temper. I couldn't let her goad me. but there was a chance she'd leak things about King Roth. I needed to keep my ears open and learn more about them. It was so I could obtain victory. That was all. While your love for your women is admirable, it's also a complete weakness. I'd say it's my strength. How can that be? She laughed, giving me a strange look. If you allow yourself to get so emotional with every girl, then you can easily be controlled. A harem is like a living being, and each girl is like a part of the body. If you obsess about protecting every part, then trapping you becomes all too easy. In a world where magic could restore limbs, and for those who couldn't find someone who could do that, magical limb replacements also existed. I supposed the idea of lopping off a limb to survive was easy. I had done it myself, although I couldn't say I'd ever want to again. As I pondered her words, it appeared like she wasn't done. Every part has a purpose, and it is up to you to assign that purpose. You are the brain of the harem. But if you think that is all that is needed for the body to work, then you are mistaken. You may take care of the big things. You decide the direction, the timing, and the movements. However, you couldn't possibly handle every little thing. Just think about it. How far would you get if you had to spend every moment thinking about breathing? Or if you had to control every muscle? It's not possible. Harems need a hierarchy, a leader, a woman in charge who handles all of the things her man doesn't have time to handle. There are ranks in a harem, an order. There are those at the top, like me, and then there are the enforcers, like my lionesses. And then there is the meat at the bottom, delivered for my lord to eat up. I tensed at that word. She had called Astria meat. I had a feeling that in her hierarchy, everyone who wasn't a lioness was below them. Every woman I love is special. I shot back, my voice still more defensive than I would have liked. She showed her teeth once again. Not every woman can be the queen. At some point, you have to decide. Without it, there is tension. The parts won't work together. They'll fight, and eventually, they'd break. If you don't have a queen to keep your harem in line, then your harem is bound for failure. It will tear itself apart from the inside. That's all I wanted to say. I hated that her words had a certain sense to them. Ever since I had left and the slave bonds were cut, the girls hadn't been quite the same. Miki was depressed and isolated herself, Xiao remained aloof and distant, and Celeste stayed with her mom. When I did bring everyone together, they often disagreed on things, and might even argue. I had only realized it a little at the time, but Lydia had always been the glue that kept everyone together. I didn't know what she did, but she had always acted as the leader, guiding the other girls forward without me needing to be there. However, I didn't know what happened to her. And I was only hoping the cat girl of doom was Lydia. Was that why the lioness came here? Was she here to finish the job after considering everything? I could only pretend her words didn't affect me. "We'll see about that," I responded simply. She reached up to her face and moved her fingers across it, demonstrating a claw mark. Let my mark remind you then. Perhaps we'll meet again before my lord ends you, Deek son. With that, she turned and walked away, her tail swishing as she left. Chapter 1480. You certainly had a lot to talk about with her, a huffy voice stated as I walked away from the ring. You are not jealous, are you? I asked teasingly. Bernice's face turned red. How could I be? Not at all. You are a well-known philanderer who seduces every woman. Yeah, I sighed. Well, this one is taken. Her argumentative glare quickly slipped as she noticed I wasn't in the mood. Is everything okay? I nodded. It will be. As I was saying that, I noticed a face that I was hoping not to see again. It was the well-dressed man who was running this ring. He was waiting for us as we entered what constituted a locker room in this place, which was more just a back room where the contestants could dress wounds in peace. Hello, Deek son. The man smirked as he looked at me. I froze where I was. You know? As soon as I heard that name, I felt my spine tingle. During the match, the lioness had guessed my identity, but the cheering was so loud I didn't think anyone would have heard. I didn't know if this was a coincidence or if he had listeners. You've been climbing the ranks quickly this last week. People would naturally look into your identity. It's not particularly difficult to reason out who you are. You are traveling alongside the current Lord Rain, after all. It was Bernice's turn to jump. She had not hidden her presence as Bernice, but without the crown on, no one should have been able to guess it was Lord Rain. The illusion magic that made Lord Rain was top-notch. It not only had fooled identification magic, sure, but Lord Rain should also have had a drop of blood on file with the capital for life insurance, although perhaps they had a fake. A well-placed bribe probably would have been enough to get that switched. As for Bernice giving me away, she was known down here. But we thought that being known would only help our alibis. Bernice was a former champion and gladiator who was training a young apprentice, using the underground rings as a wedding stone. That was our official story. Since we both used swords and my skill outstripped most of the riffraff here, this seemed believable foremost. As for connecting Deekson, Bernice, and me, the last time the public ever saw me was in Alarith before my physical change, so as long as my face was covered, who'd guess I suddenly grew a foot taller? What do you want? Bernice asked, her eyes narrowed dangerously, and an aura of battle emanating from her. Bernice was somewhat hot, headed and only knew violence. I wasn't as quick to jump to fighting, but I understood her feelings. I held up my hand in front of her to keep her from leaping at him. He only glanced at her, seemingly unperturbed by her actions. The man didn't give me any pressure, but there was something about the way he held himself. Bernice was known as the top gladiator in the city, and he didn't feel threatened by her at all. It made me a bit wary as his eyes fell on me. That depends on why you are here, he finally responded after a tense moment. I've been climbing the ring for two reasons. 1. I am looking to find people with the ability to fight. Alarith is currently barebones when it comes to guards. The former, Lord Rain. He stripped the countryside clean of the military when he left. You see, Daya Shin is attacking, and I need every person I can get. Oh, is that all? You should have come to me sooner. I can put out the request for you. I would have... But someone said I needed cred. I gave Bernice a side glance and blushed. He nodded. It's true that they'll be more willing to follow someone well known. There is... one more thing. What is that? I need to speak to the cat girl of doom. His originally relaxed expression suddenly turned serious. That is something I cannot do. Chapter 1481. Why is that I demanded? Trying to keep the edge out of my voice, he gave me a hard stare. What is this? Woman to you? I don't know for certain, I responded honestly. I think she is someone meaningful to me. This is why I need to speak to her. Is this a problem? The cat girl of doom wishes to keep her identity a secret? Not from me. When he raised an eyebrow, I flinched slightly. I mean, I believe her to be a woman named Lydia. She is essential to me. And I will find her, no matter what it takes. I didn't mean that last part to sound like a threat. But I didn't pull back either. He seemed to be watching me carefully, as if looking for something. His entire demeanor seemed to have changed once I mentioned her. Was there some kind of connection between the two? She has been under my care for some time? I am unwilling to reveal her identity. I will also not arrange a meeting between the pair of you. As I opened my mouth, he raised a hand. However, if you wish to meet her, there is only one way. You must fight her in the ring. That was my intention from the beginning, I responded. He nodded. Then I will schedule your match for tomorrow night. As for whatever happens after that, it'll be between the two of you. I will provide you the remainder of your winnings. But I would ask that you engage in no more underground matches. After this match, your rank will also be revoked. I understand. None of that particularly mattered to me. I would have been a gold rank by the end of the day, but ranks only mattered if you were fighting in the arena. And if I got the things I was looking for, I had no intention of coming back here anyway. There is one other thing I'd like to say as well. What is that? I asked. If this woman isn't the one you remember. What will happen? I blinked at his strange question. I will keep looking. What about if you learn the woman you love is no longer there? I am not sure what you are talking about. Would you make a dungeon duplicate? Would you replace her with a clone created from your own lore? I couldn't help but feel side-blinded again. I had only met this guy twice, yet he seemingly knew far too much about me. He knew about dungeons. And his question about creating duplicates hit far too close to home. I had even considered such actions when Tara had seemingly died. I had told myself I'd just create a duplicate of her in the dungeon. Of course, then I'd end up like Kinaberries. He remained in Widow's dungeon, facing a woman who wasn't his wife. But he was unwilling to leave because of the memory of his life. If I hadn't come along and broke him from that illusion, he would have wasted away down there, and the demon lord would have gotten everything he had wanted. There is only one lore. The lore between us. The lore and memories of my time with Lydia are what bind us together. If I don't have those, then I don't have Lydia, I answered after thinking of an adequate answer. I'll hold you to that. He turned and walked away without another word. Chapter 1482. The next day. I had another meeting with the team to get an understanding of our current progress. How bad is it? I asked. Celeste and I finished surveying the enemy forces along the border. Xiao spoke up. It's not as bad as we originally feared. Only 8 tribes are currently alongside King Roth. Only I still estimated close to 9,000 troops. This makes sense. Elia nodded. It's very difficult to mobilize all of the tribes. Some will always resist. Which tribes? I asked. Catkin. Wolfkin, Bearkin, Apikin, Birdkin, Beastkin, Hoovedkin, and Squirrelkin, Xiao declared. 12 tribes made up the Daishin. Tribes didn't necessarily mean a single species, although types certainly congregated together. Some tribes only had variants, like the Catkin, while other tribes like the Beastkin were made up of rare species, like Elephantkin and Kraken and such. The ones that didn't come along were the Murinikin and the Rubbitkin. They had been at odds with them prior. It looked like they hadn't convinced them to join. Perhaps it was merely a cease-fire. I didn't know anything about the Dragonkun, but just by the name I'd guess they were loners. As for the Foxkun, their absence was obvious. I had only taken one village of the Foxkin, but in general, their tribe were outcasts and their numbers were small thanks to their inability to handle their spiritual curse. So, the Wolfkin are against us, I sighed. Not necessarily. Xiao gave an uncertain look. The Wolfkin were being kept close to the Catkin, and I didn't see any Wolfkin leadership out and about. It wouldn't be surprising if they were under some coercion of King Roth at the moment. Is there any chance we could convince the Rubbitkin and Murinikin to join our side? I asked. They have a great deal of animosity toward the predator-class Animalkin, but they also have a great deal of fear. It was Alea this time who spoke. As we discussed, I sent envoys, but we have yet to receive answers. I believe they are waiting to see the results of our battle. Have we managed to gather any more forces recruiting? We've managed to gather another 500, however. These are mostly volunteer militia and are barely better than filler, Shin explained. They will only serve to make our forces look larger on sight. I nodded. I understand. We'll keep them anyway. Shin wasn't the type of woman to mince words. If she said they weren't qualified, it was because they weren't qualified. However, we had to take everyone we could at this point. That only brought us to 4,500 soldiers. Even if the Austerian could fight 2-to-1, that still put us at 2,500 less than the opposing forces. What about armor? Production has begun, Lepus answered. We've experienced problems. What problems? Few of the men are a high enough level to handle our equipment. Our equipment is turning out to be too good for the majority to handle. The blacksmiths have started depending on their apprentices to make lower tier gear. This has stifled production. I can only promise complete fittings for 500 by the time they arrive. I apologize. Number. I shook my head. To produce sets of armor and weapons for 500 soldiers in a week, that output is miraculous. Shin. See that they are fitted and awarded to the best soldiers. Yes, master. I lifted my hands and rubbed my eyes. This had been an extremely long week filled with fretting all day and fighting all night. The end was almost near. But what I wouldn't give to put that end off a little longer. Master, how is your work in Elarith going? Miki asked curiously. I'll tell you after tonight. Tonight was my last chance to change the course of this upcoming battle. Chapter 1483. And now. The fight you've all been waiting for. Catgirl of Doom versus Decon the Dragon. The announcer was much more enthusiastic as he called out this one, and it was met with resounding cheers. The excitement and crowds around various matches had slowly increased as I edged up the ranking. My extreme speed had caught many people's interest. They wondered just who I was. And the story we sold was that I was someone being trained by Bernice. This was enough to get everyone to accept it. Although my ability to make a profit off my wins had tanked once everyone realized my true rank had yet to be revealed. However, this was a diamond match, and the Catgirl of Doom was the undisputed champion of the ring. Diamond rank was a misnomer. There was only one person who existed at the diamond rank. Once someone was defeated, they'd drop down to gold. They could only challenge again a month later. Diamond matches were always when a gold contestant challenged the diamond. From what I had been told, it was the diamond rank, because it stood for a diamond in the rough. This was a person of skill and ability who ought to move on to higher and better things. They were someone like Bernice, the top of the underground, destined for greatness. That was what happened to anyone who maintained the diamond rank long enough. They would eventually become some small village's hero, or become knighted, or find some other path to success. Then, 2 gold would duke it out, and if no one was able to hold the diamond rank consecutively, it was passed from person to person until another diamond in the rough appeared. I hadn't known it that first day. But the match I had caught was the Catgirl of Doom overthrowing the current diamond. Usually, diamonds would only need to fight once a week to defend their place. But the kingpin of the underground had made an exception for me. Usually, other golds had to buy their chance to battle the diamond by cashing in cred, which I still hadn't figured out if it was a currency or a state of mind. That was just another exception made for me. This naturally grew even more interest in our match, as it was rarely an up, and comer would blast through the ranks so quickly, and then immediately challenge the diamond. After nearly a week of fighting, I finally stood opposite of her on the same stage. Her hair was black, and by all appearance, she seemed to be an unremarkable black catkin with no variant. However, how could I forget the body of the woman I had spent so many intimate nights with? If it came to any girl, it would be Lydia, who I knew best. This woman stood like her, moved like her, and looked like her. I would have confirmed it with God and Evil Eye that moment, but while it wasn't explicitly banned in underground tournaments, Bernice said I would lose the crowd and breed hostile if I relied on such cheap tricks. That meant that the only way to confirm my suspicions was to rip off her mask and remove all doubt. Begin? Chapter 1484. Lydia. I called out, "It's me." Wouldn't it be great if it was that simple? Before I did anything else, I just needed to reveal myself to her. If she was my Lydia and there was nothing specifically wrong, then she would immediately jump into my arms, and there would be no contest. However, life never seemed to work out so cleanly for me. The catgirl blurred, immediately using her speed to the point where I lost sight of her. "Behind you!" I spun just as a kick slammed into what would have been my back. I narrowly blocked with my gauntlets, Elysia absorbing the brunt of the hit. I had no intention of playing around in this match. I didn't know why this catgirl of doom hid her identity, but I intended to get to the truth of things. I only had one chance, and I definitely wouldn't blow it. I came at the black cat girl hard, using sword techniques and quick attacks to face her head on. Our hands moved back and forth, each side blocking the other's strike after a strike. To an outsider, it might have resembled the motions of a martial artist, although I didn't know anything about karate. Our hands were our blades, and each strike attempted to injure and wear down the opponent. Our movements were so fast that it was a blur to someone who was a low enough level. The black cat girl showed no emotion as she fought viciously. Even this close, she didn't seem to show any indication. Was I mistaken? Was this not Lydia? I also considered several other possibilities. Maybe she was under someone's control. I knew such devious puppetry skills existed. I had also known karmic infections to control people and make them act under someone else's control. Then, there was the possibility that I didn't even want to think about. What if Lydia died, and this was her replacement? Much like Cilicia. I shook my head. Even if that was the case, Cilicia had loved her sister, and even her clone had some kind of ingrained love. I couldn't believe in a version of Lydia without me. Unfortunately, my thoughts had distracted me, and the black cat girl took every advantage. I found her breaking through my attacks. I got stuck 3 times before managed to jump away and make some distance. She had struck me once on the arm, once on the leg, and once in my side. At first, I thought that hits were minor, but I immediately felt numbness in every place she hit. I found my leg and arm didn't move quite right, and it was slightly more difficult to breathe. I raised my hand to cast heal. But whether she knew I had magical healing or not, She seemed to react almost instinctively. She moved forward and attacked, giving me no time and interrupting my spell. Realizing how the fight was going south, I threw caution to the wind. I put all of my efforts into a single strike, allowing her to hit me in the process. The two of us met, and I felt myself flying back, striking one of the posts with enough power that it cracked. That hurt. I spit up blood as I forced myself up to my feet. I didn't regret my actions, though, because I had met my goal. I had knocked the mask covering her face away. I was finally able to see the true identity of the black cat girl. It is Lydia. I breathed. Chapter 14, 85. Lydia's hand went to her face, and she touched where the mask should have been before shooting me a stern glare. I do not know this Lydia. It was almost difficult to recognize her because the happy, carefree expression that Lydia usually wore was replaced by deep concentration and a stern look. She could have been a completely different person, but now that her mask was gone, I had no doubt it was Lydia. Then, "Do you know Deke?" I asked. "I don't know that name either." She scowled. "Stop wasting my time," she attacked again. And I barely managed to block her. My goals had radically changed, though. Now that I confirmed I was dealing with Lydia, my new goal became figuring out what was wrong with her. She was hard to catch, though. Her speed made it sue every time I tried to lock her down. She managed to slip away quickly. On top of that, I had already received several bad hits, and without any time to heal, she was wearing me down. Elysia. I think we should try that idea we had. That idea? Wasn't that for the bedroom, on an unmoving target, Je? It applies to now. You can do it. M. Master. I'll do my best. I quickened my speed. Trying to match Lydia for just a moment. Accelerate. True strike. I came at Lydia was a brutal strike. She had no choice but to block the strike, my gauntlet striking her hand. As soon as we touched, my eyes flashed. Now? The gauntlet glowed, losing its current shape. As the force of my attack was pushed back by her defense, the white light flowed around her hand. She tried to pull back, but I had the momentum and was pushing her down. When the light disappeared, a small cuff was around Lydia's hands. Elysium. Handcuff edition, I announced happily. I can't believe Master thought of turning me into this. Elysia whined. Lydia looked down at her wrist in wide-eyed wonder. However, I didn't hesitate to grab her hand and pulled her. My other hand touched her forehead. Karmic control. My intention wasn't to control her karma, but to make sure she wasn't being controlled by someone else. For a brief second, I peered into her soul, and what I saw shocked me to my core. Master! Lydia was screaming like she was in pain, her body writhing like she was being injured. What's wrong? Aha! Aha! Let me be! Lydia screamed, thrashing wildly against the handcuffs. At that moment, I felt an extreme danger, like death was about to strike. Elysia! Release here. I leaped back just as Elysia unlocked Lydia's wrist. A form blurred into the ring, appearing between the pair of us. His speed was unmatched. He gave off the pressure of an impossible mountain, its heights making even kind Diorite seem like a child. Had Elysia not released her hold when she did, his movement would have chopped her in two. I did not doubt that. In his eyes were a cold and icy fury that shot to my very core. The kingpin struck me, and I felt my body lurch as I flew back. I slammed into the ropes, bending out the post on that side with extreme force before collapsing on my butt. I had just enough energy to get back up. But I had a feeling that had been deliberate. If he had wanted that strike to kill me, he would have used them. His hand touched Lydia's forehead, and she immediately stopped screaming, falling asleep. He caught her in his arms and then shot me a deadly look. "Have you seen enough?" he asked. "I need to help." "Haven't you done enough?" "Not yet." She's dying. Chapter 1486. Come with me, the man stated simply. Before turning to the crowd, "The match is over. Deacon the Dragon is disqualified. He shall hereby have his status provoked. And he will be banished from this location after today." Those that were fans of Lydia had been giving me hateful glares, some even booing or calling for my head. With the kingpin's announcement, they nodded as if to say it served me right. The volume increased as the people started muttering to each other. Uncontented with the results of what should have been a spectacle match. From what I could hear, most agreed that I had cheated. Although I technically hadn't broken any of the rules that I knew about, magic was allowed, but it was difficult to pull off in one-to-one fights. So was restraining people, for that matter, however. New rules might be created after tonight. I didn't care that much about people's opinions of me. If this made it so that I wouldn't be able to recruit a single person, none of that mattered at this particular moment. All of my thoughts were on Lydia and what I had seen when I tried to interact with her soul. I followed the kingpin as he led me to the backstage area on Lydia's side. As he entered the room, he put Lydia down on a table that seemed to work as the medical bed. I closed the door, cutting the noises behind me and giving us privacy. "What the hell happened to her?" I demanded. "What do you know?" he asked, not looking up from Lydia. "Her soul is extremely damaged. It's being consumed by a karmic infection. The miasma has already done significant damage." The man nodded in response. "She was attacked by assassins. She managed to fight them off, but they managed to strike her with a soul-reaving dagger." I took a deep breath. I had prepared for this possibility, but hearing it was rather difficult. "She survived," I said. "Barely," he responded. "I saved her life and did what I could for her." "Why is she here fighting? Why did you allow us to battle? I never expected you to try to reach for her soul like that." "I may seem to know many things, but I didn't know you had such an ability. When you touched her soul, you aggravated her condition," he explained, shaking his head. "Now, I don't know if she'll make it." "What does that mean? What were you doing before then?" Since her soul was infected with karma, her only chance was to let it run its course. Run its course, I frowned. You mean turn her into a karmic being? You understand. He finally looked up at me. Through battle and experience, a person finds strength. They gain insight and build lore. I had her fight so that she could circulate her mana, allowing the miasma to completely replace her mana soul. Only once that happened would she survive. I shook my head. A miasma soul would convert to mana when left outside of a dungeon. You are not completely wrong. But you are also not correct. After all, if this was the truth, then how can such things as your god soul exist? Although he revealed he knew even more about me, I had stopped being surprised by his knowledge at this point. No, a miasma creature can exist without a dungeon. It's not easy. And they'd eventually have to find a connection to the mana of this world or die, but she would have lived a bit longer. But now only part of her soul is left here, and that part was barely strong enough. When you interrupted the process, I am now even less confident she'll survive. I looked down at Lydia, who still had her eyes closed like she was sleeping. A peaceful expression on her face. She will. I'll make sure of it. Chapter 1487. You plan to interfere? He asked. I plan to fix her, I responded. I can save her life. If you try to stop me. Hee. You already suspect my strength, and you still threaten me. He gave me a dangerous look. I coughed. I was going to say I would convince you. However, you should know by now what happened to Lydia. I allowed you to fight her because I wanted you to see for yourself. She doesn't remember anything. She doesn't remember you, her name, or anyone else in her life. I know. I closed my eyes. The miasma destroyed that part of her soul. Everything related to us is gone. It's the way soul reaving, daggers work. He sighed. They burn from the outside in. She likely wore the memories of her friends and loved ones outwardly. Only those things buried deep survived that attack. There was a long period of silence after he had spoken. As for me, I was partially thinking. But I was also running through my available jobs and skills in my mind, deciding on my next course of action. After some time, I finally came to my conclusion. Alicia, I am going to need you to do something for me. No, she immediately declared. Not that, Master. Alicia, you are the only person I would trust to do this. There has to be some other way. Maybe. But I don't have the time to come up with one. This is my choice. Please honor it. Master? She whimpered but didn't argue anymore. I walked over to Lydia's side, looking her over one more time. The silent kingpin watched me out of the corner of his eye. I didn't know what to make of the man. He had seemingly saved Lydia's life. The assassins that Lord Roth had sent should have killed her. But he had managed to keep her alive and then take care of her. It seemed like I owed him for that. Perhaps there would be a time when I could repay him. Do you intend to interfere anyway? I do. Even though she doesn't remember you, even if you do manage to heal her, she still won't know who you are. I understand. If you fail to heal her and somehow cause her to die here, I will kill you where you stand. I met his dangerous glare. I accept. Humph. He snorted. Then do as you will. I am curious what this healing method you've concocted is. I may not be a white mage, but I have a certain level of knowledge when it comes to souls. The current state of her soul is disordered, and I see no means of completing what was started. This was her choice. I mean, her life is in your hands now. That's why I won't fail. I smiled, holding out my hand. Elysia formed in my hand. But her form was much smaller. She appeared as a dagger, perhaps even smaller. One might be amiss to see her as a letter opener. It was almost like she was hiding her physical size, afraid of being larger. It didn't matter. Because what I was cutting wasn't physical. I slammed the blade into myself, and I started to cut. Chapter 14, 88. The pain of cutting into your soul was something few people could handle. But it was a pain I was all too familiar with. I had done it once to myself in a swift and violent strike. But this time was different. The girls once said that my god soul was too large to be cut in half as it had once before. However, I wasn't cutting it in half this. This time, I was merely cutting away a small sliver. The kingpin's eyes widened and his pupils began pinpricks as he saw the blade enter me. His mouth fell open in utter shock and horror as I began to cut. To a normal person, it would look like I was carving into my gut, chopping my organs to bits. Yet, for some reason, no damage appeared and no blood flowed. I was cutting. And the thing I cut was something far more precious. When I finished, Elysia disappeared, retreating to her home in my soul world, as if wanting to immediately comfort the part of that world that was now torn and damaged. I held out my hand, and a small white light started to form in it. It formed into a small glowing white orb with flecks of blackness roughly the size of a marble. As the kingpin looked at it, his eyes were extremely sharp. He was well aware of what I was doing and what it implied. I pulled life force from the life that was in my soul world, sans Elysia, and slowly healed the damage to my soul. In the short term, this damage would weaken me. I'd suffer for it. However, I wasn't particularly worried about the long-term effects. After all, I knew that I'd be able to heal all of the damage. I had the waters of life, after all. I could rejuvenate and rebuild the parts I cut away. As for what I lost, it had been things that weren't that important anyway. I didn't think about the fight I'd have in a few days with King Roth. That was a problem for later. Once I was done stabilizing myself, my focus turned to the cat girl in front of me. With the most gentle care I could muster, I put the soul down into Lydia's chest, placing my hands gently on her bosom. I then began to cast a series of spells. As soon as I used mana, I could feel the pain. The soul was the conduit from which mana worked through the body, and I had just cut off a piece of my soul. Even though it was healing, the mana fluctuated and burned wildly, but I forced myself to work. Using my karmic influence to control her soul, binding a piece of my soul to it. Instead of removing the karmic infection, I began to realize that the kingpin was right. It had to run its course. So, instead, I sped it up. Lydia's brow furrowed, and she started to make pained noises in her unconscious state. Was she still not strong enough to survive this? Even with my soul transplant, I initiated enslavement, taking control of her as a slave. Unlike the other girls, the fragments of the slave bond that had once held her to me were no longer there. It had been burned away with the rest of her soul, with her status boosted with slave master. Her expressions started to look better, and the karmic infection progressed far easier. I did what I can to heal and support her while pushing the infection. This was normally something that might have taken another month, but I was able to progress it to the end in a mere hour. I ignored my pain, focusing purely on her as I repaired her soul as much as I could. When I was finally finished, I was covered in sweat, and when I stopped channeling mana, the ache in my soul magnified, and I nearly collapsed to the ground. "It's done," I declared, panting. The kingpin looked down at Lydia. It seemed for the first time in our meetings, I had been the one to surprise him. "I can't believe it. You've converted her into a karmic soul. Amazing!" Then he shook his head. "What you sacrificed?" "I did what I had to do." "It won't restore her memory." "You told me that the lore and memories were what bound you to Lydia. Those have all been erased. Nothing is connecting the two of you. She is another woman in her current form." "What are you saying?" I forced a smile on my face, even though I could feel the pain racking through my body caused by this. "There is a piece of me inside her always now. We will always be connected." He stared at me for a moment. "So, what now? Do you want to take her back with you?" My smile flickered, and I tried my best to stand up straight. "Number," he raised an eyebrow. "Really? Don't tell her about any of this. Or me. Just tell her she survived. And let her decide where she wants to go and what she wants to do. You won't force her? I only ever wanted to make her happy." I did what I could. That piece of my soul is hers now. It will connect her to the mana of this world and allow her to live the rest of her life in peace. That's all I can do. "Is that it? You'll leave with that?" "If I had decided to take her, would you have let me?" I asked. He gave a dark smile. "Goodbye, Deek Deek son. I hope you don't regret what you have done here today." I looked down at Lydia one last time before using my dungeon point to open a portal. I never will. I had given Lydia a chance. But this was no longer my Lydia. I left her behind to find her path. Chapter 14, 89. Harem Master has increased to level 65. You have unlocked the skill. Gift Strength. As I stepped out of the portal, I noticed that Harem Master had seemingly gone up. Did that mean that this world still considered her part of my harem? Or was it more a reflection of me as a so-called harem master? This job was ultimately the similarity that bound me to King Roth. Although where I was a level 65, he was likely level 100. And that was assuming there wasn't some higher job beyond harem master. It was nice to think that somewhere deep in Lydia, she still loved me. However, after fighting her, I knew that this wasn't the same girl that I knew. After all, I had directly touched her soul and worked with it. I had seen firsthand that the parts that connected us were all gone. She was not my Lydia, and I could only accept that truth, rather than desperately cling to what was essentially a different person now. In that respect, I assumed the harem master had more to do with me and my lore than Lydia. I had always thought the clothes the girls got to me, the more experience I'd get. That wasn't true. The thing that earned experience was my greater understanding of what it meant to be a harem master, and my slow and gradual development as a person who would have a harem of women to call upon. Of course, a romantic gesture like cutting out your soul and giving it to another was the kind of gesture that made harems. But it wouldn't affect a woman who didn't even remember it happening. I would be lying if I didn't admit to a small hope that this peace that gave up on would somehow lead Lydia to return to me someday. But I had no clue when that time would be. It would be assuredly a long time from this day. What happened? Did he hurt you? Bernus's hands were on her guns, and for a moment a dark aura seemed to emanate from her. Did that bastard forget whose city this is number? I lifted my hand. Number. He didn't hurt me. This is... Well, it is what it is. She frowned, looking me up and down. I had left the underground to meet with Bernice one last time before returning to Chom. Of course, I couldn't hide the paleness in my face or the weakness in my body from Bernice, even though I had tried. I pulled out and drank some water of life. In time, it would heal all of the damage, so as romantic a gesture that it was, I hadn't done much. However, in the next few days, Roth would attack, and if I couldn't throw him back, I'd lose access to this medicine. More than likely, I'd lose my life too. Now, I was in a weakened state, and this was the time when I should be strongest. I didn't know if my decision was foolish, but I would make it again if I had the chance. Besides, this wasn't a personal battle between him and me. This was a war. If a single person could change the tides of war, then there would be no point in the war. Ultimately, when our armies combined, my strength didn't matter. It would be the strength of my girls and the strength of my people. That was ultimately what would win the day. Master, you are going back to Chom. Aren't you? Bernice sounded slightly reluctant. I will be. I nodded. After my display in that last fight, I think I lost all of the cred I had. I think I blew my chance to recruit my fighters, too. Bernice shook her head. It's not true. The Kingpin still promised to advertise. Also, I want to fight by your side. Really? I looked up at her, and her face turned red once again. Don't get the wrong idea. You are just... My liege? Yes. And so, I wish to support you. So, I will recruit as many as I can. Send for me in 2 days, and I'll have more soldiers for you. I reached out and touched her cheek. Thank you, Bernice. She pulled away, turning her back to me. And now, go away. Get out of here before you cause me any more trouble. I'll continue to take care of Alurith. Just you watch. I nodded and opened a portal home. Thank you. I left Alurith for the last time. Now, I had to focus on the upcoming battle. Chapter 1490. So, that is the situation, I responded. I can't believe Lydia doesn't remember us anymore, Miki responded, her eyes teary. She'll be back. Right? Celeste asked. Looking no better. I don't know. I sighed. Only time will tell. At least she's alive for now. I gave her a chance. However, in the upcoming fight, I am going to need to depend on all of you even more. I see it this way. Xiao spoke up. This just gives me one more reason to bring King Roth down. He deserves to be destroyed. Xiao had a dangerous expression on her face. She wasn't necessarily the most romantic or loving person. Rather, her love was shown in her actions, which admittedly could be scary at times. It was clear she loved Lydia as well. All of the girls did. Lydia was always so confident and mature. She fought with a smile on her face and always considered not just me, but the bigger picture of us. She may have been raised to be a prostitute, but she was the one who understood everyone's needs the most, and she always acted to make sure those needs were fulfilled. Yeah. Celeste nodded. I want to take him down too. And get my mother back. Celeste rarely got angry, but there was a hint of it on her face when she spoke of King Roth and her mother. She was the only one who truly understood how bad he had her Tastria. And I had taken her aside and explained that it was King Roth who also murdered her father. Everything that had happened in her life, being trapped in Car's dungeon and used as a puppet, had been his fault. There was no saying what life she would have lived if he hadn't had been involved. She wanted vengeance. However, we're down Master, Lydia, and Tara. Half our form is knocked out. Our formation is full of holes. Alea doesn't fight in a team. Maybe we can depend on Bernice, but we haven't spent that much time with her. This has only become a more difficult fight. Xiao admitted bitterly. Actually, I have an announcement for everyone. I think this might cheer you all up, Miki declared. What's that? Since my village showed up, I've been helping them come to terms with their spiritual sides. Many of them have unlocked their spiritualist job, and a few show quite a bit of aptitude in working with spirits. She explained. Some of them have gone so far as to unlock resurrection. Others can summon ghosts to fight for them. I believe we can use the fox skin in this battle. In fact, considering the inherent fear that other animalkin have for the foxskin hidden or I believe they can be a great asset. Imagine even a single ghost appearing in the middle of a battlefield of squirrelkin. They would scatter. That's true. I straightened up excitedly as I imagined just how much Havakagost would bring to those supernaturally terrified. Not only would they be frightened, but they would have little defense against them. Ghosts were immune to physical defense. They'd need to get the magic wielders to fight them, and they'd be too scared to cast their spells. Resurrection is also important. We're at our home territory, and we have the support of the Mana Spring, Miki reminded me. If fallen soldiers were being resurrected quickly, then even if our army was a tenth their size, we could easily overwhelm them. I nodded excitedly. I had almost forgotten about that. This was a war, not a dungeon fight. The same rules didn't apply here. As long as we could hold out and resurrect, we could keep the battle going. Admittedly, as people were being resurrected 3 or 4 times in a row, this could lead to significant trauma. But that trauma could be remedied with time using the spring. I had been sitting on these waters of life spring for all this time, never realizing just how much of a cheat, like asset it was. How many can you bring? Shao asked. Miki's smile flickered slightly. My village isn't that large, and most of the most promising ones are children. I only have a little under 50. It's okay. I stroked her head, causing her ears to lay down. Every little bit helps. It's already amazing that of a village of a few hundred, you found so many talents. When I had allowed the foxskin to stay, it had been an impulsive decision aimed mostly at making Miki happy. She had spent some time with them after. And while she had become a bit melancholy the last month or so, seeing her parents once again had seemingly given her a purpose and a desire to redeem herself. I had some thoughts of them being useful to me, but I never thought their usefulness would bear fruit so soon. Miki gave one of her rare smiles these days as I continued to stroke her head. I just hoped there were a lot more little bits. Chapter 1491. As I was still striking Miki's head, a voice cleared its throat to catch my interest. It was Sapphire. She hadn't been present at the last few meetings. Her time had been used by her uncle as he taught her blacksmithing at the same time they guided the rest of the deep dwarves in settling down. She had been sending Lapis in her stead. The current meeting was something more intimate, where I was telling them about the damage to my soul and Lydia's condition, so I wanted her to be there. What is it? I asked. Since we're sharing things that may please Master, some of the deep dwarves are fighters, and we still feel we owe you a debt. Especially after rearranging your dungeon to give us a safe place to live. Your home is now our home too. And we want to fight to protect it. You don't need a blacksmith while the battle is going on, so if you want to pick up arms. Don't forget that mining in the deep has its dangers, so there isn't a deep dwarf who doesn't have at least some ability to fight. The deep dwarves will fight with us. I hadn't considered it before. Because the majority of those that had been freed were blacksmiths, miners, and other city folks. There weren't very many guards or soldiers, and I had not depended on them too much during the dungeon battle against Twilight. However, that was down in the deep, where mana was richer, and the proximity of Gaia meant that experience was earned quicker. People leveled faster in the deep. Therefore, a commoner on the surface would probably have about the same combat ability as a low-rank adventurer up here. Yes. Mother has gathered 200 men who will march to protect Chamat that time. She held off announcing it to you until we were certain of their support, but they will fight for Master. I see. Thank you. However, that's only part of what I wanted to tell Master. Sapphire continued. What is the rest of it? I asked. Well, it's better to show you. Sapphire looked somewhat uncertain, but after a moment, she gestured to the door. I could hear the thudding of feet. Something large was moving through my mansion. It reached the door and opened it, revealing a wall. No, a form crouched down, barely managing to move through the door as it entered the room. It was a creature of solid rock, with a squat head and almost no neck, but broad and powerful shoulders. It also had red glowing eyes. A golem, using what we had on Terra's work, we did our best to construct this body. Sapphire declared, Body? Hello, Master. A familiar voice came from the golem. I jumped up. Terra? Yes, Master. It's me, Terra cried out, suddenly holding out her hands and rushing toward me. Ah! Help! I am being crushed! I cried out as she wrapped her arms around me and started squeezing. Master! Terra let go. I can't help it! She's turned me into this monster. It's the best we can do. We don't have the knowledge to do that fine work to create your body? Sapphire defended. This is just a temporary body until we can make a better one. It's still made of some of the finest materials. Its combat potential is top-notch. It should be an improvement over your last body. Combat! What is combat when I look like this? Terra wept. I can live with anything, even a flat chest. But why this? It's not that bad. I tried to reassure her, even as she hulked over me by about 2 feet. Do you still find me pretty? She sniffled. Jah! That question was a landmine, so I turned to Sapphire. Why did you choose to resurrect her now? Isn't that obvious? Sapphire shot back. So, Master doesn't forcibly inject me with more life again. I blinked. Ah! That's right. It has been a week. I would need to do that again. Was it so bad? She turned away, touching her fingers together. It's not that I don't want it, but when I have it, I want it to just be me and Master. Is that too much to ask? Sapphire. I am sorry. When this is all over, I will make it up to you, I declared. Make it. With that? Ah! Is it hot in here? Sapphire stood up. I am hot. I think I'll go back to the forge for a while and cool off. Isn't the forge heated by actual lava? Miki inquired. Bye. She fled the room. Just as I was about to relax, a massive golem put its hands on its hips and stood before me. Master still didn't answer my question. Why, you are still beautiful, I lied. Master, she threw herself at me. Ah, I am dying. The monster is crushing me. It was great that Tara was back, but things would take some getting used to until her body was restored. However, our prospects for fighting King Roth were only increasing. We just might win this. Chapter 1492. They've begun moving, Xiao reported as soon as she jumped back through the portal. I took a deep breath. All right, let's begin. Although Tara had finished one layer of the wall around Chom, I wasn't confident that it would be able to hold against magical attacks. In that respect, fighting in the city would only bring chaos. It'd bring death and destruction to the citizens, and there was no saying that it'd do us any good. Instead, we selected a place to engage with the Dioshen army several days' travel from the city. Various portals opened via the girls. City was naturally able to create the largest and most stable portal, which was where the majority of the army traveled through. The Travel Guild also aided in moving large quantities of supplies needed to maintain the army. Although officially, the Traveling Guild was under the same restrictions as the Adventuring Guild, that mostly went to such things as transporting armies directly into enemy territory. The wilderness was a neutral area, and I had already staked a claim on it and mapped it out, so in that respect transporting troops and supplies was allowed. As the army marched through, I tried to remain optimistic, although we still had fewer soldiers than them. We had the home advantage. We were selecting the battlefield, and in the day it took them to arrive. We'd have numerous surprises built and ready. The location we picked was a break in the wilderness. A large area with basically no trees. According to the lore I could access from Car's blessing, this location would roughly be the spot of Astraea's original fairy spring. After Car had burned the forest to the ground, for some reason, it had not regrown in these last 20 years. The reason I had picked this spot was that there were no trees. The Dioshen lived in the jungles and forests of Dioshen, and in the wilderness, they'd be at a significant advantage. Thus, I figured plains would work better. Plus, this allowed Tara to work on creating walls and other obstructions for us to take advantage of the terrain. Once I stepped through and looked over the grassy area I had only visited once before. I gave a nod and turned to those following behind me. General Nova, take some Austerians and push out the local wildlife. We don't want to experience any monster attacks in the middle of battle. Yes, my lord. He struck his chest and left. Ever since I had early defeated him, Draven Nova's entire attitude had seemingly changed. He acted extremely loyal and seemed to hold no grudge regarding his defeat or his embarrassment, not to mention losing not one, but two brides. In Austerian culture, it was the strong who took charge. I just hoped I'd be able to continue to show that strength. Tara, get started on the structures we discussed. Yes, Master. She turned and began to thump away, currently the tallest thing in our army. Celeste, Shao. Scouting duty. I want to know when they're an hour away, as Master commands. Yes, Master? Celeste shrank and flew up into the air, disappearing in a blink. Shao melted into the shadows. Miki? Set up a triage unite. Collect some blood from our top soldiers down. If they break, resurrect them immediately. Yes, Master? She nodded. Although, wouldn't it be better that I am on the field with Master? In time, I responded, looking slightly uncertain. I feel we're all going to be pushed to the edge soon enough. Chapter 1493. Despite everything I had been through. This had only been the second battle I had ever really been part of. The battle between Oberies and the Ost Republic ended without either country attacking. It had been more of a personal battle between me and the demon Lord Aboris. As for my fight against Aboris's army, that had been done with two of me, and we had planned the fight mostly against each other. It had been an insane move. And it probably didn't have any right to work. But we had succeeded in catching the demon lord by surprise and managing to defeat him. This battle would be completely different. Two armies that knew everything about each other would engage in earnest. King Roth had even seemingly given me every chance to prepare, recruiting as many soldiers as I could. In the end, I had done pretty well for myself. We had the Chom soldiers, those who had slowly joined the guard since I had reclaimed New Chom. This was mostly made up of slaves, both Animalcan and humans. I had asked around, and the Animalcan of Chom almost universally had no problem fighting against Daishin. In their minds, Daishin was a country that abandoned them. Many were sold into slavery, while others were refugees exiled during tribal disputes. We had 1,500 that were at the trained level, and another 500 which were militia level from Deeksville. Then there were the Austerians, who had 2,000 soldiers able to fight in this battle. This excluded the women, children, and those too old or otherwise incapable of fighting. The Deep Dwarves offered another 200 fighters, and while they looked like children, especially compared to the Austerians, I didn't doubt that they possessed fighting prowess. After all, King Diorite had been the most dangerous foe I had faced to date. And he was much smaller than me. We're going to fight. A group of girls suddenly appeared as if from nowhere. I realized that it wasn't that they had appeared from nowhere. It was just that they had been so tiny that they slipped through the portals without being noticed, and then grew to adult size. These were the evolved fairies, those that Astria had personally altered. Although they were technically fairies, they had more in common with the Ephi. They were vampires, banshees, nymphs, naiads is dryads. And there was even a sylph like Celeste had once been. They were an exotic lot, and there was only a handful of them. They had mostly been kept in control and out of sight by Astria, who felt personally responsible for bringing them into this world, the last week since she had been gone. I hadn't known what they had been doing, and this was the first time I saw them all. There were close to 100 of them, and there weren't more than a dozen of any given type. Each variant had its unique appearance and hair color. The vampires wore black hair, the banshees purple, the dryads green, the nymphs blonde, naiads blue. And the sylph was pink like Celeste. Master, we want to break some skulls. Celeste told us what they did to Boss. We want to mess them up. They still sounded like mobsters, though. Chapter 1494. Since the fairies wanted to help, I wouldn't turn them down. I knew I couldn't expect them to fight at the level of Astria or Celeste, but their magical ability and monster, like nature, should put them at the level of a soldier, at least. They also had more reason to fight than anyone. They were dependent on the fairy fountain. If it was taken over by King Roth, they would likely be turned into his slaves, forced to run the fountain for his benefit. They might even end up becoming part of his harem. It had been Roth who had destroyed the first fairy fountain. And even if none of these fairies had been alive for that, in some ways their relation to Astria gave them an impression of it all. Deep down, they wanted vengeance, and it would be cruel to deny it to them. If they died, they should be able to be resurrected just like anyone else. Their souls and bodies had already been altered by my dungeon, too much to be like normal fairies any longer. So, I sent them to register their mana signature with Miki and left it at that. There was one final group that I had put off. With the wave of a hand, I created a portal in the spot we discussed. A few moments later, Bernice stepped through. She was wearing armor that obscured her sexuality, very similar to what she wore when she fought as a gladiator. If I didn't know she was a woman, I would have been excused for being confused. Although most people in Alarith knew that Bernard and Bernice were the same people at this point. My lord, I almost thought that you were going to forget about me, Bernice declared somewhat nervously. I would never forget about you, I replied, causing her to blush a bit. I wasn't trying to be suave. We did need every soldier we could get. There was no way I would have forgotten about her. I would have gone to fetch Carmen too if I didn't fear that I'd end up wrapped into some other event. I had experienced far too many distractions to realize that a quick trip to a city across the nation was never a quick trip. I couldn't afford to take on a side quest at this point. A group of people came out of the portal behind Bernice. They were nearly as varied in appearance as the fairies, although there were both men and women in this group. Despite myself, I realized that I had been looking among the faces eagerly for a certain one. When I didn't see her, I couldn't help but feel just a bit of melancholy. Lydia hadn't come, even if she didn't remember a thing about me. I had hoped that once she woke, she might decide to join the others in defending Chom. It turned out that my hope had been in vain. In the end, I ended up with another 200 soldiers. These were mostly gladiators and underground fighters used to a one-to-one fight, not a battle where they had to take orders. They came for money and the chance of becoming a knight. "Report to Shin. She'll get you settled in your units," I declared. Sending them off. That was it. We were all there. Progress continued through the night. It was early in the morning when I received a call back through slave communication. "Master, they've arrived." Chapter 1495. It was only a few moments after Celeste's declaration that I began to hear the roars of lions in the distance. There were hundreds of roars that followed, many of them sounding like they came from an assortment of different animals. It sounded like an entire angry zoo was stampeding toward us. They were also a bit earlier than expected. I had hoped we'd have another full day. I underestimated the speed an Animalcan army could move. They managed to reach here from the border in only a day and a night, and by the sounds, they weren't going to take a break, but immediately attack us right in the morning. My people had the entire night to rest and entrench ourselves in. We were at the advantage. It was King Roth's pride that would eventually be his downfall. That was what I was thinking. "The calls are merely an intimidation tactic," Shin declared in a cold voice. "Ignore them." "All right." "Stick to the plan," I said through slave communication. "We're just going to stop their progress and then toss them back across the wilderness." All of my other girls were already out on the field, leading their respective teams. Shao was in charge of reconnaissance, while Celeste overlooked the fairies and mages. Shin ran the main army, while General Nova led the Austerians. Bernice and the fighters were sprinkled out into Shin's army to bolster them. Mickey remained back with the healers, and Tara remained in front, maintaining a wall of protection to slow, delay, and block their forces. She was joined by the dwarves. One advantage I had was that I could communicate with slaves from any distance over the battlefield. I also had my map. I had made sure to scout the area, so along with the reports of my girls, I had a complete view of the battlefield. I could see the red coming in now, approaching at a fanatical rate. They'd soon be coming out of the forest and then entering the plains. That's when the true battle would begin. There was only one force that was absent to this battle, and that was Alea. She was in the dungeon, and her purpose was obvious. She was to make sure there wasn't a sneak attack on the city or someone who attempted to take the dungeon. It was true that she was my most powerful ally at the moment. She wasn't weakened like Astria, and her spells could truly induce terror. It was exactly for that reason I had to leave her behind as my final resort. If they captured the spring while I had myself focused on something else, there was no point to any of this. The roaring in the distance slowly teetered out, and then there was a period of seeming quiet. It was too quiet. Not even the insects and birds made any more noise. The calmness slowly gave way to a distant, rustling rumble. It grew louder and louder as every soldier on our side began to tense up. The sounds grew increasingly louder until it truly did feel like a stampede was coming. Then, Just as the knees were starting to turn to jelly, the forest erupted with Anna Malkin, who came racing out at full tilt. "Defend?" Tara called out in a booming voice. It had now begun. Chapter 1496. "What are we looking at?" I asked. The plains we were fighting in were far greater than the scope of my eyesight, especially with structures and soldiers blocking the way. That's why I was depending on Tara and Xiao to give me a visual. The map showed me the red, but that only told me there were enemies and roughly how many. More red was appearing every second. But I wasn't going to focus on how much red there was. "They sent the wolfkin in first," Xiao declared. I couldn't help but grind my teeth. Of course, that would be his decision. The wolfkin leader and I were on good terms. We might have even been called allies in another situation. Lord Duran had made himself a traitor and condemned his tribe to send me a warning. That warning had turned out to not be needed, but the act still showed where he stood. Since the wolfkin couldn't be trusted, they were being used as fodder to test out our defenses. Even though I knew what was happening, I couldn't hold back, though. The wolfkin was capable and loyal. Since they had chosen to march on us, I had no fancies that they would suddenly turn sides or step aside. They would fight viscously to regain their honor. Whether it was Lord Duran who was leading them or someone else, I didn't know. "Activate Defense Alpha," I declared. I went up a tower Tara had built for me and pulled out a telescope to get a proper view of the field. They still looked tiny in the distance, but I could make out what was happening. The ground rumbled. And suddenly arrows began to fly out, striking the wolfkin where they ran. They were seemingly being struck from any direction. The arrows were coming from the front, nor were they coming from overhead as one might expect. This quickly broke their charge and threw the wolfkin into confusion. As more and more of them struck the ground, they didn't seem to be able to see where the attacks were coming from. Several attack towers were overlooking the field, but they had shields and were specifically looking out for those. More and more wolfkin fell, but they didn't dare turn back. They continued to push forward more until a lucky wolf that fell to the ground saw it. "They're underground." "There are bunkers in the grass." A man who had been struck in the knee managed to shout. The wolfkin had good eyes, and once they knew what they were looking for, they managed to spot several of them. This had been one of my first ideas. Tara dug out underground bunkers that allowed a few people with bows and arrows to remain on the earth. Due to their small size and their predisposition to the earth, this suited the deep dwarves perfectly. Deep dwarves that weren't good fighters, like miners, depended on bows to pick off enemies from a distance. That meant quite a few of them were suitable for this task. One of the wolfkins managed to reach one of the bunkers. He tried to shove his way in, but the art of the trick of these bunkers was that the window size was extremely narrow. The slim child, like bodies of the younger dwarves, were able to slide in, but the wolf couldn't. He started digging at the ground aggressively until he had been pinned with arrows. The wolfkin pack would be completely neutralized in 10 minutes, but I knew that wasn't all they had. nor would they wait for us to finish them off one at a time. "The next wave is coming," Shao alerted me. Chapter 1497. "What are they?" I demanded, straining to make sense of the little specks racing out onto the field, moving nearly as fast as the wolfkin. "It's squirrelkin," Shao confirmed. Some of the arrow shots were sent at the squirrelkin, but no matter what happened, they seemed to be able to dodge them. The squirrelkin appeared to be much smaller than the wolfkin. Wolfkin could be rather large, with powerful legs and a sleek body. They were like bulldozers, able to put a great deal of momentum into their attacks, while still having some flexibility and agility. The squirrelkin dropped the strength and were pure agility. They seemed to leap around the field, almost appearing like gymnasts. As a result, few met an arrow. As soon as a squirrelkin reached a bunker, it leaped into a slide and then slid right into the bunker. They were much smaller and thinner and seemed to have no problem quickly working their way through the tight crack and into the underground bunker. Several other squirrelkin joined the first, and a few moments later the arrows stopped coming from that bunker. "Master, we're getting casualties," Miki announced. "The first of ours started dying, but they'd be resurrected soon. As for how quickly we could get them back on the battlefield, it was hard to saw. How long it took a resurrected to recover depends on a lot of factors. How quickly they were resurrected, how much damage was done to their soul, the condition of the body, and how skilled the resurrector was all played a factor. In this case, recovering the bodies was impossible, so these guys would not be brought back immediately. However, if it was Miki doing the resurrections, I wouldn't be surprised if they were back on their feet in an hour or two. Still, a lot could happen in an hour. We weren't even at 10 minutes yet. Terra, cease defense Alpha. Celeste, initiate Epsilon attack. Roger! Yes. Terra lifted her arms, and the ground rumbled again. 2 of the bunkers had already fallen, and a third was being attacked as the bunker suddenly sank back into the ground. A squirrelkin that was trying to slide through the crack got caught and was torn in half. This kind of power move might have once been impossible for Terra. But since communing with Gaia and living as part of the stone for several months, her earth manipulation had seemingly grown significantly. As the squirrels found themselves unable to enter the bunkers, and the wolfkin was no longer under attack, the 2 clans united and renewed their attack. The wolfkin protecting the squirrelkin as they continued. That was when an explosion of magic fell on them, tearing apart their new charging line. A line of fairies was flying overhead, lead my Celeste. Like bombers, or they sent down dozens of spells, rending the earth and tearing apart the charge. The wolfkin and squirrelkin, who had only just managed to gather, were once again placed into a chaotic state as the spellcasters swept over them wave after wave. None of them had brought bows and arrows, and even if some were shot from the forest line, it'd be difficult to strike the fairies. I had specifically looked into what a safe height would be. Any fairies that had struggles flying that high were helped by Celeste. She was able to create a wind tunnel that didn't just allow them to fly higher, but also would deflect various attacks. "The next wave," Xiao cried out. "Where? I don't see them." I could see red on the map, but I looked at the forest line, and there were no new animalkin coming out. The sky. The birdkin are attacking. Chapter 1498. As the battle raged on, it became increasingly chaotic. The birdkin flew in and the fairies had no choice but to scatter. I hadn't been sure just how much the birdkin were able to fly. But it seemed that with Celeste controlling the wind, they were able to keep up with the fairies and keep them from casting spells. "End it," I ordered Celeste. The fairies flew away, and then Celeste threw her hand down. The wind that had been accommodating moments before became a torrent that caused all of the birdkin to drop from the sky. A few ended up in free fall to a bad landing, but the majority were able to land peacefully. Celeste's ability to control the wind couldn't be matched, but anything she did to help the fairies ended up helping the birdkin. I didn't want to worry about the sky any more than I had to, so I thought it best if we just shut down that option. My hopes that the birdkin were useless on the ground were quickly dashed. They were every bit as skilled fighters as the rest. Well, dinosaurs were said to be related to birds, and some birds could be quite the avid predators, even on the ground. So it made sense they were able to fight. I gave the wave, and our forces finally met with theirs. The towers had archers and pelted the enemy with arrows while supporting our soldiers. Some of the fairies had landed on the towers after the air gave out too, and they threw down spells to cause significant damage. We were holding out pretty well, but I was running out of people to throw at them. As I was trying to figure out what to do, I heard more bad news from Xiao, Bearkin, and Beastkin incoming. Much larger forms began to spill out of the forest. They appeared bigger as life entities in the sense life, and most of them were 2 to 3 times the size of the wolfkin. Some were even bigger than Austerians. Their speed varied as much as their forms did, but as soon as they slammed into my forces, they began to wreak havoc. The bowmen tried to focus on them, but they seemed to throw off the arrow strikes like they were nothing. Even magic didn't seem to slow them down by much. A massive beast with tusks that I guess was an elephantkin charged one of the towers. He slammed into it with a boom. It started cracking and then fell over. These towers were hastily built in a day. They couldn't be that strong after all. It was still a shame they were able to be knocked down in a single hit. The fairies flew away, grabbing the bowmen as they left. The elephantkin then began charging the next tower. As he was about to hit it, a form slammed into his side. It was none other than Golem Terra. Seswide, the pair were actually about the same size. They began to slam into each other. The elephant trying to push down Terra, while she pushed back. However, while this guy was the biggest elephantkin, there were others too. They began ramming the towers too. They weren't able to take them out in a single hit. But after 2 to 3, the outcome was obvious. "Send in the Austerians," I declared. The Asterians were the only ones who could deal with the beastkin head, on as they charged the field. Taking pressure off of the soldiers, I began to hear the tapping of hooves. The hooved kin were making their move. Chapter 1499. Master, the casualties are climbing quickly, Miki warned. Tara. I gave out a one. Word order. Tara pushed the elephant Khan aside and then slammed the ground. There was a low rumble. And then dozens of deep dwarves darted out from under the earth. They used wire lines, attempting to catch the feet of the racing hooved kin. Many slipped and fell, breaking their charge, which might have overwhelmed our forces right there. We're losing the line, Shin cursed. Back off and support Tara in keeping those towers up. As long as we were able to keep the towers, we could keep the line. Shin was all I had left to send. Bernice was already on the front line with Tara. Miki was currently resurrecting people. Celeste was still trying to keep anyone from entering the sky. She was successful, but that didn't stop innumerable magicians still hiding in the forest from sending spells her way. She didn't just dodge them, but she kept them from fall on our people too. That was enough that it consumed all of her time. I had utilized everything we had. At the moment, we were fighting roughly even. It was about 6,000 troops against another 6,000 troops. Of course, King Roth, let alone his army of catkin, hadn't made an appearance yet. The battle was absolutely brutal. Our men were fighting and dying, but so were theirs. A Kraken danced around, snapping his jaws. He bit into a deep dwarf and threw him into the air before catching him in his mouth. Somewhere else, Tara desperately fought against 3 Rheineken. The Birken were particularly hard. Although they were slow, they were extremely difficult to put down. Their strength was unparalleled. And even the Asterians had to fight them 2-1 to even have a chance. Another tower collapsed, and all I could do is helplessly watch as your troops were pushed back and more fell. I should be adding support, I muttered. I didn't have any army-level buffs. Perhaps there was some general job that gave you such things, but I had never heard of it. I felt like I was doing nothing during this fight. Others were battling and dying. But I just stood and occasionally gave an order. I could shield, heal, refresh, and resurrect. That was ultimately what I was best at. However, there were far too many soldiers. How could I figure out who to help and who to abandon, Master? You are doing great. Elysia tried to reassure me. Master! Chum is under attack. I received alarming news from Elia. What who? I asked. The Apakin? They sent them around to counterattack. They're trying to get into the dungeon. Some are going after the palace. They want out God's spring? Elia, do I need to send reinforcements? I asked. Number. I got this. Ah, crap! What? I don't got this. Master, they have explosives. They're going to blow a hole into the dungeon. I made a fist and punched the wall. In the end, the enemy just had too many of them. We weren't able to keep up this fight. They were too powerful as an army. In a straightforward battle, there was no way we could win. Girls to me. We're going for option B. Chapter 1500. Shin, pull back slowly. I came down from the tower, greeting Tara. Xiao, Celeste, and Miki, who had all given up their posts and returned to my side. Will this work? Miki asked hesitantly. We have no choice. I shook my head. According to Elia, the Apekin are using strange devices. They live on the Jisbane side of Diushen. It stands to reason they've gotten their hands on a lot of tools that give them an edge over the other Animalkin. They're trying to tear their way into the dungeon. If we don't do something soon, we'll lose the battle on both fronts. I am with Master, Xiao declared. That was obvious. Tara nodded. Let's go, Celeste declared. Celeste, keep your eyes on the sky and watch our backs. Tara, Xiao, I am going to depend on you to carve a path. Miki, you might be the most important. You need to take the pressure off of everyone else. I was back in my formation. And I immediately began casting support spells to bolster defenses and boost status for everyone. After each girl nodded, we began to move out. We headed straight for the front line where the fighting was hottest. But as we approached it, our speed only increased the pace. Our side split aside to let us pass. Running at full tilt, Tara slammed into those unlucky enough to try to slip into the temporary hole. As Tara continued to run forward, throwing her arms out to knock Animalkin to the side, Xiao disappeared, flickering from shadow to shadow. Occasionally, all you'd see is the flash of steel, a scream, and then death. Celeste fluttered overhead. The birdkin had started to take to the air again without her suppressing them, but that was for Shin to figure out. Immediately around us, Celeste created a cushion of safety. Miki's job was perhaps the most important and the most abstract. She mentally attacked anyone in range, instilling them with a desire to flee. Although it was just the 5 of us, their army didn't swarm us. Those directly in the way were quickly dispatched. But the others either felt a great deal of fear or flat out ignored our presence. Once we shoved through the lair of attacking soldiers, there was much less resistance, and we began to speed up once again. We covered the distance of a now war-torn field. Innumerable pocks and holes made it a bit more difficult to cross than it initially had been. There was no plant life remaining that hadn't been reduced to ash. We pushed forward, moving as quickly as possible. Time was of the essence, after all. They're about to break through, Alea warned. We ended up in the forest, here, progressing forward quickly. I spread out my life sense while keeping the map open, looking for a large group still hiding in the forest. I let out a breath of relief when I finally saw them. No sooner did they appear than a dozen surrounded us. Dozens of acrobatic forms landed all around us. I held up my hand, keeping my girls from attacking. A familiar person landed directly in front of me. They immediately met me with a familiar, confident swagger. Well, Deek Deek son, we meet again. The lioness queen purred. Are you so suicidal? There are quicker ways to die? I'd like to speak to King Roth, I declared. In person. Chapter 15:01. Why should I bring you to my lord? The lioness queen asked. I blinked, a bit surprised that she'd ask such a question. To speak with him, unless you are surrendering to us. I see no reason to get within a dozen miles of my lore, she scoffed. I have an offer for him that he can't refuse, I responded. Why should I bother when I could just take you right here? She took a threatening step forward. The girls around me immediately responded. Shao pulled out her knives. Celeste flew into the air to gain a vantage point, while Tara stepped forward, and Miki's tails began to glow with spiritual power. The lioness playfully lifted her hands, appearing more amused than frightened. The other lioness is surrounding us didn't make a move. Oh, my... She smirked. So, is this them? You are so called Harem, only for... There are more of us, Celeste cried out defensively. Oh. But they couldn't be bothered to protect their master, even when he's in such a perilous situation. They have their duties, and we have ours, I cut in. If you attack, you won't be able to keep me here? Maybe. She shrugged. Maybe not. From my side, the rumors of you being the next big harem master have left me disappointed. I see no one here worthy of being anything more than a toy for my lord. Are you looking to Di Shao shouted with a red face. The lioness gave her a dismissive look. If I were to die, it wouldn't be behind a filthy demon like you. What did you say? Shao started to move forward, but I brought out my hand and grabbed her arm to stop her. The lioness's face only became more mocking. You have to even physically restrain your harem to keep them under control. No command, no order. It is pathetic. First, enough of this. Our lord has already said to accept any envoy the Chom Lord sent to beg for safety. A flash of irritation appeared on the lioness's face as she shot a look at another woman. I was surprised to see this woman wasn't a lioness at all. She wore a long robe that exposed some cleavage and had a pointed hat on her head. If she reminded me of anyone, it would be CT. That led me to theorize that she must be a magician. More than that, she was human. Second, don't overstep yourself. The lioness's voice contained an edge of danger. The other woman wasn't fazed at all, nearly giving a tilt of her head. I would never think to lose my place. 3rd through 10th are all held by your pride of lionesses. However, I am merely reminding you that it is always my lord who leads us all, not you. First, second, third, what's with that? Miki whispered. It is our names. The lioness addressed them. When we give ourselves to our lord, we shed our names as part of our devotion. His most loyal and his favored are given numbers, a measure of our position in his heart. Of course, as a lionkin himself, my lord has a predisposition toward lionesses. Second broke in, causing the leader named first to grimace. However, perhaps I've started to change his disposition. Watch your place. Second. Always. She smiled. And I thought we had problems, Xiao whispered. First's expression became even darker before she gestured. Go. We will lead you to my lord. He will be the one to decide your fates? Chapter 15. 02. We were led through the woods a distance away. I could see the red all around me as we walked among enemies, but I saw us quickly approaching an area where there was no red. No, that wasn't right. It was another map, dead zone. King Roth was cautious and had set up a perimeter where I couldn't map or portal to him. This would make it more difficult to launch an assassination attempt, if I had even considered such an act. I wish I knew how people did that. Bernice hadn't known how the enchantment was placed on the palace. She wasn't responsible for it, and she didn't even know what I was talking about when I mentioned it. Unless someone used some kind of skill that required using mana to feel out the location, they'd never even know when such a thing was being done. For a former swordsman like her, it wasn't even something she'd notice. It wasn't long until we walked out into a clearing, though. And sitting in the middle of it on a throne seemingly constructed in the middle of the woods was King Roth. I recognized him from the recording in Matty's dungeon. He was lying back in his chair casually. And there was one woman on one side who was rubbing his feet while another gave him grapes. Yet a third woman was waving a leaf, giving him a pleasant breeze. It wasn't even particularly hot, and no one was wearing a tropical outfit. But he could have fooled me. Despite we were in the middle of a war, he looked to me like he was vacationing. When he noticed us walking up, still surrounded by a dozen lionesses, first and second leading the way, he remained in his lax condition, not even sitting up to meet me. When we reached close enough to his chair, two women put spears in a cross in front of us, cutting us off from first and second, who continued forward a few steps before falling to their knees. My lord, it's that nuisance Deke. He's come to speak with you. First declared. It irked me slightly that she didn't even address me as a lord. Usually, I might have worried I was greeting a bit full of myself, but in this situation, I wanted respect, and I knew I wasn't getting it. I was usually a calm guy, which usually didn't fret the bad stuff. I've been known to let bandits go, forgiven the church, kept a demon lord alive, and spared multiple dungeon bosses. It really took a lot to get under my skin. But King Roth was already on my list for what he did to Astria, and the list was only growing longer. Deke? Deke. He tapped the arm of his chair like he was trying to remember. Oh, right. That's the one that we're fighting right now. I heard his name as that silly fairy screamed it as she begged for mercy. What? Celeste cried out. Yes! She kept saying things like Deke would come to save her, but he never did. Watching the light leave her eyes was quite fun. You bastard! Celeste suddenly shrank and flew forward. Celeste, no! I shouted. However, it was too late. She flew past the guards, and moving at the speed only Celeste could, she charged King Roth. At first, it looked like she was about to strike him brutally. He hadn't moved to defend himself at all. She grew back to full size in mid-motion. However, just as she reached him, she stopped. It took a moment to realize that he had one of his hands around her throat and the other one on her wrist. In her hand was the Malacrum dagger. She had taken it without my knowledge, and she had been trying to stab him with it. Chapter 15. 03. As the scene settled, First had jumped up. But she was only halfway to King Roth before Celeste was caught. Celeste struggled helplessly in his grip. If she could have shrunken back down, she would have. That only meant that he had some way of controlling that. She was trapped in his hand, and I had a feeling that I couldn't take her away unharmed if he didn't allow it. The rest of my girls hadn't had time to react, but as they ran up to me, ready to plunge forward. The lioness is made a barricade in front of us, all holding out their weapons menacingly. I held up my arms, keeping the girls from continuing forward, and waited. King Roth had made any other move, and I knew this wasn't the time to upset him. He finally looked behind the fairy, his eyes specifically jumping to First. "You allowed someone to get close to me," he said. The second had a triumphant grin on her face, but she quickly hid it by lowering her head. First began to turn red. "Shh," she moved so fast. "I was on my knees before you." "I didn't think." "That's correct," he responded. "You didn't think. You brought several armed people before me. You assumed they wouldn't dare try to attack me, that they would dare try to kill me?" However, I know how I am supposed to die, and it won't be at the hands of some childish fairy. Nor will it be with a pathetic dagger like this. He reached out and grabbed the dagger, ripping it from her hand even while continuing to hold her by the neck. "Leave her alone." Miki couldn't stop herself from yelling. King Roth ignored her, instead of looking at me. "Do you think Malacrum can hurt me? You have a god soul." I nearly sighed it out. It was pretty obvious at this point that he would. He would have been as immune to Sylve Thrill or Malacrum as me. "You really should put your women on a leash. They are untamed and willful," he snorted. "It's not her fault." Astria is her mother. I didn't know why I said that, but it came out before I could help myself. I don't blame her. He responded, "You are the harem master. The actions of a harem reflect upon their lord. If you were a proper man, then they would assuredly be proper women." The woman behind me pushed forward slightly. I could hear them grinding their teeth. But they were fortunately smart enough to realize that in this situation, any outburst would only be proving him right in his words. Putting aside my thoughts on the seeming sexism of the situation, I was their leader and they were following me. If they went and did things without my permission, it would be me to blame. I had to take responsibility for their actions. I am sorry for her outburst. I lowered my head as much as it pained me. It was not my intention to attempt to harm with this meeting. I heard noises of surprise and protest behind me. But I didn't pay the girls any mind at this moment. My hand was balled into a fist, but I still had to wait. King Roth snorted. And then he looked up at the Celeste finally, who had been kicking and fighting helplessly the entire time. Since her body was made of mana, she didn't have breathing issues and wasn't in danger. But if he broke her neck, she would die like anyone else. I suppose I should show you a proper punishment, King Roth declared. Chapter 15. 04. The girls let out cries. And I was just about to blow through the protection and attack King Roth, despite my previous words and my current weakness. Even if I had a chance against King Roth before, after wounding my soul to save Lydia, my strength was still diminished. That's why I had to lower my head earlier. That didn't mean I wasn't willing to throw all caution to the wind if I thought my girl was truly in trouble. However, as he leaped out of his seat, he threw Celeste, as if they knew what he was doing. His women moved out of the way as Celeste slammed into my arms. He moved in front of first, and then delivered a powerful kick across her face. She spun to the ground. "You have failed to properly protect me?" He gave a roar, his foot landing on her head. I am sorry, my lord." First begged as he ground her face into the dirt. "I won't make this mistake again." "You foolish woman." He kicked her again, causing her to fly to the side. "You won't. Your name will be switched with second for now." Even after being kicked to the side like trash, the lioness's expression had remained docile. However, after receiving those words, she looked up in absolute fear and shock. "Please, no, my lord. Know your place." He barked as a fearful lioness dropped her head. He walked over to the magician, who could no longer hide the deeply pleased expression on her face. He reached down and lifted her chin. "You will be my first from now on." "Yes, my lord." Her expression was fanatical, almost orgasmic as she gazed up at him with fervent obsession. "Make sure you are prepared to lead the upcoming battle." Upcoming battle, her eyes hinted at a bit of confusion, flickering to me as I held Celeste in my arms. "You wish to have a dungeon battle, isn't that right, Deke Deekson?" Lord Roth glanced my way. He wasn't just powerful or cruel. Lord Roth was a clever man too. He had figured out why I had come here in the first place. Perhaps he had known the moment he showed up. I had planned to challenge him to a dungeon battle. It was the only way I'd be able to close the gap between our numbers. The army of an entire country against what I scrambled together wasn't enough. However, perhaps my dungeon and the many monsters I had scraped together from it would be. I had checked into King Roth. And while his age wasn't clear, he wasn't some eternal being like he acted. He was only around 100. It was his battling against the demon Lord Aberys that had ultimately put him on the throne as the strongest of Deoshin. Of course, he still looked to be in his 30s, but that proved all the things he had done to extend his life. Dungeons grew at roughly a level per year. This wasn't an absolute rule any more than claiming all trees grew a certain amount every year. The growth depended on a lot of factors, from the mana available to the type of dungeon. That said, my dungeon's growth had been insane, thanks to consuming other dungeons, access to a mana spring, and now the evolution to God, tier and connection to my soul world. By calculation, I didn't believe that the dungeon supporting King Roth was too much greater. It was our best chance. Yeah, I declared. I challenge you to a dungeon battle. He grinned. In other words, I can finally put the rumors to rest. This will be a fight of harem against harem. All of mine against all of yours. Chapter 15:05. I have called back my troops, King Roth declared. I will give you 24 hours to prepare. And then the battle will begin. Although it sounded like King Roth was being magnanimous again, didn't he just change his general to the magician? She'd need at least that long to transition her power. So he was doing it for himself. If we didn't desperately need just as much time, then I might have made some comment about how foolish he was. The lioness, formerly known as First, slowly worked her way back up to her feet, but her head was kept down. She had bruises on her face, and by the way, she held her body. It looked like her ribs had been damaged. The magician girl was looking at her mockingly, but she had her eyes on me for some reason. Master Bates? I am so sorry. I thought, after what he did to Mother? I heard Celeste speak for the first time, her voice still croaky after being choked for so long. I closed my eyes for a moment. I had been so focused on my anger and determination that I hadn't paid attention to the girl's feelings. In a way, I was using them as tools, just like King Roth had been doing. I had promised myself I would be more concerned with their desires and feelings, and then I went right back to making mistakes. Wanting to change was one thing, but changing was quite another. All of the girls likely suffered greatly hearing what had happened to Lydia. Celeste, especially, would have been furious about what they had done to her mother. She was so angry that she went behind my back, thinking to use her superior speed to assassinate Roth. Meanwhile, I had been clueless about her feelings. No. I deliberately ignored them because I had to focus. When I opened my eyes, I couldn't stop a tear from falling down my cheek. Celeste, it's not your fault. I should have understood your feelings. I didn't want Master to know how I felt, Celeste responded shamefully. Master, I went against you and did something I shouldn't. Please punish me. I deserve it. After seeing Lord Roth punish first, Celeste felt she deserved as much. After looking at the sincerity in her eyes for a moment, I gave a nod. I'll give you your punishment. Master. Miki looked on tearfully. The other girls were watching too. They looked sad, but none of them fought back. Deep down, they agreed that Celeste deserved to be punishment. They weren't just harem, they were slaves. and that made their disobedience even worse. Celeste had worked outside my plans and had only caused me trouble. They didn't like it, but they understood it didn't happen. I raised my hand, and Celeste winced as she closed her eyes. I then brought my hand up to Celeste's forehead, and I flicked it. "Owie!" she cried out. However, as her eyes popped open in surprise, I brought my lips down and kissed her forehead. I already released healing magic. Not just restoring her headache, but the damage from King Roth too. When I pulled away, I hugged her, whispering in her ear, "I would never." Celeste's face turned pink, and she looked away. The girl who never hesitated to cling to me or throw her body at me suddenly became squirmy in my grip like it was embarrassing her. Her body shrunk, and then she flew away, hiding behind Tara's large golem body. "Fool!" The mutter came from the lioness's lips. She seemed to be looking at me with disappointment, despite what had happened to her. King Roth snapped, and several women kneeled around him, reached into the grass. It was only at this point I realized his chair was on a palanquin, but the handles had been hidden in the grass. The girls lifted, and King Roth was brought up into the air. "Humph! What a weak man," King Roth declared as he looked down at me. "In 24 hours, I will take all of your women and show them what a real man is like." With that, the women began to disperse, leaving us alone in the clearing. The magic that scrambled the mana in the area seemed to dissipate too. I had nothing else to do but portal back home. Chapter 15. 06. So, we have about 20 hours before King Roth initiates the dungeon battle. I finished explaining everything that happened. We were back in the war room. During our parley, Shin had slowly been losing land. They had been pushed back much farther than I would have thought. Had King Roth not been enamored by the idea of a harem showdown, they would have been breaking into the city by sundown. Yet, they had seemingly turned back and retreated. This spiked the morale of all of the troops who thought they had successfully repelled his army, but the higher-ups knew better. That's why I had recalled them all to my mansion and explained the situation. "You should have had me come," Bernie spouted. "I would have shot him. Let's see him dodge these." She pulled out a gun, even spinning it in her finger like an old western. I had never shown her how to do that, so I didn't know where she picked up such a flourish. Celeste sighed. "I don't mean to offend Bernice, but he would have dodged. I've seen you fire those. Those bullets are a bit slow," Celeste admitted. Bernice's face turned complicated. Celeste had just admitted to being able to move faster than bullets. I wasn't that surprised, although she never created a sonic boom. She wouldn't, though, as she controlled the wind itself. However, the point was made. If King Roth could catch her, then he could catch anything we threw at him. A dungeon battle. "I haven't fought in any of those." Nova spoke with interest. "And you won't fight in this one," Shin spoke up. "The only people allowed in a dungeon battle are those that are connected to the dungeon. Other than me?" None of you are considered part of Deek's dungeon. What nonsense is this? We cannot participate. Nova appeared perplexed. It is the same for the deep dwarves, Lapis sighed. We haven't been in his dungeon long enough to be marked by it. Only Sapphire would be able to participate. Why doesn't Master just enslave them? Every slave can participate in the battle. Miki offered. Nova and Lapis both shot her awkward looks. Their expressions made it clear they were uneasy with the idea of being made slaves, even by me. Miki's entire family had become slaves, although I didn't personally enslave them. Incidentally, a former slave on a Malkin had unlocked Slaver, and with the help of the dungeon was working to become a slave master. As someone sympathetic to slaves, they seemed like the best choice to handle such slavery contracts in Chom. Officially, slavery in Chom was outlawed. But it was still convenient to handle criminals and other extraneous circumstances such as the fox skin. No, I responded shortly. Roth said he saw this as a battle between our harems. I believe everything he sends at us will be his harem. And everything he expects will be ours. My monsters and my girls are the only things I can use in this battle. If I broke his rules, then I would break any chance of a fair fight with him. We needed to have a fair fight if I wanted a chance. Thankfully, he was prideful and full of himself. It was still our best chance. We don't know the depths of his harem. Xiao frowned. Even going by just what we've seen. There have to be at least 200 girls, if not more. If we counted every girl, we barely have a dozen. The fairies are masters, Celeste spoke up. Huh, I blinked. Does Master not know? Celeste asked. Fairies are like drones of AB. Their behavior is heavily influenced by the fairy queen. Although Mother is a dark fairy, she has been controlling them. Her feelings for Master would be their feelings. That's true. But when they evolved, they gained free will. I defended. Well, free will was a general thought. The fairies were afraid of Astria and revered Celeste. They didn't act out of line. Celeste giggled suddenly. Master, do you think a fairy could go her entire life admiring Master, and then not fall in love when she grew up? The only reason Master isn't joined by a dozen fairies every night in bed is that Astria and I won't allow it. They are Master's harem, whether Master wants it or not. Really? I didn't know what to say to that. Okay. So we have a few more, but that's still nowhere near their number. Xiao threw a wet blanket on the mood once again. Can we win? Yes, I responded with a sigh. I've already come up with a plan. There will only be two outcomes to this fight. In the first outcome, we defeat King Roth, gain a ton of power, and send him running back to Dia Shin. And the second, Xiao asked, we all die. All of us, and Chom as well. Chapter 15, 07. Keep moving. Everyone keep going, a guard shouted out. It was a mass evacuation. This was the only thing I could do for the people of Chom. If I failed, then everything was over. King Roth would move into Chalm, and there was no saying what he would do. He would likely enslave everyone, pick out the prettiest for his harem, and then expel everyone else. In that respect, it was better to send them all away now. As to where I was sending them, that was Deeksville. It was behind the official border of Abaris. Roth was only interested in the fountain, but if he did decide to head farther east, Prince Edward would have no choice but to react. That would be a full-out war, and I wouldn't be alive to see it. That was only the chance of some catastrophic failure, though. More likely, in the event of failure, the city and dungeon would cease to exist, as would King Roth. In that case, everyone in the city would be dead. Mayor, you need to leave, Ruby declared. I will be staying, the mayor declared with a snort. Why don't the pair of you leave? The guildmaster and Ruby looked away slightly embarrassed. And Ruby spoke with less energy this time. Deke has never led us wrong. We plan to stay. Then I will plan to stay also. However, I can't fight. If you are giving your lives, why don't you help Deke fight? The guildmaster shook his head. According to Deke, I won't be able to fight. He said Ruby might be allowed, but he wasn't sure. Ruby's face turned red. I don't think I am ready to fight yet. I want to, but I don't think my heart is ready. The mayor had no clue what she was talking about, but he didn't understand most of what was going on. In the end, he helped evacuate as many citizens like the rest. Not everyone was willing to leave. In particular, many of the people who came from Chom Crossing to reclaim Chom decided to stay here in solidarity, even if it meant giving their lives. This included many adventurers who had fought alongside Deke and were saved by him during the Mina's dungeon appearance in what felt like forever ago. They hadn't been able to fight to protect Chom, but that didn't sit well with many of them. Even if they couldn't fight to protect the place they loved, they definitely wouldn't flee. Of course, the journey wasn't too bad. I had depended on CT and the Traveling Guild to open up portals and facilitate their escape. Chom Crossing was similarly being emptied in a hurry. In 2 days, the results would be settled, and they could either come back, or there would be nothing else to come back to. In the meantime, I gathered the girls and we made our plans. I told them all of it, and they inevitably agreed that it was the only way. Of course, there was the chance that King Roth wasn't as powerful as I had thought, and that we completely overturned him in the dungeon battle, but I wasn't going to bet everything on it. One way or another, it would end that night. In the end, the dungeon produced as many mobs that would be good as slowing down the enemies. Our tactic was to buy as much time as possible. Using what we learned from the previous battle, we selected our available lore carefully. This played to our strength, as the dungeon was filled with ghosts. To the superstitious Animalcan girls, this would truly be a hellish place. I still remembered when Lydia first encountered ghosts and she flew into a panic. That inevitably led us to pick up Miki. Thinking about it caused a pang of hurt in my heart. The Lydia I knew and loved was gone, never to return. I didn't have time to dwell on it, though. I didn't have time for any of it. We had to keep going. I wiped the tears from my cheek and continued. Chapter 15, 08. Matty. Are you going to be okay? I asked. Since his dungeon had been destroyed, I had brought him into my dungeon. Matty didn't have a lot of particular skills when it came to fighting and being, as he was completely bound to the dungeon as Shin and Selena had once been. He wasn't able to participate in the fight. He had mostly been moping sadly in a corner. Even while Elijah was sweating over the Apikin and their ingenuity. However, when we had started to prepare the dungeon for the upcoming battle, he had finally stood up and started to help. The one thing he was particularly skilled at was the one thing we needed. He was good at traps and puzzles. And that was exactly what we needed to keep Roth's armies at bay. He had taken on and designed several levels for us. However, the entire time he had moved around with a melancholy, like demeanor that lacked any life. I am fine. He responded in a dead voice. He was only alive right now because I had brought him to my dungeon and absorbed the remnants of his dungeon. It was one of the reasons I had the dungeon energy to make so many last-moment improvements. That's good, I responded. Not quite sure how to deal with young children. It was true that Matty was probably older than me in years. But dungeons had a very particular problem. Dungeon lore could grow more complex and larger, and dungeons could change and mutate over time, increasingly creating more fallacy and errors. But the one thing a dungeon couldn't do on its own is progress the story. No dungeon would ever complete the lore without intervention from an outside source. That meant that no matter how long Matty lived, he'd never mature or grow older. In that respect, he was still a child. Albeit a wise and knowledgeable child for his age. He turned away to leave, but I reached out and stopped him. I have something for you, I responded. It's Elia who did the majority of the work. She has some experience and the time to do it. Plus, as a sort of witch-like figure, she has a good understanding of such things. Matty turned around confused as I gestured to the door. A moment later, a beautiful woman in a witch outfit stepped out into the light. Matty let out a cry and then charged at her. Mommy! It was the woman that had been destroyed by King Roth in Matty's dungeon. She was his second in command and an approximation of his mother, although Roth had tried to destroy her. When I absorbed the lore, I had gotten the majority of her pieces. Alea had carefully patched her back together. She wasn't the same woman from before, as some of her lore was lost, but she was likely close enough to satisfy a young boy whose mind was already warped by dungeons. After a moment, she peeled off Matty's hands and then walked to me. I thought she was going to thank me for her new lease on life. But she suddenly planted her lips on mine. Mom! As she kissed me, her hand grabbed my butt, and when she pulled away, her teeth bit my lip and pulled a bit. Finally, she turned back to Matty. even while still clinging to me. Matty, your mommy may have returned, but I am upset about how you have been treating your new daddy. Daddy! We both cried out at the same time. Yes, mommy is daddy's plaything, so get along properly. Okay. Her voice was sing-song and chipper, despite saying such a lewd thing. After a moment, Matty's face turned red, and then he cried out, "You are not my dad. I'll never accept you. You hate you forever." He spun around and fled the room. It seemed bad, but that was basically how he was acting before he depressed, so he seemed to back to normal. Oh. My precious Matthew is being naughty. I'll have to spank him thoroughly. The witch licked her lips. However, if Daddy wants to spank me first, please don't hold back. I couldn't help but let out a sigh. She already had hints of such a personality before in her dungeon. Allowing Elia of all people to piece her back together had only amplified her naughtier tendencies. Now she was a definite sadist and obsessed with me. I'd never let Elia make another mob again. Chapter 15. 09. Miki. Celeste, Tara, Xiao, Bernice, Shin, Alea, Alicia, Siti, Faina, Selena, and Sapphire were the so-called generals of my dungeon. There were also the evolved fairies and the witch, who was also able to fight. That made up my entire list of sentient, free-thinking souls. Anyone else I created were purely mobs who could act as their dungeon told them to act. That was 12 girls against possibly hundreds. Now, all of the people who were trapped in Chom and infected by the dungeon could have potentially been brought into my dungeon to fight. After all, they all were touched by the dungeon's miasma and could effectively be turned into mobs. However, I didn't know what that would do to them. If they died, they definitely would become integrated into the dungeon and become just mobs themselves. It'd be like sacrificing their lives. Ruby had been a potential exception. I wasn't sure quite how she felt about me, and if her status as Harem would be sufficient to allow her to fight. But neither of us wanted to take that risk. One more fighter wouldn't be the difference between life and death. And if we were being honest, at this point all of my girls were fighting at a level far beyond Ruby's ability. Even Faina, who had resisted her combatability, could probably defeat Ruby now. Why did I bring Faina into the fight? She demanded it. I also knew that she'd be as strong as any one of the enemy harem girls. So I couldn't bring myself to send her away. I had lost my harem too many times already. I wasn't going to do it again. This time, I needed everyone by my side. My only regret was that I didn't have time to find Carmen, Celicia, and Reza. Actually, given how pregnant Reza must be at this point, it was probably better I still hadn't found her. "Is everyone ready?" I asked the girls. We were all waiting in the boss room. The elaborate grassy plain roughly half the size of the battlefield we had previously found on. My dungeon orb was sitting in the miasmic lake, which occasionally released bubbles of miasma, making the entire level extremely thick. For those connected to me, though, it felt safe and refreshing rather than uncomfortable. This was the location of the final stand, but I hoped it wouldn't get to that point. If everything went well, then we'd defeat King Roth before he even knew what hit him. I am ready, Master. Alea gave a nod. I've worked with Maddie to create many powerful soul traps. Miki nodded. They will be delayed. I've done my best to reinforce key areas. They won't be able to just break through the floors, Tara added. I will move troops as my lord commands, Sidi spoke next. I am ready to move the troops as needed, Shin continued. I don't know how much I can do, but I'll do my best, Sapphire responded nervously. Master? Selena merely cawed. We'll do it. Alicia encouraged me. I will clean up this mess. Fena gave a serious expression. Humph. As if I'd let such a disgusting man touch any unwilling woman, Bernice declared, cocking her weapons. I will use my shadow magic to obscure Celeste the best I can, Xiao stated. I am ready, Celeste cried out. A rival dungeon master has declared war on your dungeon. Defeat the dungeon master, force them to surrender. Or destroy their dungeon lore to protect your dungeon. Chapter 15:10. After the attack began. I brought up a screen that showed the entrance to our dungeon. I could see enemies flowing in. They were all women. The leaders appeared to be mostly other Animalcan warriors. The lionesses weren't leading on this. If I had to guess, they were sending in the lower, Ricaded girls first. There were 5 groups of 5 women, making 25 in all. This could be called a scouting party. Although you could also call it a sacrifice. I was still surprised to see that, true to his word, all of those sent were essentially harem. Alea had warned me that it was better off if I continued to play fair. His pride would keep King Roth from cheating. It was the same reason he had given us a week to prepare instead of a surprise attack. Didn't punish Celeste when she attacked him, and why he had agreed to the dungeon battle, even though he could have won the war. He didn't just want victory by any means. He wanted to be seen as the best and the greatest. Therefore, all of the mobs I had created were women. Tamed monsters in the form of women were close enough to a harem that they got a pass. If King Roth had a problem with that, the fact he outnumbered my girls 100 to 1 would just be bullying. With the dungeons connected, I could feel King Roth's dungeon. I didn't know exactly how large it was or anything like that. But there was pressure, and I could feel that his dungeon was likely larger than my own by a great deal. Once again, had this been a normal dungeon battle, I wasn't confident we'd have a chance. However, he was going to play fair. And I intended to do so until the moment we'd turn everything around. Celeste? Go! I ordered. On it! Celeste shrank down to her small fairy size, and then disappeared in a flash, moving as quickly as she could. Xiao! Pick off girls one at a time. Don't take risks. Only when someone is vulnerable. Yes, Master! Xiao melted into the shadows. Everything is going according to plan, Elia announced. They'll be encountering the bandit surprise attack first. Every level was themed off of previous dungeons I had defeated. Every blessing attached to me was a lore. And that lore could be used to recreate aspects of defeated dungeons. For the first level, I had used the bandit's respite. It was an open green space, and there were bandits everywhere. Of course, the bandits happened to all be female. The stairway down was smack dab in the middle of their fort. That meant that for these girls to continue to the second story, they'd need to fight their way through a barricaded wall covered with archers, all while avoid bandit sneak attacks in the forest. For me, with my map, portal, and sense life, this wouldn't have been difficult. But for the first dungeon of anyone else's dungeon, this would be outright cheating. We had to buy as much time as we could. Chapter 15:11. They've breached the fort, Ilaya announced, even though I could see it myself. They'll be heading down to the tuned story soon. They're also reinforcing. Another 5 teams have entered the dungeon. Won't they grow a bit suspicious if we don't attack? Miki asked. Not necessarily, Ilaya shrugged. A strong defense could be considered a tactic. He's launched his weakest girls to begin the battle. He's already lost a couple, and we've also lost several mobs. He could send out his best, and they would trounce through our traps with ease. Of course, they would reach the end exhausted. It's an endurance game. Will he run out of Harem before he reaches the bottom floor? He's betting his offense is greater than our defense. If we can hold out, the entire battle would turn on its head. Well, we're not depending on that anyway, I responded. This is just a delay and distraction. Xiao had used as much shadow magic as she could to obscure Celeste. She wouldn't show up on any sense life. Our real goal was for Celeste to sneak down to the lower boss room. She had perfect control of the wind. Not only could she make herself nearly impossible to spot, but whether it was smell or sound, she wouldn't be detected. Likewise, her capacity to detect others was strong as well. In particular, she could find her mother, Astria. While we continued the battle on this side, she'd sneak into the enemy dungeon and get all the way down to the bottom flow. She'd rescue her mother and then get the dungeon lore. She'd then bring the orb back here, and I would absorb it, exponentially increasing the power of my dungeon while effectively destroying his own. Celeste was determined to do as I asked this time. After failing me once, she felt extremely bad about it. However, I trusted in her. I had to. This all depended on her. If she ended up getting caught by King Roth, we could also portal down and all attack at once, side-blinding him. Ilaya had revealed to me that what means they used to mess with mapping didn't apply to someone I was bonded to. In other words, I might not be able to portal or see anywhere around King Roth, but I could portal straight to Celeste. Well, even that had restrictions. I couldn't portal to or detect Astria, even now, so they must have done something to restrain her. Plus, it was his dungeon, so if there was enough mana interference, even my blessing wouldn't allow me to cut through that. With luck, He didn't know I could do such a thing, and wouldn't prepare for it, though. I never said it wasn't dangerous, but it was still the best plan I could come up with. After all, if it failed, there was still my other plan. My eyes flickered to my own dungeon lore. If Celeste failed to come back, we weren't able to save her. And King Roth managed to make it to this room. I only had one last option. Other than trying to save Astria, it was the only other path I could come up with. I would use the same method as King Diorite and ignite the core with my soul. The explosion would destroy Chom and incinerate the fairy spring. King Roth would never be immortal. More than that, being as his dungeon was connected to mine, it would probably cause a cascade causing significant damage to him as well. If I had him in this room when I ignited it, then he'd likely die with the rest of us. That was why I had sent everyone away from Chom that I could. One way or another, King Roth would fail. Chapter 15:12. They've reached the underwater level. Alea continued to announce as the girls all waited anxiously. The first few levels were more physical obstructions than mental ones, as we had guessed. The first few waves contained very few of the catkin, and none of the higher rail-ified harem. Obstacles like forts and underwater paths were suitable for them. I was saving the ghosts for later on. This was the 5th level, and that meant it was a level with a boss on it. Putting that level underwater only enhanced the difficulty. This wasn't a boss room like with that monster in the Bandit's Respite. This was more like the long corridors from Widow's Dungeon. However, there was one key difference in this one. I watched as the girls carefully tested the water to make sure it was safe to enter. "What is with this dungeon?" one of the girls hissed. "Does it even have a cohesive lore?" another complained. "Enough!" the leader growled. "My lord said that the farther we make it, the better our reward. We can't be stopped just at the 5th level. We need to get past this. There are 15 of us. We started with 25, though. Once my lord conquers this dungeon, he will resurrect all of us and give us our just reward." "Are you sure? Are you sure he won't just leave us?" Like the others, one of the girls gulped, and the others gave uneasy looks. "That sounds almost like blasphemy." "Are you my lord's harem, or a bunch of pathetic housewives?" "We'll go. We'll go," they responded defensively. "Good. In that case, take these rings. They give the owner underwater breathing. They come from Spain. I hate underwater breathing. You always feel like you are drowning. Wear it or be left behind. And who knows then what position you'll have in the harem. You might not even have the right to wash my lord's feet." The girls all nodded and put them on frantically. They didn't grow gills or anything, but as they went underwater, they panicked for a moment as they tried to gulp in water, but then they relaxed and seemed to be able to breathe the water fine. I was very curious about the thing. I had heard there existed such breathable water. An enchantment that made it so you could do that in any water seemed kind of cool. The girls all sank below the waves and started swimming to their next destination. They still kept their eyes out. But their movements were confident. They passed their first intersection, looking both ways carefully before swimming on. Just as the last girl was in the intersection, a form flew by and grabbed her. She was yanked away from the group and disappeared without a sound. She was dead, and none of the others had even realized it. Vivacious? Miki spoke uneasily. Terrifying. Tara nodded. It probably wouldn't be interested in you. Besides, wouldn't you just sink to the bottom? Miki asked. Are you mocking me because I can't swim? Tara shot her an accusing look. Well, you can't. And besides, a mermaid isn't going to want to chew on your rocky body. When I get my old body back, a mermaid would love to chew on it. It's still made of rock, though. I ignored the girls arguing as I continued to watch it. Yes, I had a piece of the mermaid lore. It had been an extremely dangerous enemy. They were extremely fast swimmers and extremely savage with their teeth and claws. Now, these girls were swimming through its territory. Everything was moving according to plan. I was just waiting until it stopped. Chapter 15:13. 3 of the women were pulled into the depths by the time they realized something was happening. However, realizing what was happening did spare them from the mermaid's wrath. A normal 5th level would have a mini-boss. But it'd also be filled with various mobs too. Even after everything, I didn't have the mana to afford anything else. So every selection I used for the dungeon, I made the count. Eventually, the leader thought to create a protective circle with the girls and face the mermaid head on. The battle was brutal. But eventually, they were able to get a good hit on the mermaid, and it had no choice but to escape. There were only 3 of the original group surviving, just as they decided to continue their way on. A new group approached the water level. At this point, a total of 4 groups had entered. It was 100 women, each progressively stronger than the last. The most recent group included several of the lionesses. Although I didn't know if they were numbered, and I didn't see first or second. I was just about to send someone up with a potion to restore the mermaid and try to repeat the slaughter with the next group. I had ordered it not to fight to the death, but to do as much damage as it could. In that respect, it had done a particularly good job. At least, that was my plan until the woman who seemed to be leading this group let out a dismissive snort. She threw something into the water. The object seemed to open into a portal, and the water in the dungeon started to flow into it. It started slowly, but it grew faster and faster. The water wasn't going in like a waterfall. It appeared as if it was being sucked into the portal, the water visible declining. I was hoping there was some kind of limit, but the water only seemed to be sucked in faster and faster. I could only watch as the mermaid started to fight against the current. However, as the water declined and the current increased, it was overtaken. The mermaid seemed to fall into the portal, and then there was nothing. It was dead, whatever that device was. It opened a vacuum into seeming nothingness, and anything that entered it also became nothing. That was when I noticed that the girls who had been very near the exit, and thus less affected by the initial current, were also now caught into it. "Look, T-Hears are caught too," Miki exclaimed. The three women should have been on the same side as the others who were desperately holding on to a stake they had placed into the ground. One of them finally couldn't hold on any more, and they were sucked into the whirlpool of death, one by one. The remaining ones were killed just like the first. Another few minutes, and the entire level was now only a foot or so of water. And completely harmless. The woman recovered the device, putting it back on her belt. "I think some of ours were in that water," one of the women told the leader. She snorted. "Then they should have saved themselves. Our Lord has no room for failures. If you wish to rise in his favor, you also must be ruthless." The other girls nodded as if such a thing was obvious. As for the boss room where the lot of us waited, there was only silence. Chapter 15:14. What has cities? But no houses, rivers, but no fish, and roads, forests, but no trees, and roads, but no people. Yeah, keep reading it. I still don't know. What's with this dungeon? They had managed to reach Matty's level. This was the level that used striddles to slow them down. There were 10 in all to get through the entire level. I figured it'd take them about an hour to solve it all. I had overestimated them, as they were still on the first riddle, and they had yet to figure it out. It's clearly a map. Why do they not grasp it? Tara looked mildly irritated. I seem to recall in Tara's dungeon. She had similarly attempted to use a riddle to delay people. She seemed to have a thing for riddles. And to find these girls struggling so much seemed to drive her crazy. It's a good thing I had you reinforce this area. I wouldn't want them busting their way through, I complimented Tara. Although I had no clue if her squirming meant she wanted the praise or was scratching an itch. It was pretty hard dealing with her in her current form. It wasn't like she blushed or showed facial expressions. That's why I tried to keep complimenting her so she didn't feel like I stopped caring that she was no longer pretty. Only you would be so ineloquent, Matty snapped while I was trying to come up with more encouragement. That wasn't true. They had already tried to blast their way through and had failed. However, Matty was still bitter about how I had defeated his dungeon while creating quite a bit of collateral damage. Although he was speaking negatively, his attitude had improved since his mother, which was back. Our son is very pleased. His riddle level has kept them back longer than anything else so far. He's been a good boy, the witch said, causing him to turn red as she leaned in and whispered the rest to me. You should praise him as well. Why should I praise him? He's just some monster I happen to tame. He's far different to me than Tara. Despite her current monstrous appearance. That's what I thought. But I decided encouragement might help considering how rough he had it recently. You've done well, I responded stiffly. Matty stiffened and then shot me a hateful glare. Who asked you? He turned and ran into the forest around us. The witch sighed and then winked at me before following after him. I If Master wants a baby, I am happy to accommodate, Xiao declared. I already am having two. I shot back and then blinked. You are back. I thought you were still taking out the enemies one by one. The newer group's perception is too great. They immediately saw me. My only choice was to flee, Xiao admitted. The newest group, I opened up a screen to view that part of the dungeon. The newest group that had entered was the final group. First, second, and the rest of the top lionesses had entered the dungeon finally. The true battle was just about to start. Chapter 15:15. Although the previous teams had cleared out the levels, each subsequent team systematically wiping out all opposition and creating a clear and safe path to move from level to level. I had a feeling that this final team could have blown through these obstacles even without the others leading the ways. They moved down from level to level at a speed that seemed to overwhelm the other teams. As they overtook the teams before them, which had been proceeding far more cautiously as to not encounter any surprises, the magician, who was now known as First, made sure to chastise them. Pathetic! Don't you love our Lord at all? Thursday, this is a dungeon. We don't want to die, one girl cried out. Shut up! Our Lord is depending on us, and here you are wasting time. These girls could only put their heads down and then follow behind their betters as they continued down. They finally met upon the puzzle level, just as the current group was defeating the final puzzle. Each subsequent group that had gathered had offered their brain power, and eventually enough clever people appeared that the puzzles were all done. A few had deathly consequences, and a few more had perished. With First's group, there were just over 100 harem girls remaining. So far, the dungeon had managed to wipe out close to 50. That meant that King Roth kept a harem of over 150 girls. I had thought I had been greedy with how many women I kept. Then again, I seemed to recall the harems of Earth from rulers tended to have hundreds and sometimes thousands. So maybe I was the one being too picky. This is as far as you all made it? The current First snarled. I promised my lord we'd be done with this dungeon by lunchtime. You are being held back by such a pathetic enemy? You make King Roth look bad. It's not that. One of the leaders from another group protested. It's just that this dungeon isn't like any other dungeon we've seen. Every level is completely different. We can't possibly account for everything. Shut up! She slapped the girl. All that matters was my lord's happiness. You will follow me from now on, and as long as you do what I say, then you may be able to keep the honor to service his feet. Why, yes. Apologies, she said, rubbing her cheek tearfully. First reorganized the remaining girls and then gestured for them to continue onward. They left the floor and headed on to the first of the ghost levels. As soon as the first ghost appeared, it was as I had thought. The Animalkin girls immediately went rigid, and in particular, the lionesses and other catkin seemed to be afraid. You will attack, First hollered, demanding they went forward. There was some hesitancy. And second, who was sending in the back, couldn't hide the smug look on her face, as first's orders were ignored. However, when first looked in her direction, she made sure to wipe that look off her face. First suddenly whipped out her hand, and a lightning bolt came out and struck one of the Anna Malkin women. She was one of the weaker girls, and she didn't even have time to raise her hands before she died. "Whoever doesn't obey dies!" First screamed. Chapter 15:16. First pushed the Anna Malkin to attack the ghosts, even through their reluctance. Some of them froze in the process, and as a result, they were killed. However, that didn't stop First from pushing them forward. We had underestimated how many of Roth's harem were Anna Malkin. We had presumed most of them would be. But there were plenty of other girls besides the lionesses. King Roth appeared to like to collect a variety. There were Austerians, dwarves, Esmir, demons, and even an elf. That was the first elf woman I had ever seen besides Fena. There might have been room for celebration in another circumstance, but she had assuredly been touched by King Roth. And so, unless he got her pregnant, I didn't see any elf babies in her future, with their fighting restricted due to fear. If it was just the Anna Malkin fighting, they might have been defeated there. Unfortunately, there were plenty of other girls, including First, who were able to deal with the ghosts aggressively. However, First seemed to take particular joy forcing the Anna Malkin to the front of the line and forcing them to face a monster they were weak again. She seemed to put a lot of that onto Second, or rather the Lioness Queen, the former First. She would force her and her subordinates out before anyone else, using her much like they had used the first few groups to pave the way. Unfortunately, she had underestimated the Lioness Queen. Second and the higher-rated lionesses weren't as vulnerable to the spiritual attacks as some of the other Anna Malkin. Through pure willpower, they overcame their fear and managed to fight head on. This seemed to cause the group to progress even faster than anticipated. It wasn't long until they reached level 10 where they fought a ghost boss not too dissimilar from the spirit I had used in the dungeon I had created in the deep. At this point, their numbers were still nearly 100. Despite the magician's brutality, the harem seemed to make up for it in desperation and numbers. Some even seemed to take strength in Second's valiant fighting. Something that only irritated First even more. "Come on, Celeste." "Where are you?" I muttered to myself as I watched them progress past the boss. She was taking a long time, given her speed. She should have been back already unless she had encountered something bad. There was still an hour, though. I had given her 6 hours to complete her mission, and so far 5 had passed since the battle began. Although I had promised her 6 hours, I was beginning to worry. The dungeon in its current design was only 20 levels. And rather than slowing down, the progress of the harem seemed to be speeding up, with all of them working together. And First's reckless pace, I feared that they'd be reaching this floor before Celeste could return, if that happened. Then we'd need to resort to the most desperate measure. "Master, you don't need to worry," Miki spoke up. They'll be stopped by my level. I know it. Her words did calm me down a bit. Celeste would have her 6 hours. Celeste would come back. I hoped. Chapter 15:17 WH. What is with this dungeon? One of the girls asked once again. They came down to the next level expecting to encounter any level of the enemy. However, the enemy they encountered was a group of completely disarmed women. Oh, wow. I love your hair. You are so beautiful. Hey, cutie. Why don't you talk to Big Sister? As I watched, my eyebrow also couldn't help but twitch. I hadn't taken a close look at Miki's level. All of the levels had been designed by different people, and I had only seen them briefly. Every level also had exclusively female mobs, so I hadn't noticed what set this one apart. There were 2 levels in Widow's Dungeon, and it was clear that Miki had used the lore from them to construct this level. One dungeon was a paradise of beautiful women that could tempt any man to lose his soul. The other was a sausage fest. The new level appeared to be a mixture of the two, using women in the roles where the men would previously have been. If we had used men, then it would have broken what tumultuous pact we had to only use Harem to fight Harem. As long as that held out, then our luck would continue. In other words, Miki had created a woman's paradise. A place where female monsters used their assets to seduce women. Can such a thing work? I asked. This level is special in many ways. They will be undergoing a mild psychic attack, which increasing arousal and weakens inhibition, Miki explained. Some may also follow under a hallucinogenic effect, so they won't even be able to tell the difference. Really? I still sounded uncertain. I simply thought things through. Miki continued. It's a well-known fact that this harem is far too large for King Roth to satisfy all of these women. He also gives preference to the women on top. On top of that, he's old, while most of the women are young. He likely can't keep up with them anymore. The lower Raycode women might only be touched by him once and never again. Of course, he'd never tolerate them touching other men, so they likely used each other. The King Roth harem creates an environment of sexually frustrated women who only had each other to relieve themselves. I believe they will be extremely vulnerable to such an attack. Isn't it because Miki is secretly a pervert? Tara asked. I am not a pervert. I feel like if Celeste was here, she'd be very happy about Miki's newfound discovery. I am not bisexual either, Miki cried. Maybe with Lydia. But that's different. What are you doing? Attack them! First yelled out, Oh, relax. They're not a danger, one woman said as she was being rubbed upon by 2 beautiful women. You have too much tension. A succubus touched First's shoulders and caused her to jump. Don't you deserve a little release? Another girl asked, coming up in front of her. First blinked as if her mind was growing muddled. I suppose we can slow down. For a few minutes, as she was slowly guided to the ground by beautiful women who started to massage her body. The other girls began to say come like dominoes. There was only one who shrugged off any woman who touched her. It was Second. She remained unmoved by the women, but it also looked like she wasn't going to stop the others from falling prey. Chapter 15-18. As the girls all dropped to the floor, some remained rather decent, only receiving massages or started talking like they were young teenage girls. Others engaged in much lewder activity. Second casually watched as 100-some girls slowly fell into an orgy of pleasure. Casually, she pulled out a stone. And I realized she was recording. After recording about a minute of it, she snapped, and a bird seemingly made from fire appeared in her hand. She handed the stone to it and then clicked her finger. The bird began to fly away, going up the levels and heading toward the entrance. I knew it was a message for Lord Roth. My first instinct was to intercept it, but I had no one who was nearly fast enough to catch it. I could only helplessly watch as it left the dungeon and entered his dungeon. There was a silence that seemed to overcome everything, which lasted about 5 minutes. Then a massive wave of miasma seemed to suddenly batter the dungeon. A form stepped through. The form I had been waiting the entire night to see. It was Lord Roth. He had a look of fury on his face. He had sent his girls into this dungeon to quickly win, and yet they had been stopped time and time again. Now, they were quite literally fornicating on his time. His voice bellowed out in a roar that seemed to fill the entire dungeon. The girls were seemingly shaken from the enchantment. "Keep them under the enchantment," I said. "I can't do anything." Miki protested. I already knew that, but I didn't know what else to say. Rather than racing forward, King Roth threw his hand forward. Women began to walk out of the dungeon and into this one. He had more harem. Woman after woman came marching through. There were 10, then 50, then 100, and still they came. Just how much harem did he have? Was he using dungeon monsters? It took me a moment to notice their movements. They felt somewhat mechanical. There appeared to be very little life in their eyes. "Oh, no," Xiao gasped. "What is it? Who are they?" I asked her as she seemed to come to realize something. "There is his harem, master." Miki responded awkwardly. "What do you mean? Then who have we been fighting?" "His current harem." She looked somewhat sick. "Current? What?" My eyes widened as I realized what they meant. King Roth admitted to cycling through his harem. He had never said what happened to those who were kicked out. That was because he didn't kick them out. He fed them to his dungeon. In a way, he did give all of his harem immortality. He turned them into lore, made them creatures in his dungeon. He had used the dungeon to resurrect them into a kind of half-life. We weren't just facing King Roth's entire harem, but every woman who had ever been in his harem. As the women recovered and a furious second ordered their continued march on the first floor, 1,000 more zombie harem had begun theirs. Chapter 15-19. They have encountered the fairy level. Ilaya responded worriedly. The girls, particularly first, had seemingly been worked into a frenzy. They had pushed forward with nearly reckless abandon, almost like King Roth behind them was a reflection of their doom. I had placed all of the evolved fairies on this level, and they swarmed the group as soon as the battle began. Launching decimating spells, the fairies began to overtake the harem. More and more fell. The lioness queen had gathered the other lionesses and created a circle, protecting themselves. Those outside the circle were falling quickly, but the rest seemed to hold the line. It was at this point that First seemed to lose all reason. She let out a scream. Grabbing a nearby woman who was trying to protect herself and then cutting her throat. Her hand seemed to reach into the woman and then pull out her soul, and a moment later that soul burned into flame. "She's using a soul as a magic reagent?" Miki gasped. Mana existed in many forms, and those forms that had a physical form were called reagents. Spirit fire, miasma, Gaia, dew, and fairy dust were all examples of reagents we had found in the past. It turned out that the soul could also be burned directly to enhance magic too. Well, I had known that for some time, but I had never put two and two together until that moment that she had deliberately killed someone to steal and burn their soul. That person would never be resurrected. It was truly a permanent death. Even Gaia only chopped up the lore into thousands of pieces. The lore still was allowed to exist. This was pure destruction. An eruption of magic shot out, creating a wave of fire that rose into the air. "Get out of there!" I gave the order. Although it was anyone's guess if they heard. The fairies scattered, many of them being severely damaged in the subsequent flames of sacrifice. When the flames finally disappeared, the body of the woman turned to dust. Even the lioness queen was staring at the magician with uneasy eyes, let alone the rest of the girls present. She looked around them, her eyes unhinged and completely out of breath. "Let's go." The remaining women moved forward. "The remaining fairies, come back here," I sighed. "We'll make our last stand here." Alaja relayed the message, and the harem was allowed to continue unhindered. When the remaining evolved fairies appeared, most of them looked extremely tattered and beaten. Counting out our numbers versus the enemy, we still were outnumbered 2-1. I pulled back all of the forces and made it easy for them to move forward. King Roth was coming, and I didn't want them to meet up. If I could defeat the rest of his harem before King Roth arrived, maybe there would still be a chance. That was what I was, my only hope. Thus, even though King Roth was moving down level by level, completely wiping them out one after another with his slow and inevitable march, the harem made it down to the lowest level. Walking into the boss level, "There you are." The crazed First grinned. "Are you ready for death?" Chapter 15:20. A large, beautiful field stretched out before us. Just like that field in the wilderness, it would soon become a battlefield of destruction. To my left was the pond where the dungeon core was hidden in the miasmic water. Selena also stood in a small rock that broke the surface somewhere in the center of the water. She was to attack anyone who attempted to enter it. That was her job. They had arrived with only 10 minutes left until the 6 hours were up. There were around 80 of them still standing. All of the higher number Animalkin were among them. In a way, we had only succeeded in stripping out the weakest and the most vulnerable. Those that remained were his strongest and most valued. Attack! The magician threw her hand forward, Vatap. And even though the women were exhausted, they continued to follow her commands. Forward! I also ordered. Tara charged out with the remaining fairies while Xiao slipped into the shadows. Xin went out with her blade, while Leia began to cast strategic spells. I used my spells to keep heal and empower them. I strengthened them, refreshed them, and healed them. This kind of support was something these girls didn't have. Tara. Watch out! Xiao cried as she attempted to backstab one girl, only for Tara to back into her. Xiao was caught and then struck. I quickly healed her. A moment later, a bullet grazed Miki. Watch where you are shooting, Miki cursed at Bernice. You would have been stabbed in the back? Bernice whined. Foolish girls. Pay attention, Alea snapped. You shut up. Tara threw a rock at her, causing her to dodge. The pressure was high, and the girls were fighting close together. In the battle above, each girl had their freedom to fight where they wanted to but stuck within this boss room. They were fighting side by side, yet months of being apart had caused them to become extremely independent. Girls, stop fighting. Alea, that spell just singed my eyebrows. You did that on purpose, Bernice whined. Move over, Golem. Your big body is in my way, Xin snapped. Who are you calling big? I'm going to take out the trash. Fena? Your puns are becoming irritating. Why don't you stay back? You are not a real fighter anyway, Sapphire snapped. As the girls weren't working together, even though the opponents were weaker and tired, they weren't able to do anything but remain at a standstill. Part of this reason seemed to be because of non-compliance on the Anna Malkin part. After the fiasco on the succubus level and her deliberately killing one of the girls to win the battle quickly, those under the Lioness Queen had seemingly stopped trying. She and the other numbered harem were holding back, allowing the magician to embarrass herself more. Unfortunately, this opportunity was lost on my girls. Humph. So this is your harem. The Lioness Queen's eyes met mine as she gave a mocking laugh. Girls. I was just about to yell a second time, but then I heard a slave communication. Master? It was Celeste. She had made it back to our dungeon. Chapter 1521. Celeste, get here as quickly as possible, I ordered. I am. The fight was a stalemate, and King Roth was getting closer and closer. However, none of that would matter once Celeste made it back. Keep fighting, I ordered the girls. Even though they were all still bickering with each other, they had spread out now, each one trying to fight separately from the others. This also made things more difficult for me. I couldn't use any group spells on them because they were no longer within range of each other. I had to run back and forth, healing or helping the girls as I could. Master, this is going badly, Elysia warned. I get that. I cursed. The orb would change the course of things. Celeste finally flew through from behind the boss room door. As she flew overhead of the battle, she let out a cry. Master! I held out my hand excitedly as her size grew to normal. Unfortunately, her words were heard by the furious magician. She lifted her hands, and a moment later a dozen lightning bolts shot out, striking Celeste in the back. Celeste! Tara cried out. No! Miki yelled. Celeste collapsed, her speed carrying her over the battle as she slammed into the ground harshly, rolling several times as she hit the ground. I cursed as I raced over to her. It wasn't until I reached her that I realized how bad of a shape she was in. This wasn't caused just by the lightning bolt right now. Rather, the only reason she had been struck was that she was already extremely damaged. Her body was covered in filth. Fairies didn't get dirty, so for one to show that much dirty, it was proof of how much mana they had lost. She was covered in wounds. Her beautiful transparent wings were covered in rips and holes. Her breath was raspy and weak, and I could see blood coming from her abdomen. I immediately began healing her as she coughed up blood. She hadn't intended to go to her large size, but it took mana to remain small, and she no longer possessed any. Celeste. Abu'H, what happened? Tears fell down her cheeks. I am sorry, Master. I failed you. I shook my head. Number. You didn't fail me. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find the core. She reached into her bosom and then pulled out a small form. As I reached out to take it, her body went limp. She wasn't dead, but she had used up all of her energy. She had fallen unconscious. I looked down at the form to see Astria. After making sure Celeste was healed and safe, I took Astria and gently put her on the ground nearby. I healed and refreshed her body carefully. Her body grew to a full size as if she was coming back to life. She was also nearly as beaten and as tattered as Celeste. After a few desperate moments, she coughed. Her eyes fluttered open. She immediately turned to see the unconscious Celeste nearby. A foolish girl. Shouldn't have saved me? It was trap. She looked away. She'll be fine with some rest. So will you? I said, grabbing her body as I applied some more healing. Her wings were non-existent, and blood seemed to leak from her ears, her eyes, and her mouth. She looked like she was dying. You should have left me. Astria turned away with shame. I am broken now. My hands tightened on her, and I spoke through gritted teeth. I never would. I can't help you. I was a waste of resources. Just go tend the others, Astria said. I won't. A tear fell from my eyes, and then another. I realized I was crying, and my tears were falling right onto her chest, but I couldn't stop. She looked down at the tears raining on her. Master, I thought I lost you. I shook. Don't do something stupid like that again. Don't leave me again. What are you saying? She made a strange face. I am not even a fairy. You are mine. Do you hear me? I shook her, feeling a rush of extreme emotion. You are mine, and I will never let you go. I will never let any of you go. So you can never scare me again. It was probably the worst moment for it, but after so much loss, after fighting nonstop and being pushed back again and again, after reaching this point where we were desperate and defeated, I had finally been pushed over the edge. Finally seeing Astria. Finally reclaiming this small victory, however short-lived, and caused all of these emotions to well up inside me. Master. H. How do you feel about me? Astria's voice was extremely odd, but there was some strange intensity about it. I grabbed her face, our eyes locking. I love you. I leaned down and kissed her, even as the tears continued to fall. Harem Master has increased to level 66. Harem Master has increased to level 67. Harem Master has increased to level 68. A bright light exploded out, and I couldn't help but pull back as Astria's body became swathed in light. The sudden sun, like light exploding out, was enough that everyone fighting froze and turned to look at what was happening. Astria's body rose into the air, swathed completely in mana. Wings sprouted from her back. They grew out in intricate patterns, growing larger and larger until they filled the sky. Each wing was nearly 12 feet across, dwarfing the woman herself. Astria has begun to evolve. Astria has evolved into a fairy empress. Chapter 1522. As the light faded, Astria hovered in the air. Her massive wings made slow, deliberately flaps, each one creating a small torrent of wind. Her appearance had seemingly changed. Her skin was even more flawless and milky. Her hair had seemingly turned blonde, a single black streak denoting her old hair color. Her wings had also become white with hypnotic black patterns on them. She was completely different than any other fairy I had ever seen, even Celeste. If Celeste moved around like a falcon, quick, beautiful, and deadly, then Astria was more like an atlas moth. She looked both fragile and domineering. Her presence had caught the eye of everyone in the boss room. The magician named first was startled for a moment. Why, you grew your wings back. So what? We've taken care of the rest of your fairies. You are a leader with no one to lead. She wasn't wrong. The majority of the fairies had been taken out in the subsequent fighting. They weren't as strong as the rest of my girls, and thus many of them had to retreat after receiving a few hits. Most of them weren't in much better condition than Celeste. Master. Astria ignored her. Instead, she looked down at me. You've made me very happy. You worried about me and cried over me. You have loved me and my daughter. Part of me had never really believed it. I treated it as a game. I followed you because it was a convenient source of power and because my daughter was head over heels in love with you. But no matter what, deep down I had always thought you would abandon us one day. Astria! She gave me a smile. Her eyes filled with tears. We're immortal beings, and you are not, even if it wasn't by choice. Your lore would one day come to an end, and ours would continue. That was the fate I had always feared. I feared that one day you would be gone, just like Carr. In a way, I had never gotten over him. And I had never allowed myself to completely accept you. I went through the motions, but back when I thought you were dead. The reason I hadn't changed all that much was because I had always seen it coming. What are you trying to say? I am letting this darkness in my heart go. I am not going to chain my heart anymore. Master? You must be ready to accept all of me. Okay, I didn't hesitate as our eyes met. I will. Good. She finally turned back to the battlefield. In that case, it's time I go all out. What do you think one little fairy can do to change? The current first had begun a mocking statement, only to wince as light exploded out of her. Every fairy suddenly began to rise, the wounds on their bodies sealing almost instantly. Celeste's damaged wings were restored to their original splendor, and all the wounds closed up. Even her clothing seemed to mend itself. Celeste's eyes fluttered open, and when her eyes caught her mother hovering overhead like a monolith, a small smile formed on her lips. In only a few seconds, every fairy had been restored to perfect health. This was the power of a fairy empress. Magic users, bring her down. First ordered as she began to cast a spell. Did you think that's all? She raised an eyebrow at her daughter. Attack! The fairies all charged out, casting spells, but even their combined might were suddenly dwarfed by their empress. Her wings began to glow, and suddenly dozens upon dozens of spells started to erupt from them in rapid succession. Astria was single-handedly casting as many spells as all of the other fairies combined. As the magician saw 100 spells being launched at once, her mouth could only fall open. The bombardment began. Chapter 15:23. Spell after spell slammed into the Roth's girls. As the massive attacks landed, my girls immediately backed off, giving them space. Astria was like a single woman missile silo. Spell after spell shooting from her wings and landing into the group of women. Those that had magical ability tried to protect themselves. The others attempted to dodge or flee. The once beautiful landscape of the boss room was devastated, but it was also beautiful in its way. As Astria pinned them all down with her constant spells, the other fairies were free to do more selective attacks. They would attempt to undermine their enemies or catch them in the middle of a dodge. Celeste was also joining the fray. Although she was more reserved than she would usually be, wanting to remain available to me at a moment's notice. The enemies quickly accumulated multiple injuries, and it would only be a matter of time before they fell. The queen lioness and the other Leonkin had found a defensive position and had remarkably remained fairly protected by using a hill strategically to protect themselves from the attacks. As for First, she found herself quickly abandoned by the other girls, who feared her killing another one of them and consuming their souls for yet another attack. Yet, even if she attempted such a thing, it wasn't clear with Astria's power level that even such a spell would bring her out on top. I also was vaguely aware of how Astria was maintaining such a storm for such a long time. She had hooked herself up to the mana spring, and so her mana was being rejuvenated as it was consumed. She couldn't maintain such an attack indefinitely, but it would last long enough. The mana of Roth's army was quickly dwindling. First fell to her knees, and a look of desperation filled her eyes. It was just as her magic started to sputter out that there was a sudden roar. The strength of the roar was enough to overwhelm even the sound of the battle. Astria and the others ceased their spell casting, and as the dust cleared, Roth was standing in the doorway to the boss room. The entire army of zombie women was behind him in the stairway, safe room, and level behind him. Despite the tattered appearance of all of the women who had come before, King Roth was immaculate. Even Second and the lionesses had some show of dirt on them, but King Roth's clothing was a white, fancy coat that suited a king, and a long white linen cloak. He hadn't exerted a single bit of himself up until this point. That was obvious. He raised his arms and then started to clap. His claps echoed in the open-spaced boss room. I have to say, Deek son, you've put on a great show. You even managed to send someone to infiltrate my dungeon, defeat my trap, and bring back your fairy. That is quite commendable. I can see why you managed to trick her into evolving for her. I didn't trick anyone, I hissed. He chuckled, reaching into his coat. Neither do I, perhaps. She was also looking for this. He pulled out a large glowing orb and held it up. Celeste immediately gasped, and my mouth couldn't help but fall open. Your dungeon lore. You brought it with you. The dungeon lore was the most fragile part of the dungeon. Everything depended on it. I had tried to steal his right out from under him. But the reason Celeste couldn't find it was that he had it on him the entire time. I keep it in my safest and most trusted spot. He put it back in his coat. Now, I wonder where you hid yours. Shall we find out? Chapter 15:24. It doesn't matter where my lore is. You won't be able to reach it, I declared. Thankfully, I don't need to find it. It will present itself once you are dead. He chuckled. To think that you've merged a fountain with a dungeon? And something else, too. The fountain puts out miasma. He glanced at the pool admiringly. How truly interesting. Your harem lost. They were defeated. I already won, I shot back. This time, the smile on his face looked somewhat dangerous. I almost lost, at least these women. However, as you probably are aware, they do not make up all of my harems. There is always more where they came from. Yes. I've seen your zombie women. I sneered. They are hardly zombies. These women joined my side because they wanted power and immortality. I gave them both. Their lore will live on in my dungeon for all time. Dungeons corrupt lore. They have no future. Their story will degrade with time, and they will become faceless. Just another generic body. Isn't that their faults? He shrugged. If they were more interesting and distinct, then their lore would last. If they were resilient and strong enough, then they would evolve into miasmic creatures. That was ultimately the difference between those he fed to his dungeon and the girls around me, like Astria, Alea, Shin, or Selena. Anything a dungeon made wasn't necessarily a living thing. Even if it had been fed that living thing and was just making a copy of it. It took a special something, a kind of spark for someone to become a real person. After getting to such a high level in Dungeon Master, I could see it with a look. I understood when a dungeon creature was more than the copy. And I could tell that all of those women behind him were merely shadows, not much different than the shadow people Twilight used. They were mere puppets to command, their true faces not even remembered. I hadn't noticed it before. But many of them looked similar, to the point they all could be related. This was because he didn't bother to remember their faces, and the lore began to blur them all together. I shook my head. We still beat you, living women with living women. Are you going bully me with an army I couldn't possibly be old enough to have? I was trying to play on his pride? And by the dark look he returned me, it appeared to be working. You didn't beat all of them? I will acknowledge my mistake. His eyes shot to First, who shook slightly. First, come to me. She slowly got up from her spot where she had been hiding in a crater. Her clothing was ripped in various places and she was filthy. She walked up to King Roth. He lifted his foot and casually kicked her away. The force was enough to cause her to fly several meters. Who said you? Trash Eye asked for First. He snarled. First, the Queen Lioness rose from the spot, walking up to him confidently. A smug expression on her face as she gave a small bow. Yes, my lord, I was too hasty in taking the position from you. I gave my trust to a failure, King Roth said. The magician was still on the ground with her face buried in the dirty. Her body silently shaking as she wept. My lord doesn't make mistakes. It was her fault. She squandered your power and wasted it. He gave a nod. You won't do the same. It wasn't a question. I won't, my lord. Then go, defeat them. And bring me Deke's head? Chapter 15:25. The lioness queen pulled out her sword and immediately bellowed. Girls, get ready. Pincer formation. Isolate and destroy. Casters, in the back. Lionesses, lead the way. We're aiming for their leader's head. Hearing such blatant words, I couldn't help but constrict my throat. The zombie harem were remaining in the back, a constant threat and pressure on us. But the group that moved forward were those of the current harem who could still fight. There were still nearly 40 girls left. the majority of them lionesses. These were the top-class fighters who had managed to remain safe, even after countless barrages. As the lioness queen took control, their attitudes and personalities seemed to undergo a distinct shift. Under the magician, they had been reserved and restricted. Under the lioness, they had truly become predators. "We have to protect, Master!" Celeste cried out. Before I could say anything, the girls all charged out to meet the lioness charge. There were 3 to 4 girls per each of mine, and while I would bet any one of my girls against any of their girls, it was made much more difficult as they started to work together, teaming. "You are too close together!" Astria cried out frustratedly, "I can't hit anyone." "Your magical skill is still far too sloppy." Elea chuckled. "Let me show you how it is done." She threw our several spells, but they only served to distract the enemies and provide temporary relief to my girls in front. "Is that the best you have?" Astria raised an eyebrow. "Both of you, focus!" I ordered, causing both girls to give me surprised looks. "Go help them." I was a bit irritated. They were the 2 strongest, but they had been staying back playfully. The situation was growing tenser by the moment. And yet they still had time to banter and compete. They were also the oldest of the bunch and should know better. Both girls immediately blushed. "I am sorry, Master." Alea apologized. "We will do as Master asks." The 2 girls moved forward and entered the fray. Alea wasn't completely incapable of fighting close up. She did used to be the maid hero, after all. As for Astria, she could better aim and pick targets near the front line. "I need help." Miki couldn't hold back so many with just mental attacks. "There are just too many of them," Tara cried out, as several lionesses had jumped on her back and were slowly dragging her down. Every time I try to stab one, another is there to block my attack. The next time Xiao appeared from a shadow, she was struck in the back, causing her to go flying. They got me too!" Celeste cried out as one of them latched down on her leg. She tried to fly away, but more lionesses leaped up and grabbed her, dragging her to the ground. Whether it was Faina, Alea, or Astria, they also met difficulty. Finding too many enemies who blocked and attacked in unison with an organization and skill they hadn't been using before. If I didn't do something, they would be overrun. I pulled on a Harem master skill I had been avoiding up until that point. It was the level 50 skill, Harem Power Bestowal.